You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
How are you planning to dodge those flames?
All right, trade pros, welcome to Mind Over Markets. And this is a brand new podcast focused at helping traders with their psychology. We're focusing and narrowing in on the mindset to help you cultivate professional trader and successful trader mindset and to help you win in other areas of your life. My name is George Papazov. I'm the founder of Trade Pro Academy, and I'm going to give you my story because I think it's important before you listen to any podcast, any new source of information. I think it's really important to know who's the person giving you that information and what their story is. So I'll tell you my story. And I started trading in early 2001. I remember it came down to one discussion that I had with my father, and he said, look, I can either give you allowance money or I can teach you how to make it. And I'm so thankful that I took the second option because he introduced me to currency trading at that age. I remember putting together a currency strategy, started trading Forex, more specifically the XAU USD pair, which is essentially gold contract for difference called a CFD. I then later moved into options trading and futures, but I started currency trading at the age of 16. For school, I've always interested in markets, but I decided to pursue a degree in electroengineering technology, which is simply called robotics. I didn't really like it. I remember as I was taking that degree, I was in the lab trading on my computer. I wasn't really focused. So I decided to switch out and go to a financial planning degree, after which I actually ended up getting a job as an internship at Scotiabank, sitting on the customer service side of the trading or the brokerage arm. And if you guys remember what was happening in 2008, it was a massive collapse in the markets due to the housing bubble. And I was on the customer service side, literally taking some very dark phone calls. Some conversations I remember down to the word, the tonality. I even remember the names of the people. And at the time, I was actually writing personally a blog where I was detailing a lot of what was happening, the perception of risk and how the market got complacent. I was putting out a lot of articles, yet at the same time, here I am in my career taking phone calls for the same people I'm trying to help. So I wasn't getting through to them. And to me, it had a really big impact in my life. I stuck on with Scotia for another couple of years after that. From August 2011 to 2016, I was a licensed trader at Scotiabank on their desk. And in 2016, I finally decided to pursue my passion full-time, left my job, I quit. I gave up the corporate security blanket, gave up a really good salary, and went on my own. And the first month was particularly challenging, which we'll dive deeper into in some of the podcast episodes. But I started Trade Pro Academy as well in 2012. 2016, I took it to the next level full-time. In 2018, through a spectacular journey and many trips, costly trips to California, Los Angeles, I got a degree in neuro-linguistic programming, which is called NLP. And that's what really changed or altered the way I saw trading psychology. And I was able to help traders that much more. So we created a course around this as well at Trade Pro Academy. All right, so that's a little bit about me, a little bit about Trade Pro. The company's been around since 2012. Trade Pro is the sponsor behind this entire podcast, and it is the Trade Pro Academy Mind Over Markets podcast. And I have great news for you. It's not going to be just me you're hearing from. You're going to have the opportunity to hear from the co-hosts, who I'm going to let introduce themselves next.
Awesome. Welcome, Trade Pros. My name is Mark Borscht. I'm one of the full-time traders here at Trade Pro Academy. And I just want to thank George for letting me be part of this podcast, co-hosting it with him. And we've got some really, really exciting stuff coming up for you guys. As far as my kind of introduction into trading, a little bit of my backstory. My trading journey kind of started in 2012. At the time, I was in university studying for a finance degree. And it was my first year in university. And I was doing the Fin 401 class. I'll never forget it. And we're pretty much halfway through the textbook. And at one point in the book, it was a big book, around 600 pages or so, and we hit one part on trading and one part on technical analysis. And that part of the chapter, or that part of the book, was only about 4 or 5 pages of the whole book. And I was kind of wondering why there wasn't more of a focus on the actual technical side of things, more so just the fundamental sides. And so, my curiosity got to me. I started YouTubing, trading. Is it possible? Is it something that I can do? And I found a lot of videos out there that kind of intrigued me into the industry, kind of gave me the insight that this was ultimately the ultimate business model. You didn't really require employees. You didn't require crazy startup capital. And the thing that really interested me about it was that there was no real cap as far as what the earning potential was. And that's kind of what got me into those things. Through my YouTube research, I ended up starting with penny stocks. And I laugh about it now. It wasn't as fun at the time. And so this was around 2012. And the reason penny stocks was the industry that I kind of started in was because legalization, or in Colorado, I believe in 2012, the states legalized recreational marijuana. And that gave a lot of OTC stocks, penny stocks, a lot of volatility, a lot of presence in the industry, and a lot of almost headline news in this industry. And so as a result of that, there was a lot of moves, and that's kind of what intrigued me into it. Unfortunately, I did not catch much of the upside. I actually started off buying pretty much the top of that little boom, and then lost majority of the first account that I opened up shortly thereafter. After taking that little bit of a hit, I kind of moved into options. So again, it was a smaller account. Options was kind of the place that you could be in because it didn't require as much capital. And so I moved into options around 2013, 2014. I did okay with them. Wasn't really trading any crazy strategies, just simple outright puts and outright calls. And I did okay with it. But I quickly found out that options is a market that you need to know very, very well, very in depth, because of the way that they trade, because of the way that they're priced. And so again, something that I found, I dabbled in, didn't really find much success. And then I moved into currencies in around 2014, I think it was at the time. And currencies was where I basically found my home. This was a market that I was able to kind of trade more passively, going from more of a day trading kind of approach to the markets into more of a swing approach. And for me personally, my personality type, that's kind of what meshed well. And that's kind of where I found myself as far as trading. Now, how I met George and how I found myself at Trade Pro Academy is another interesting little story. And that story kind of takes us back around 5 years, almost 5 or 6 years. And George mentioned that he had been working at the iTrade, at the brokerage arm of Scotiabank. And so I was working in the branch side of Scotiabank. I was working as a financial advisor at the time. And George came in. He was a business development manager. And he came into the branch. The brokerage basically came up with a brand new, shiny stock screener that they wanted all the branch personnel to know so that we can get more branch clients onto the brokerage side of things. And I'll never forget, he was doing this presentation, and at one point he mentioned the same thing he just told you guys, that he was a trader on the desk. And as soon as I heard that, I thought to myself right away, light bulb moment came in. This guy sounds like my kind of guy. And it's really where the relationship went from there. Shortly after that presentation, I took George into my office, and we kind of sat there for 2 hours, just kind of speaking on trading, speaking on strategies, kind of what we were doing, what we were planning on doing, and ended up following George into the iTrade brokerage side of the things. We didn't really work in the same departments. I ended up on the foreign exchange desk at iTrade. So what I was doing was a lot of currency transactions for retail and higher net worth clients. And so doing that, I got a lot of experience on the back end side of the brokerage industry, how everything works, how trades are made, how trades are executed, how the order book is handled. And so in 2018, in May of 2018, I finally decided to make the jump after some encouraging words from George himself, and made that jump in May 2018 and joined the Trade Pro team around that time. And we recently joined the Trade Pro team as a full-time trader here, and that was in May or June of 2019. And that basically brings us to where we are today, bringing you this podcast called Mind Over Markets. So really excited to bring this to you guys with George. And I really, really think you guys are going to find some very, very valuable insights on this episode and on the future coming episodes.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. And thank you for co-hosting this with me. It's going to be a journey that we're embarking on. And ever since I met Mark, I knew that him and I would, in some capacity, shape, or form, work together in the coming years. And here we are. Who would have thought, start a podcast together? Fun stuff. So as we dive in, now that you know a little bit about us, your hosts, it's important to really talk about what the premise of this show is going to be and what we're going to talk about over the next, hopefully, thousands of episodes. So I want to start out with a question. Ask you guys, the listener, whether you're driving, whatever you're doing, what percentage of trading do you think is, or the percentage of trading that you could attribute to success from psychology? Like, what percentage of success does psychology represent in your personal trading? So I'll put that question out to you first, Mark. And just wondering, like, you personally, of your success, what percent would you attribute to the psychology that you bring with it?
For me personally, I feel like success in trading is, I'd say 100%. I'd even go as far as to say it's 150% psychology based, because for me,
you took my answer. That's what I was going
to For me, when I started the whole trading journey, you kind of follow a journey in the sense that, you kind of start from someone that doesn't know much. You find, YouTube videos that show you strategies, one type of strategy, this type of strategy. Then you find technical indicators. And, when you're new and you get introduced to technical indicators, they seem like the holy grail of trading. But then once you start to actually apply those strategies, in live market conditions, or you're even back testing it, all those things seem great. You can get great results when you're back testing things. But then once you go live, there's a huge shift that happens. Whereas in demo trading, you'd be able to take trades. If you take a loss, you're able to take another trade right away without really thinking about it. But once you get into that live environment, and now you have live capital at risk, and that's really where the emotions start to come in. So yes, while you can get great results back testing a strategy or strategies in demo environments, once you make that shift to a live environment where you're risking live capital, everything that you learn about the strategy kind of dissipates, and it just becomes a game of survival, of emotional survival.
Everything you thought you knew isn't serving you at this point. Yeah.
Everything you thought you knew, all the time that you put in with the demo, back testing the strategy, as confident as you might be based on the statistics that you found in simulated environments, once you do go live, those statistics, I don't want to say that they don't mean anything. They still mean something, but you'll find very quickly that psychology plays a huge role in your actual stats and the results that you're going to be getting once you actually start applying that in live markets.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I would actually say, I was going to answer the same way. 100% I think of trading boils down to your success mindset, which is your psychology. I think that in order to win consistently in trading, you have to already come in with a winning mindset. And that's what the whole premise of this podcast is going to be. So just to sort of tell you this, 70, 80, 100% of trading comes down to psychology based on who you talk to and how important it is to them. But how many outlets do you know that actually provide that kind of information? There's very few providers of that type of education, other than obviously business empowerment, personal development, motivational stuff. You have to take that, interpret, and then apply it to trading. And when you're new, maybe that's not something that's intuitive to you. So this is what we're going to do for you. We're going to take psychology and adapt it to trading. That's the whole premise of the podcast. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to start out with a 5-episode mini-series on psychology overall. So this podcast will start out, the first 5 episodes will be very heavily focused on trading psychology and NLP, which is neuro-linguistic programming. Once we bring you up to speed with that, we'll start to dive into very trading-specific psychology elements. But like I mentioned earlier, you have to come in with a success mindset in order to succeed. And that's what we're going to cultivate and develop in the first 5 episodes. It's a mini course at the beginning. Then we're going to go full-fledged and deep dive into trading concepts and the psychology of those things. And it's going to be exciting. And the good news is, Mark, you want to know the good news?
What's the good news, Georgie?
We're starting the first one right now, the first lesson.
That's awesome. One thing I also wanted to add, guys, is the reason why we chose Mind Over Markets and the reason why we decided to take this podcast in the route that we're going to be taking is because, we've had that experience. We've gone from people that were new traders without really any knowledge of the industry. And, now I'd say combined, we probably have over 25 years of, trading experience. And the reason why we chose Mind Over Markets was because in the industry, there's a lot of podcasts, there's a lot of information, and there's good information out there. And, there's a little bit of okay information out there, if you catch my drift. But overwhelmingly, we found that there was not really a single good source of trading psychology information. Sure, there might be a book here or there which may, cover some of the blanket concepts of psychology, but in our experience and in our research, we haven't really seen anything that actually focuses specifically on the psychology of trading, breaks down the reasons why these things affect our own psyche, and then offers, actionable solutions or home play so that you can kind of address those psychological challenges that may be, affecting your performance. So that's just a quick little, overscope of why Mind Over Markets and why this podcast is going to be presented in the way that it's going to be presented. So everything here is designed in a certain way, and that's to get you from being someone that's not so aware of the importance of trading psychology as far as performance is, the result of performance. What we want to do is to get you guys in that right psyche, and then we're going to address some of the common psychological challenges that can prevent you guys from getting the performance that you're looking for. So again, I really do hope you guys enjoy this one. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with the meat and potatoes of this one.
Love it. So let's talk about trading psychology. And first of all, before we go into the trading aspect, let's talk about how your mind works. Because we have this beautiful brain that we've been given, and it's capable of a lot of calculations, computation. It's a very complex machine, and I don't think we've ever been given the user manual for how to use our brain. So we're going to do that. I found it. I found the lost user manual, and I'm going to give it to you. We're starting that with now. So let's break this down. And any given second, as you're sitting here driving, whatever you might be doing as you listen to this podcast, any given second, you're taking in 2.3 million bits of information. That means that you're noticing at this point how the temperature is in the room. Is it too hot? Is it too cold? Is it just right? All right, how do your socks feel on your big toe? As ridiculous as that sounds, you can now feel it now that I bring your attention to it. All right, what your posture's like. How fast are you breathing? All right, how do you feel? Are you happy? Are you smiling? All those bits of information are actually being picked up and stored on an every second basis. This information is all being recorded subconsciously. But here's the fun part of this. How much do you think you process of that information? I would ask Mark, but he knows the answer. So I'm asking you, as you're driving in the car, doing whatever it is you're doing, going about your day, what percentage of the information do you think you consciously process? Meaning that you're aware of the logical factor of it. What do you think it is? 50%? Half the information? 10% of the information? Well, here's the truth. The truth is the logical mind is not a good processor of information. You process just 126 bits per second. That means 0.005% of all information is logically interpreted. All right? And think about what that means. When we trade, we tend to think that trading is a logical type of job. If we have the right information with the sound logic, we're going to get this right. All right? That's why we think we need to know mathematics, engineering. The problem is with that is the logical mind is not responsible for most of the decision making. 99.995% of processing happens at the subconscious level, right? It would take you 5 hours to process 1 second of unfiltered, raw, and full reality. That means in 70 years of life, you would live just 331 days of reality. So in a way, it's a good thing that we're processing small chunks of information, right? I wouldn't take that trade-off. Would you, Mark, to process all of reality?
Not at all. And the one thing I want you guys to realize here is to fully take in 100% of a second of reality, that would take you 5 hours to process. All right. If that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what will. And one of the first things I was introduced to when I started on this route of trading psychology, working on my own psychology, and this one little fact in itself, the fact that you take in 2.3 million bits on a second and you only comprehend 126 bits, that's mind-blowing, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, think about what that means. That's very impactful because we think that decisions we're making is based on reality, but we're actually just making decisions based on a subset of reality. Most of the decisions are made in the back, the unconscious part of your mind. So think about in a trade or any kind of decision you're making on a day-to-day basis, you logically think that you made the decision. But the problem is you've only influenced 0.005% of that decision. And the programming you've put in your subconscious mind is what's making the decisions for you. So let's talk about that. So how do you process that high level and that sheer complex and quantity amount of information? The subconscious mind does three things. It deletes, distorts, and generalizes information. All right? You basically execute repeatable programs so you don't have to logically think about all the information. The unconscious mind allows you to process those bits on a subconscious level so you don't have to worry about it. And you can worry about the things that will affect you the most. So it's creating your reality and your model of the world. And based on your upbringing, your values, it creates an interpretation of reality, if you will. Because if we look at the 2.3 million bits that everyone's interpreting, like me and Mark here at this moment are doing this podcast, his vision or version of reality is different than what mine is. And that's based on the programs we've written in our minds. These programs are, whether you like it or not, these programs change the outcome of your future in reality. These programs, the way you've written them, are going to either help you be successful in trading, or no matter what you do, unless you change the programming, are going to output failure, because you have to change that programming if you want to get the outcome. All right. So we're going to talk about that. And that's how, this is directly relevant to trading. And as we go through this mini course and start diving deeper into the trading concepts, we're going to bring it back to this kind of information that's foundational. All right. So what does that mean? That means that you have the ability to make decisions and also to change your programming. The good news is you don't have to live with the programs you've set. So we'll talk about living at cause next, because this is a very important thing in my life that's really changed and empowered me a ton. All right. Let's do a little experiment here. Mark, are you ready?
Always.
All right. If you think back to the last situation that was argumentative, it could be with a friend, coworker. Actually, we don't argue at work.
I think we get along pretty well.
We jive well, the Trade Pro team. But if you think about the last argument, who won that argument? And it's probably a little unfair to ask you because you know the answer, the right one. But what would your average everyday, what would your friends say if they get an argument? What do they usually do?
They'll usually blame it on some sort of external factor. I wasn't able to do this because something didn't happen here, or I was expecting this to happen and it didn't, so I wasn't able to do this. And so it's more often than not, it's kind of pointing the finger at something external as opposed to kind of, taking accountability for it yourself.
Yeah, and that's beautiful. That's exactly what living at cause boils down to, right? I know that when you can't achieve something, we've been taught to find external factors to put the blame on. The problem with that is, we hear this in the business a lot, right? The right answer to that question is, if two people get in an argument, they're both responsible 100%. It's not 50-50, it's 100-100, because you're responsible for communication at 100%. And so, we see this in trading, and new people who start out, I used to hear more of it. Now we're working with very high level, high performing traders, so we hear less of it. But I hear, if I only had more money, I could get in this business. If I only had more time, it's easy for you because you do it full time.
Yeah.
But I didn't start out trading full time. I had to work and fight my way to this area. So if I only had more time, if my parents would let me do this, or if could, would, should, we hear all these statements. The problem with that is that you're putting blame on external factors. And at the end of the day, we are 100% responsible for every single thing we get, whether it's good or bad. If it's something that you don't want in your life, what we need to revisit is, how did you create that outcome? How are you responsible for having that? Because you did. If you don't think you did it logically, you unconsciously were a contributing factor. And what you have in life today is a direct result of the program you've created for yourself and the choices you made. And this is part of living at cause. And the reason we bring this up in episode 1 is because imagine how life is different now that you live at cause, right? If you're able to say, everything's my fault. And if you remove the word fault, everything is my responsibility. What does that do? It gives you power, right? It empowers you, because if you look at it that way, now you have the power to change. If you're blaming external factors, you're giving your power away to those external factors. You're living in effect of those things rather than living at cause for your own reality. It's very important as a trader, because I can tell you, traders who start out in effect, who don't shift to cause, have very little chance of doing this for the long term. And that's why it's so foundational important that we talk about this in the first episode.
Yeah, it's a great point that you bring up. And I think one of the, the biggest changes for me when I was introduced to living at cause versus effect, and that big change was the fact of control. When you're living at effect, when you're letting things, external factors, control your results, then you have no personal control over those. Like Georgie said, you're not able to change anything because you don't have control over that situation.
And how helpless is that? Who wants to feel like they can't change their reality?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Right. So one of the things that I can say is, one of the analogies is, let's say you point a finger at somebody. If you're pointing a finger at somebody, you've got, what is that, 4 fingers pointing back at yourself?
I like it. It's true.
Right? You know what I mean? And so every kind of fault that you would find on somebody, if you're pointing your finger towards them, you've got 3 or 4 other fingers pointing back at you. So who's really at fault? You know what I mean? And so once you can kind of take back control by shifting your living from effect into cause, now you can go ahead and actually work towards getting those results that you want, because now you're accountable to yourself and you have full control of what happens to you.
Absolutely. And, I practice this every single day because here's the reality of the situation. You're going to go through life. Everyone means well. I believe my philosophy is that everyone in life means well. And the actions that they create is just based on the model of their world. It's how they've created their reality. They could change it, but believe that they mean well. So whenever you get in situations of conflict, all right, in areas that you don't like, if you're in a job that you don't like, if you're hopefully not, but if you're around friends you don't like, family, what you really need to do is ask yourself this one question. Look around you, do a little audit, if you will, or a survey of what you have in your life, and ask yourself, do I want this or not? Create a little list on a piece of paper, see what you have with the situation you're in, and say, do I want this? And if the answer is no, say, how am I a cause for having this? Right? It's great. It might be something you don't like. You might be in a job that you're not satisfied with and you'd rather be trading. How am I a cause for this? And I can tell you that actually gets you to look at the problem with the ability to change. For me, when I said that to myself, I said, look, how am I a cause of being in this job that I'm not satisfied with? I'm a cause for it because I'm trying to provide safety for me, for my family, and I'm looking for safety. However, is this the only job in the world that provides me safety? Can I have safety in another way? And am I after safety or am I after opportunity? Because they're two different things. So when you're living a cause, you're really breaking down every single thing you own and you're answering the question, how am I a cause for this? And if you don't like it, how can I change this outcome? That's more important. Now we're shifting you from a victim mindset to an opportunity mindset where things blossom and grow. This is like the soil in which you could plant a seed and nourish a beautiful flower once you start thinking this way. So that's been, to me, living a cause has been a big shaping factor, not just trading related. I mean, how does it apply to trading? You lost some trades. You could blame your strategy. All right. You could blame the person you learned it from on YouTube for free in the comment section, whatever, however you came across the information, you could blame that, or you could say, how am I a cause for it? And how can I change this so I don't lose these trades? Blew out an account. You're using a strategy that doesn't work. All right. You're a cause for all of that. And it's a very empowering statement. And I invite you guys to shift to living a cause with, that's the whole goal of this episode. If you've really kind of been empowered by this and you feel motivated and you're like, heck yeah, I probably get you to not submit your resignation. Yeah. But you should feel excited. This is very empowering stuff. Because I'll tell you what, you guys have the ability to change your life in the best way, right? Whether it's through trading or whatever it is, once you change your psychology, you've already changed your life. Look at my family. We immigrated to Canada. We had nothing. I mean, I don't know if I've ever said this openly to anyone, but the first day we came to Canada was in 1993. We slept at the airport for 2 days because we didn't have nowhere to go. My dad came in for a better lifestyle for us. And, unfortunately, he wasn't able to find a job in his field, had to go to another field because it's a conundrum of, hey, I want to get a job. Where's your experience? Well, I need a job to get some experience. So you kind of fought in that cycle. And I look at those moments, and those moments to me are empowering, right? I was a cause for that. And I look at that as the clay to change myself. And what I'm telling you is this. If I could do it, you can too. I'm not special, right? I just really worked hard, and I continue to work hard, and I do what I love. And the second I'm in a situation that I don't love, how am I cause for it? And I change it. So that's what I challenge you guys to do. Live a cause, commit to it. What percentage of the time should you live a cause?
All the time. All the time. And I will add this. One of the things, George mentioned, and what we've been saying is the reason why it's so important to live at cause is if you think about it, if you're living at effect and you have a problem, for example, and you blame that problem on an external factor, you're not really opening up your mind to find the opportunities to change that, right? Whereas if you're living at cause now, if you're living at cause and you're saying, all right, how am I in effect of this? How am I at cause for this, rather? And now, instead of, pointing your finger at something else and closing off your mind, the fact that you're saying, how am I at cause for this, opens up your mind to start looking for, the opportunities or the solutions. Whereas if you're staying in effect, you're going to close off your mind to bringing in and attracting what you want, right? So I think that's something important to mention as well, is that living at cause has a psychological shift in the way that you think. And when you're looking for the opportunities in the, if you're looking for opportunities in the hard lessons, instead of, all right, I lost money today, trading is not for me, this always happens to me. If you're looking at it and approaching trading that kind of way versus, all right, I took a loss, how am I at cause for this? Where can I work? What can I work on in order to prevent things like this from happening? You're not going to be able to prevent all your losses, but what this does is kind of opens up your mind to find the opportunities to get you into the place where you need to be. Whereas if you just take the loss and you're saying, all right, I got a crappy strategy, that's not really going to do much for the performance.
Yeah, that's not productive. Like when you ask, how are you a cause for that? You take a bad day and you turn it into a learning day. Whereas if you're living in effect of something, you take a bad day and you turn it into a really bad day through emotionality. You give it life through giving it energy. So be a cause. I challenge you to do that. And I'll give you one question, which tends to change people's thinking and paradigms. You might be perceived rude in some social circles for asking this question. But let me tell you this. All right, I'd rather be real than try to present an image. And I ask people this openly and flatly whenever I hear a lot of these statements. They'll say, I really don't like this job. This sucks. You know what I asked them? I said, how are you a cause for that? And it'll get them to really think. You're not trying to reject somebody's statement. You're not trying to question their model of the world. All you're trying to ask them is, how are you a cause for that? It shifts their thinking, and you guys start to turn towards opportunities. That's a question I'll leave with you for today's episode. Ask yourself and others around you, how are you a cause for that? And you're going to turn things around and get the performance mindset and cultivate the mindset necessary for success in trading and, more importantly, in life. So I'd love to hear from you guys in this first episode. How did you like it? Do you have any questions? And are you now living a cause? Thank you so much for tuning in. Mark, it's a great first episode. I had fun.
Yeah, so did I. Really enjoying putting this together for you guys. And we've got a lot of exciting stuff coming out for you guys coming shortly. All right, so make sure to tune in into the next week. We got a really exciting episode on the functions of the subconscious mind. And until then, you guys, good luck and good trading.
Thank you guys. Take care and goodbye.
Take care.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome back to Mind Over Markets, a podcast hosted by myself, Mark Borscht,
and me, George Papazov,
from Trade Pro Academy. Welcome back, guys. If this is your first time listening, welcome. If this is your second time listening, welcome back. We're happy to have you guys on our show. And so what we talked about in the last episode was about the power of your subconscious mind. So if you guys didn't have a chance to sit in on that, just a quick summary. The subconscious mind basically processes 99.995% of information, which means that the logical part only processes 0.005% of that information. So what we said was your mind gets 2.3 million bits of information per second, and the logical mind will only process 126 bits of that. So what that means is that a majority of the information that you receive is either deleted, distorted, or generalized. And so we gave an example in the last episode that it would take you about 70 years to live only 331 days of reality. So to break that down a different way, to live around a year of actual reality, taking in 100% of your surroundings of 2.3 million bits, it would take you 70 full years to comprehend all of that. So I think that's something to get your minds going. And to start off this episode, now that you guys have shifted your living to being at cause instead of in being in effect, what we're going to focus on in this episode is to break down the layers of the subconscious mind so that we can then reprogram it to let us serve us. So what is the subconscious mind? What are its main functions? How can we reprogram it? And how can we use it to make us better traders and humans?
That's awesome, Mark. Let me ask you a question. When's the last time you've been on a trip, Marky?
It's probably been just under a year now.
Awesome. So, and for you listening as well, for those of you that are listening to this, let's do a little exercise here. So imagine on your next trip, you pack your bags, you get excited, you book all your accommodations, and you're ready to set off on this journey of memory formation. And you get to the airport, and you get to the gate, and the stewardess says, "Good morning, Captain," and ushers you in instead of to your seat to the cockpit. All right, so you're the pilot. You didn't know that. Here's the question. Would you be able to take off on that plane? Would you do it? Would you even attempt it? What would you need? If you were to theoretically do it now that you live at cause, what would you need? Right? Well, first, you would want to be a pilot. Pilots are the ones that operate airplanes. So if you decided that you had a desire to be a pilot, the next thing would be to research it. All right? Is this a good career choice for you? What other options do you have? You do become a pilot, what are you giving up? So you're making the conscious and subconscious decision that you want to get into this industry. So then what do? You go out and you pick an educational source like a school that'll teach you how to fly. And then you finally begin your training, right? You start practicing and training and practicing and getting feedback and improving, all right? Which includes programming the equipment, turning the knobs, and ultimately operating the aircraft. And finally, one day you graduate and you get to start out making $30,000 in a regional carrier as a pilot, right? So what we're saying here is you build up to a bigger position. You build up and work up to a bigger airplane. But if you first start out, if you're not expecting it and just get put in a cockpit, chances are it's not going to work out well for you. But how could you program yourself to be an optimal performance machine? What would it require in order for you to start in a new industry and thrive, especially in trading and any other industry? So this is the analogy I wanted to give you. You're going from vacation, but now you're the pilot. So when you're starting something new, how do you program yourself to accomplish your goals? How do you program and tweak the things you've already put into your mind to allow you to optimize your career choice and be successful at it ultimately? This is what we're going to talk about today's podcast. We're going to go through the 20 prime directives of your unconscious mind, which basically tell you how your subconscious mind operates. How does the back end of your brain process unknowingly to you, because your logic is turned off at this point, how does it process 99.995% of information without your awareness, right? What are its mission statements? What are the directives of it? So we're going to start out. We're going to read all these 20 to you. Don't worry about memorizing and understanding them all. You're going to understand in a moment why that's true. We're just going to read them out, and then at the end, we're going to unpack a few of them that we believe will help you the most in your trading journey. All right, so I'm going to get started. Prime directive of the unconscious mind, number 1. The subconscious mind preserves the body.
Prime directive of the subconscious mind, number 2. The subconscious mind runs the body. It has the blueprint of the body as it is now and of the body in perfect health.
It also stores memories.
The subconscious mind is the domain of the emotions.
It also organizes all memories you have.
The subconscious mind also represses memories with unresolved negative emotions.
And it represents repressed memories for resolution, to release the emotions and get the learnings from them.
The subconscious mind is also symbolic. It uses and responds to symbols, images, and stories.
And we'll unpack that one. Number 9, it takes everything personally, where perception is projection of the self.
The subconscious mind works on the principles of least effort, aka the path of least resistance.
And prime directive number 11, it does not process negatives. This is a very important one that we'll unpack also.
Prime directive number 12, the subconscious mind may keep repressed emotions repressed for your protection.
and it is a highly moral part of you. It is where your morality is taught, stored, and accepted.
Directive number 14. The subconscious mind enjoys serving. It needs clear orders to follow.
And it also controls and maintains all of your perceptions.
Directive number 16. The subconscious mind generates, stores, distributes, and transmits all energy.
17. It maintains instincts and generates habits.
Number 18. The subconscious mind needs repetition until a habit is installed. The quicker, the better.
19. It is programmed to continuously seek more and more.
And finally, directive number 20. The subconscious mind functions best as a whole integrated unit. It does not need parts to function.
Awesome. So that's the entire list. And if you didn't catch any of them, number one, you could always replay this. Number two, there will be in the show notes the complete list for your review. And remember, one of them was that the subconscious mind stores all information. So if you've heard it, you know it. You've got it. So let's go through now and unpack some of these key ones that we think will be able to actually have the greatest impact on your trading success. And in fact, they have the biggest impact on help you cultivate a mindset as a performance and a high performance thinker and individual. So let's start out with prime directive number 1. Because it's the first one, we're going to have to unbox it because it's super important. And number 1 was it preserves the body. So the number one goal of your subconscious or unconscious mind, by the way, I use those two terms interchangeably, and we will through the rest of this podcast. All right, this is the first and top goal because it maintains your safety, right? It preserves you, and whenever you're faced, this is what sets off the fight or flight response at the end of the day. If you've ever been in a situation where you suddenly feel fear, your cortisol elevates and you want to get out of that situation, that is the prime directive number 1. Whatever it needs to do, it will do to preserve you and your existence and your safety. Here's the problem, though, with this directive is that because the preservation of your body includes avoiding risk, if you program yourself that trading is risky in the way that it's detrimental to your health, all right, you're automatically programming failure of trading to the back of your unconscious mind. You're creating a program where it's going to do whatever is possible to make you fail at trading so you're safe. Why? Because you've told it that trading is not safe. All right, we'll talk more about this in the next lesson and how we elicit values and how we deal with safety as a top value. How does a trader who has safety as their top value do this successfully? Because those are the ones that tend to struggle or to have a little bit more of a challenge at the beginning. And one of the big ways here is to deal with and accept the risk of the trading industry, understanding that the risk is not detrimental to your health. Because when you feel that it's detrimental, the number 1 subconscious prime directive will kick in, and that will have negative results to your trading, but positive results to your overall belief system, the core belief that you need to be safe.
Awesome. So just a quick little example with regards to preserving the body. If you've ever been in a trade, you've taken a trade, and going into taking that trade, you thought, man, I really hope this thing doesn't stop me out. And then you get executed on the trade, and guess what happens? It stops you out, right? That's what you think is what you're attracting, right? And that kind of brings us into the next point here. The other directive of the subconscious mind that is very important as it relates to trading is that the subconscious mind is symbolic. Like we said, it uses and responds to symbols. It sees images, symbols, and stories. So if you want a certain or a particular type of result, you have to paint that picture in your mind's eye first before you're able to actually achieve it. All right. And so what the subconscious mind will do is it'll paint a picture with all of the information, and what you have to do in order to get towards what you want is to reinforce your subconscious mind with positive visuals. All right. So instead of focusing on what you don't want, you can focus on what you actually do want. And let's say one of the reasons why you're trading is you want to have, you want to buy a nice family compound, to pass on the wealth towards your family, and having an image of, let's say, the cottage or the estate that you want in the future, having a visualization of that and what it would feel like to actually own that property, what it would feel like to open the door to that property, what would the doorknob feel like? Once you can program these things into your minds and you can start providing the subconscious mind with the visuals required to achieve that, that's exactly how you're going to get or work towards getting what you want. So some of the things that you can do are you can meditate on a perfect day before you actually start the trading session. You can meditate and visualize on what a great day would look like. Meditate and visualize on what a winning day would look like. How would that feel? What would the situation be like? What's the weather like on that kind of a particular day? What do you feel like once you close out your station for that day? How does everything feel? Once you can get those kinds of images in your head, that's when you're going to use the power of the subconscious mind to start attracting towards what you want. Another good example is an altered account statement. And this is something that I've done personally, and I continue to do so. So one of the things, as we mentioned, is your mind needs those images. So for example, the altered account statement. Let's say you have an account, you started an account with $10,000, and let's say your end goal is you want to grow that account to 100 million. All right. One of the things that you can do to kind of program that image into your mind is to go ahead, jump on Photoshop and alter that $10,000 cash balance, make it 100 million, make it 200 million, whatever number pleases you, whatever number you're looking to get towards, put that number on the statement. And before you start the session, look at that number, visualize that number as if it was actual reality. What would you do with that money? All right. What would it feel like having that money in your account? How would you spread the wealth? Would you donate? Would you keep it all for yourself? These are the questions that you have to ask yourself in order to start attracting these types of results into your actual life.
That's amazing, Mark. And I love that you mentioned the altered account statement, because I know that some of you listening to the podcast are probably going to say, isn't that just faking it?
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I wrote that down. I thought about Martha Stewart and her saying, fake it till you make it. Well, here's the thing, though. If at some point in your life, let's say a year from now, year and a half, you are a successful trader, you are making money consistently and living the kind of life you want, then doesn't that technically mean you're a version of that person now, the kind of person that you're going to become? So you're not really faking it till you're making it. You're actually giving yourself imagery, symbology, and positive things to reinforce you, to keep you motivated, to keep you on course. It's like a GPS. So using altered account statements and any kind of positive visuals that motivate you, and there's no right or wrong thing you could use. It's a vacation that you're going to take when you're successful. Put images of that. Whatever it is, surround yourself in your environment with things that are symbolic of your success and where you're trying to go.
Awesome. So one of the key directives of the subconscious mind that we think affects trading and performance in trading is that the subconscious mind takes everything personally. All right. Perception is a projection, which is very important. So any perception, judgment, or opinion that you have of others is ultimately a reflection or an inner reflection of the self, right? And this one can be used in trading, but it can also be applied towards, personal change. And this was one of the big ones for me once I learned that the subconscious mind, that perception is projection. This changed my life personally, because I used to be one of the people that got upset when I heard somebody say something negative about me, or something like this or like that. And nowadays, now that I understand what people are thinking when they're making these kinds of statements, it's just a reflection of their inner self, right? So if somebody says, you're a bad trader, or you don't know what you're doing in this market, anything like that, you're able to understand where they're coming from, because like I said, projection or perception is projection. So if someone is telling you that, you're a bad trader, it's not something that can be taken personally. It's very important to understand where they're coming from and to keep focused on your own goals. George, would you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I dealt with this one in a big way when I was leaving my job, my full-time job to trade. A lot of the opinion that I received was, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to give up the safety of a paycheck? You make six figures now, and you're young, you could become a VP, SVP, and I thought about that, and you have to remember this, that when people voice an opinion, they're just sharing their model of the world. All they're telling you is something about how they process the 128 bits themselves. So when somebody gives you an opinion, number one, you have the ability to reject it. I have physically said to people, I reject that belief. And it catches them a little bit off guard. But more importantly, remember this. When people give you some kind of opinion or projection, that's what they perceive of themselves. And what I try to do is I look at it and say, look, what is the purpose of the statement they're trying to make? And it boiled it down to this. Look, these people actually care about me because they're trying to give me positive advice that fits within their motto of the world. So even though the statement's something that isn't encouraging, it is coming from a good place. And so this one to me was very big, realizing that what people say, opinions that you hear, they're not a reflection directly of what people think. It's what they think about themselves. So what they're telling you is what's important to them. And that's an important thing for you to know for communication. So I love that one because when I was leaving my job, I know I heard a lot of that, the naysayers. And it's not like these naysayers now are coming back and not talking to me. They're saying congratulations. It's the same people that are happy for me. But at the time, they're just communicating it differently. So remember this. Everything somebody tells you is a projection inward of what they feel about themselves. So that brings us to the 11th one. All right. So this is a big one for me. Prime Directive number 11. You guys remember it? I'll remind you. It says, does not process negatives. Okay. This is very interesting. Let's do a little example. Don't close your eyes if you're driving, but just visualize in your mind's eye what I'm about to say. All right. Don't think of a blue tree. 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 There's no way you're not thinking of a blue tree, even though I told you not to. Right? I said don't, and I said think of a blue tree, because what the subconscious mind actually does is it strips away negatives. Right? Think about why that is. Let's take this down to a primal factor. Going back to about 1,000 years ago, more 2,000. You're in the cave. All right. You've just gone hunting and you're, I don't know, cooking up some whale blubber, whatever it is, and a bear comes at the entrance to the cave. Are you thinking, don't be afraid, don't be afraid? Or are you thinking, run, damn it, run, right? You're thinking run because instead of thinking about what you don't want to do, your mind is bringing you to the thing that you need to do so you can get away from the danger. Because remember, number one, preserves your safety. And so it's the same thing for anything, ironically enough. So when you're thinking about don't lose this trade, what you're really telling your mind is to lose this trade. And every single statement that you make, the subconscious mind hears and processes because it's an order taker. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But telling yourself that you're not going to do something is the quickest way to do that something. So remove the don't and start to think about what is required. Instead of saying don't lose a trade, how about you say wait patiently until you find a good trade? And if you do that, are you not losing a trade, right? Not only are you not losing a trade, you're making money in the right opportunity. This is a very big one. If you remove negatives from your language patterns, all right, it really gives you the set of tools to empower you to create change, to create a new reality for yourself, right? Because look at this. Notice the people who are always telling you what they don't want are the people who have exactly those things that they don't want, right? They're creating the reality that they're programming themselves. Because no matter if you think, there's a famous quote, and I have to put this in the show notes who it's by. You might know it, Mark. It says, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. And I mean, that's
Isn't that Henry Ford?
That is Henry Ford. That's
I
right.
think so. I think that's a Henry Ford quote.
Beautiful quote. Goes right in line with this.
Yeah, I like it. So kind of in line with what George was mentioning there, that the subconscious mind does not process negatives. I can give you a perfect example of this. And this has something to do with putting notes on your actual trading screen on your monitor. And you got to be very careful about the words that you actually choose to put on that screen in front of you. Because like Georgie said, we've got to be protective of our subconscious mind and of the things that we think about. We want to enforce positivity. All right. And so this example is that I had one of the strategies I was doing was a pullback strategy. And I had written on this little note, do not trade the first pullback in a dropping market. All right. So that was the first strategy that I had.
And what were you doing?
And I was buying the first pullback in every single rip, or every single dump rather. And I didn't really know why that was happening. And it wasn't until I kind of sat with George, and George stripped off that note from my screen and put on a new one. And we rephrased it, going from do not trade the first pullback to wait patiently for your setup to form.
Can I just tell you when I decided that? I remember we were having that trading day, and I was peeking over at you a couple of times throughout the day because we sit beside each other here on the trading floor. I looked at those, and I'm like, at some point today, these are going to be removed. I don't know if it's going to be on your washer break or at the end of the day, but I'm like, these are gone. They're not serving either of us. Because, while they were on your monitors, Marky, and you were exposed to them directly, I was too. Like from from a peripheral vision, and so was everyone else. So I figured it's time to do something about it. So keep going, my bad.
And so that's what we did. And so now instead of having, negatively phrased words on the trade station, what I do now is everything's focused on what I'm trying to work towards, right? So if you want to say do not chase, instead of having a note saying do not chase, do not chase, what you can replace that with is apply patience. Something like that, where you're rephrasing what you're trying to do to a positive outlook. That way you're attracting what you want, right? If you write in there, do not chase, guess what's going to happen? You're likely going to chase. Whereas if you put up, I'm going to apply patience for my setups, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start applying more patience towards your setups.
And that's 100% dead on. So rephrase your motivations to be in a towards pattern. Put your intentions in a way that inspire you to move towards something and not running away from something. And don'ts are really what you want to avoid. And I think you're good enough and you deserve everything that you crave and desire in this world. All right? We're abundant human beings. You deserve it enough to think about it rather than thinking about what you don't want. All right? So that's prime directive number 11. And it actually ties into prime directive number 14. Okay? The subconscious mind enjoys serving and it needs clear orders to follow. And this is super important because, when you think to yourself, hey, why does it matter? I'm just making a statement, right? You're just saying, why does it matter if I want to say don't lose money? If that means something to me, let me say it. And I understand that, but remember this, that every single thought that you have, every single word that you use, thoughts are actually more potent instructions than our words. And nonetheless, words are important. So any single thought, word, action that you take is a direct order to your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind loves serving. If it was busy questioning the inputs you give it, it couldn't process 2.299 million bits. It just wouldn't have that ability. So it needs to serve. So while it's doing the heavy lifting for you in the back of the mind, the subconscious, it's processing a lot of information, but it's processing it in a way that's consistent with what you're telling it. All right? So in trading, how does this apply? Well, you need to have a strategy to execute. All right? I can't tell you how many traders I could ask, why did you do that trade, and have no idea. It looked good at the time. Well, what does your strategy say? Why does it matter? I didn't follow my strategy today. Right? So have a strategy to execute. Have a process of how you're going to manage your trades. Have a process of how you're going to manage your risk. Have a process of how you're going to manage your emotions. Because if you don't have a process, if you don't have a plan, all right, you're planning to fail. Failure to plan means you're planning to fail. And so you need to record the process because whether you like it or not, everything you do creates an order, a direct order to your subconscious mind. And whether you feed it good intentions or not, it's going to serve you and get the outcomes that you speak to it. All right, so for me, that's a super important one. And it's one of the most important directives for me, other than number one.
I will say this with regards to how the subconscious mind enjoys serving, and this kind of also lays into what we mentioned with regards to not processing negatives and taking everything personally, is in my opinion, one of the two most important words in English vocabulary is I am, right? Whatever follows I am.
I love this.
Right? Whatever follows I am is what you're instructing or what you're ordering your subconscious mind to do, right? So if you ever go out there and you're saying you have, a bad day as a trader, it happens to everybody, right? If you have a bad day and you say, man, I'm such a bad trader, little things like that, as Georgie mentioned, you have to be very, very thoughtful of the words that you say and the things that you think, because if you think whatever you put after I am, whatever instructions you're giving your subconscious mind, that's what you're going to get, right? So I challenge you guys rather going forward, if there's something that you want, is to use I am and use that in a positive tone. All right. I don't want you guys to be saying anything in a negative connotation and using the words I am this. All right. As long as you guys can rephrase what you're saying, you're going to have your subconscious mind serve you towards the orders that you want to get the reality that you're looking for. All right. I think that's an important point to hit on.
That's actually a fantastic point, because if you boil it down to one sentence, your subconscious mind is an order taker. And whatever orders you give it, it will receive. I am is a direct command for an order to happen. I am are words of creation. I don't think people realize this as much, that whatever you say after I am manifests into reality. So it's your choice what you are. Just be very careful what you put after the words I am, because not only could you convince yourself of something that's not true, you will create it. Those are direct words for creation. So challenge of this podcast is only use I am when it begins a positive sentence, right?
Exactly.
And I am serious about that. So let's move on to the next one. Number 17. What is number 17, Marky?
Number 17, the directive is that the subconscious mind maintains instincts and generates habits. So why is this important as it relates to trading? Well, if you're practicing the wrong approach, then you're forming or generating that habit. All right. So how you start in this industry dictates how you end up in this industry. All right. So what that means is that you need to have a systematic approach towards learning, because no matter what you're going to be doing, you're going to be creating habits on the back of that. So you're going to be wanting to generate positive habits, right? And so through everything that we're going through here, using the positive words, not using the negative words, only focusing on the positive outlooks, positive outcomes, providing, the right symbology, the right imagery to the subconscious mind to give you what you want.
So here's a question for you, Mark, on that point. This is a really good question. So you played hockey before, right?
I've dabbled.
Yeah, you're actually a very good hockey player, if I might say.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So did you ever in your career, when you were practicing hockey, did you guys ever practice missing the net?
Did we ever practice missing the net?
Yeah. Like ever?
Not directly missing the net.
Not for tip-ins, but just to get in the slot, get in a prime scoring position, just so you can miss the net. You ever practice that?
Never practiced directly missing the net.
Perfect. So why? Because that's not what you want to do. What you do want to do is you want to hit the net with your shot. And so that's why we practice hitting the net. You will not see a professional athlete practicing how to fail or miss, because they're trying to write a pattern of winning and success. And so as trivial as that might sound, that's exactly what we're doing in trading. And so no matter what you do, you're creating a habit. So ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you losing a trade and then saying, oh, this is a terrible trade. This was a trade that shouldn't have happened because it's not part of my plan. I'll never do this again. And then the next trade, you do the same thing and you lose it. So even though consciously you're saying, this is not part of my plan, you are saying, remember, does not process negatives. You're saying, this is part of my plan. What is your plan? Losing. And the more you continue to act against the intention of your plan, the more you're building the habit of loss and the behavior and the executable program that you want the outcome of loss. Because number one, you're saying, this is not what I want to do. Strip the knot. You're saying, this is what I want to do. What is it that you want to do? Keep losing a trade even though you're telling yourself you should. That builds a very dangerous habit. And like all things, once you build a habit, it's hard to break that habit. It's harder to break the habit than to have built it the right way the first time around. This is why I'm chewing a Nicorette gum in between podcasts.
That's true. Well, you know what? Now that Georgie did bring up that question, I actually did get trained on how to shoot, and the fact that you brought that up brought me back to my shooting coach, who always said, whenever we did shooting drills, he always said, aim at the inside of the post.
Beautiful.
That was the habit. Our habit was, no matter what shots you take, you always want to aim for the inside of the post, right? Worst case that can happen, it'll hit the post, but it can offer an opportunity for one of your teammates to score from the slot. You know what I mean? So that's how we were building those habits. And
I'm going to try that. That's a really good.
Even still to this day, whenever I shoot, when I'm playing hockey, it's a subconscious habit. I don't even think about it. I'm always aiming for the inside of the post. And I think that drives this point, that the subconscious mind maintains those instincts and generates those habits. And I learned that, it was probably in the mid 2000s, and it's 2019 as of this recording. And I still use that exact same habit that I learned over 10 years ago.
Because of the repetition.
Because of the repetition,
right?
Exactly.
And not only are you aiming for a net, you're aiming for like an inch wide, or maybe a little bit more than an inch pipe.
Yeah.
That's how concentrated that intention is. That's amazing. That's a great coach you must have. You should get him on the episode, talk about performance. That's great. So let's get on to the next one. Number 18, and this one we kind of touched on it already. Number 18 of the prime directives is that it needs repetition until a habit is installed. Preferably, the quicker the better. Why is it important for your subconscious mind to learn habits quickly? Why does it need repetition? Obviously, you're training it to do that habit, but why does it want to do it quicker? Just think about this. Everything that you could think of as a human today in this world, everything's so easy. It's at our fingertips. We have food delivered right here while we're doing the podcast. Uber Eats will come into our office store and drop it off the door. It's this. Back in the day, it wasn't ordering Uber Eats, the habit was survival. So the quicker you could learn a habit, the quicker you'd be safe. And why is safety important? Number one, directive of the subconscious
Always
mind.
brings back to the first directive.
All roads lead to number one, that preserves your body. All right, so understand this. No matter what it is you're doing, you're training yourself to continue doing it, whether you like it or not. I think this is the big takeaway from this podcast. So ask yourself, are the habits you're generating serving you? Are they helping you? Even if they're unintentional habits, you're the one responsible. You now live at cause. You are creating these habits. You're installing these habits. That means that all of your actions, every single thing you do, you say, you think, in repetition, creates a habit. And now that you're a cause for those habits. The beautiful part here is we could change them, right? If we have the right instructions, if we have the right patterns, we could start to write the right habits. See that wordplay there? Write the right habits. And
Must have been a poet at some time.
my past life, maybe. And so that's why it's important. The quicker, the better. So when you're in there goofing off, that's why when we have traders and sim accounts saying, oh, well, I usually I'm going to start trading 2 contracts on the futures. All right. Or I'm going to only buy 50 shares. And then they show me their sim trading statement or account and they're long 5,000 shares. What are you doing? Whether you're in sim mode and goofing off or not, your unconscious mind doesn't know any different. You're writing a pattern. And so that creates some very dangerous things. So remember, everything you're doing is a form of habit formation and program installation. Ask yourself, what are you doing and is it serving you? And if not, let's work on it.
Yeah, I think Georgie drives on a great point, especially the example that he used with regards to the demo trading. And I know that we see this quite often, and this is one of the things that really affects the traders' psychology and their mindset, especially when they're newer traders and they don't really have much experience in the live environment. What we tend to see is, traders will go around in demo and they'll take a bunch of trades that they wouldn't normally take, and then once they switch back to live, they're not taking any trades. And why do you think that is? It's because the habits that they've programmed do not align with what their goal is at the end of the day, right? And so it always comes back to directive number one. In demo, when there's no actual live capital on, at risk in the markets, you're gonna take a bunch of trades that you wouldn't normally take when it's live. However, when it shifts to live, guess what? You don't want to take those trades anymore. Why not? Because of security, right? Now, because you've installed this habit where you don't really care what you're doing because there's nothing tied to it emotionally. Now, when you jump into live, you do have capital that's at stake, and that's where the emotions come out. So, like Georgie said, it's important to instill the right behaviors. So even in demo, guys, everything that you guys are doing, your subconscious mind listens. So one of the things that I ask of you guys is, if you guys are on the newer end of your journey and you guys are going into the part of your journey where you're starting to simulate a trading strategy, whatever that may be, is to only focus on repeating the behaviors and the habits that are going to get you to where you want to get to. If you're going to be messing around in demo, that's exactly what you are installing as a habit. So when you go live and you don't get the results that you had in demo, it shouldn't really come as a surprise. All right?
Like, I'm going to give you guys a real world example here, and I need Mark's permission for this story. So if you hear this, if this makes it on the podcast, he's okay. He's gave us a blessing. I remember we were doing a workshop. We do workshops with a lot of our members in person to get some hands-on training. It's a proprietary trading style environment. And 1 week before the workshop, we were practicing the same exercises that we were going to give these people at the workshop. And one of the exercises was, let's try to lose as much money as possible. The intention of this exercise was to show that even when you try to lose money, all right, you're not as great at losing money as you think. It still takes some skill to be consistent at anything, whether it's winning or losing. And so we tried this exercise, and Mark, myself, and Victoria tried it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, but you had a really great stretch of trading coming into it. You had a really bad week coming out of it. And, you know, I feel bad, and I don't think it's coincidence. And I'm never going to do that exercise with anyone again.
Yeah, that's actually very true, and that was one of the reasons why we decided to can that trading drill for the actual boot camp.
Yeah, that didn't happen during the boot camp because we're habit installation, and I know that it's funny, but this is coming from a person that knows the stuff at NLP, yet that still sort of slipped through the crack. This is why it's so important to constantly review, work on yourself, and continue to improve, and that's super important. Let's move on now to the very last one that we're going to discuss the episode, and then we'll wrap it up. Number 20, all right? This one, want to read out? Go ahead.
Sure. Number 20, the subconscious mind functions the best as a whole integrated unit, does not need parts to function.
All right, so I could expand this one on, and I'm sure you could have some stuff to add as well here, Mark. This is important. If you're ever thinking in this journey of trading, or anything you're trying to do, it doesn't have to be trading. If you ever thought to yourself, part of me thinks this is a great job because of its benefits. Like trading is a fantastic job when you do it successfully. You get your own schedule, make as much money as you'd like, work the hours you want, spend time with your family, travel.
Low overhead.
The overhead is nothing. No employees, no HR, no staff, nothing. All right? It's a very pure, clean money-making business. So great. Part of me wants to do this because of benefits, but part of me is afraid to do it. If you're ever thinking like that in any aspect of life, it's going to be very hard for you to succeed if you have two different parts. And the reason being is they're competing priorities. And guess what your subconscious mind is going to do? It's going to do that which preserves your body and serves you and your safety. And so it's going to listen to the part that's more safe and take on and embody its characteristics and get you those results. So what you need to do is, if you have conflict, all right, conflict needs to be resolved. You need to integrate it. I'll give you a strategy on how to do that, all right? Think about this. If the risk that you're so afraid of taking, all right, so you're afraid, part of you is afraid to risk money and take on this industry, and part of you is excited for it. If the risk that you take on is actually managed and small, it's strategic, it's part of a plan, you're executing with discipline, is it not worth the benefits? Is there not risk in working a 9-to-5 job? Only to be mid-50s? I remember my colleagues, mid-50 years old, they got walked off the job. And I'm sitting there looking at that, I'm like, damn. The reason that's not me is because I'm younger and I have more time. And I'm like, but that doesn't mean that it can't be me one day. I'm sure at one point they thought it wouldn't be them either. And, isn't that a risk? So if you can manage your risk and you know the risk, isn't that better than assuming risk you don't know? And therefore, isn't it worth the benefits? All right? So it's not the risk that you're fearing. It's taking a big and scary risk. And you don't have to do that. That's the good news. If you trade carefully in the right way, you don't have to take a big, massive risk, because that's not how we do it if you learn the right way. So therefore, part of you wants to be successful and part of you wants to manage risk. Great. That's what you're going to have to do to succeed anyways. You got to integrate those two realities. Otherwise, to get to your goals is going to be a challenge. You want to have wholeness, right? Parts don't serve you, and it creates conflict. I'm going to tell you this, very controversial statement, and I'm going to go out and give it to you in full, but I'll tell you this. You research online, conflict is the root cause of a lot of health issues. I'm not about to ruffle any feathers here. We'll leave it there. All right? Anything to add to that, Mark?
I would just agree with the part about having...
Oh, wait a minute. You're introducing a part. You said the part of... that's a joke.
I'll see what you're doing there. So kind of what I wanted to point on is just exactly what Georgia just mentioned, is the fact that it needs to be a whole integrated unit. And really, until you can bring the two halves together and lead it towards what you want to achieve, you're going to be battling internally between, like Georgie said, the part of you that's afraid of the risk and the part of you that sees the opportunity in what you're trying to do. And really, until you can get to a point where you've integrated those two to align towards what you want at the end of the day. That's going to be an internal battle that you're going to be fighting, that you're not even going to know that you're going to be fighting, because it's all done in the subconscious mind. All right. And that's one of the reasons why this episode in particular is very important as far as your development towards high performance mindset and high performance trading, is because not very many people know this stuff. I know when this was introduced to me, what we learned in the previous episode and what we're discussing in today's episode, not very many people know this. And it's until you understand how your subconscious mind works, until you understand that, you can't really do anything towards programming it to align it towards what you want to do at the end of the day. So I think this directive, outside of number one, is probably one of the most important directives of the subconscious mind.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. I think wholeness is overlooked. I think that in business and in success, we talk a lot about conflict being necessary. I mean, while you're going to experience conflict, I think that the part that is necessary is to integrate it and to resolve it. Conflict creates a lot of problems. And look at this, especially if you're having conflict about trading and risk is something that scares you. All right. I mean, what are you really risking? At the end of the day, you are, and me and anyone else around us, we have the most safety we had for 1,000 years. You want to know risk? Imagine having to wake up and go hunting. If you didn't get nothing, you're eating salad. If you don't eat nothing for 7 days, you die. And then chances are you're going to die before you're 30 anyways, because that was the lifespan. That's risk. All right, and this is a great story I'm going to share with you before I pass it off. All right, in the year 1519, Hernan Cortez, which I'm sure I'm probably mispronounced, you guys correct me, arrived in the New World with 600 men, and upon arrival made history by destroying his ships and sent a clear message to the men that arrived at the dock. There's no turning back.
I think one thing Georgie missed in that one was the size of the defense that his army was going against. And I believe it was something like he came in with 600 men and they were outnumbered by, say, 10,000 or something like that. And the reason this guy burned the ships was because anything else, if he didn't do that, his soldiers wouldn't have stood and fought. You know, they'd be, we're up against 10,000 people. There's 600 of us. The numbers don't make sense. Let's just jump onto the ships and go back home. No. What he did was he burned the ships, giving them no alternative other than to stay and to fight.
And that's great because he pushed them outside of their comfort zone. We don't have to be that dramatic, thankfully, and risk our safety. But if you're a soldier with a ship at the dock, you have two parts of you. Part of you wants to go in and fight. Part of you wants to get back on that ship and sail away to safety. Guess what? That part of you is now gone.
Yeah.
The ship's on fire. You have no choice. So it was forced to integrate the wholeness. In today's world, we have so much safety and the ability to integrate and really live life way beyond their dreams. And in today's world, we have the opportunity to be successful on our own terms, which is much more than other people that have had in the past. So I really think, this one's super important. And I know we've kind of expanded on it a lot. I feel passionately about this one. I believe in the wholeness and seeking your purpose and living it. And if trading is something you enjoy, go for it. If it's not, and you want to use this knowledge to be the best athlete, whatever it is, burn the ship and be the best damn version that you can be, because you owe it to yourself and the world deserves to see you at your best.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I'll just provide one example of, my own personal life story as it relates to directive number 20. And this story is with regards to my resigning from the full-time job and deciding to do this trading thing as a full-time career. And I remember the conversation I originally had with George, and this was on the way to the hockey arena. And we were mentioning, I was telling George, I'm doing well enough with my trading at the time. And I said, I can probably get this in 2 to 3 years. I can probably resign and, start this trading career and do this full time. And George asked me some questions that I never really thought about. And he had me think about what I was the most afraid of if I had to quit today or tomorrow. And that's not really something that I thought about, right? Because a lot of people are scared to take that risk, but they never really think about how big that risk can be and what it would look like at the end of the day. And I kind of went home that day and I thought about it and what were the risks? What was keeping me from doing it today instead of 2 to 3 years out like I had originally planned? And in doing that review and actually thinking about it, I wasn't able to come up with a viable answer as to why I shouldn't do it now as opposed to 2 to 3 years ahead. You know what I mean? And so as a result of that conversation, within 2 weeks of that conversation, I had resigned and I had decided to do this full time. And it wasn't because of anything crazy coming in. It was because my two parts combined. Right? The thing that I was most afraid of was leaving before I thought I was ready. And the thing that was driving me towards leaving was the opportunity of what a full-time career in this could present. Right? And at the end of the day, I aligned the two together. And here we are now, about a year later, doing this podcast with you guys as a full-time, trader. So I think that story in itself is a pretty good one to help you guys understand the fact that the subconscious mind is there to work for you, not against you. It's just important to understand first how it actually functions so that you can then go ahead and program it so that it'll work in your favor, not as a disadvantage towards where you're trying to get to.
I love it. Sounds like the only right time is right now.
Exactly.
And that doesn't mean you should drive to the office right now and tender your resignation. But what that does mean is that right now you can do something to progress your way forward towards your goal. There's no better time than now. So we'll leave it off there. In this episode, we talked to you guys about how the mind works, the prime directives, the subconscious mind. And what you really should have gotten from this is how your mind executes the programming that you've input into it. All right, we've learned how to communicate better, how to avoid negative connotations and reframe our thinking towards positivity. All right, you've learned how your unconscious mind works. You have the manual. Now it's just a matter of focusing and putting intention behind it so you can change it on a daily basis. Here's a challenge I have for you. It's called the Habit Challenge. Write every single habit that you execute, knowingly or unknowingly on a daily basis, and just put a simple column beside it. Does it serve you? Yes or no? Do you want to continue it? Yes or no? And that's a super important step towards change. All right, in the next episode, we're going to talk about how you could change these programs. And we're going to elicit some of your values and talk about what values mean for your trading career and a performance mindset overall. All right. And at the end of the day, we're going to move you forward towards your ultimate goal, becoming a high performance machine. How to hit the inside of those posts, if you will. All right. So that's all I have for today. You guys have yourself a wonderful day. Thank you for tuning in. This is George, Trade Pro Academy. Over and out.
Awesome, guys. This is Mark from Trade Pro Academy. Over and out. What I do want to say just before we sign off is that at this point of the podcast, if you guys have listened to this point, and if you've had a chance to hit the first episode, and you guys are still with us here in episode number 2, you guys have done more psychology work than I'd say 80 to 90% of retail traders out there. Nobody focuses on this stuff until it's too late. And by focusing on this before starting the journey or in the midst of the journey, this is really going to help put you guys in the driver's seat towards a high performance mindset and getting those results that you want. So again, thank you guys so much for listening. This is Mark.
And it's only episode 2. Imagine what we have coming. And this is George. Take care and have a great rest of your day.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome back to our podcast here, Mind Over Markets. In the previous episode, we spoke on the prime directives of the subconscious mind, and we gave you guys a key couple of points on how the programming is executed by the subconscious mind. What's going on throughout the day where your subconscious mind is basically executing on behalf of your logical mind as well. So that kind of leads us into the topic of today's show, which is eliciting your values. Now, before we get into eliciting your values, we first got to discuss what values are. So I'm going to give this one over to my co-host, Georgie, and we'll discuss what are values, and then we'll teach you guys how to elicit them.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark. Hello, trade pros. Really excited for this episode here for you. This one's near and dear to my heart. I love values because values really dictate what you're about to achieve. So what does the word value mean to you? You know, we're traditionally conditioned to think about value in terms of a money relationship. But values are really beliefs, all right? And they're beliefs that guide your attitudes, behaviors, and ultimately your actions. Every single action, every behavior, every thought you have leads, or is led rather, dictated by a value. It serves the purpose of aligning with your value. So when we sometimes have behaviors that we do that feel wrong to us, have you ever had something happen, Mark? We say, that felt wrong. You did something like I feel wrong doing it.
Yeah, kind of like a gut feeling after you do it. It's just like, I don't know. Something just feels off.
Well, when you get that feeling, though, in comparison to what, right? It feels off in comparison to what? Have you ever wondered that?
Now I do.
Well, and that's good, because when you feel like you've done something that's a gut instinct saying, it's the wrong thing to do, how do you know it's the wrong thing to do? Well, it's being aligned and compared to and driven by your values. So if you're doing something that's not in line with your values, it's going to feel like you did the wrong thing. Here's the fascinating part about values. The values are set in human beings from the age of 0 to 7 years old. From the moment you were born to the moment you turn 7 years old. On average, you might be different, we all are, but give or take a few months, all right, we have formed our values. And so this means that from the moment we turn 7, our value system is written, and now we're executing actions on behalf of these values. For how long after 7? When do you think they change? Teenagers, in your 20s, 30s, 40s? Never. Your values never change until two things happen. You die, or you decide to change them. And that's the fascinating part. When I learned that, it damn near blew my mind. I immediately thought, what? I'm like, well, what did I learn up to age 7? Because it's very important, all right? And so it's a very important concept.
It's almost like train tracks, if you will. Imagine train tracks, and you're on the same train tracks. The train tracks are built between 0 to 7 years old, and you're going to stay on those train tracks, like George said, until you either die or you change the track, right? So imagine your values from 0 to 7. That's what you continue, that's what you carry on with the whole time on that track, unless one of two things happens. You die or you change them.
Yeah, so I love that analogy. It's like a train. You're sitting at the station, and 7-year-old you boards the train, and you wave, and goodbye. You're on the tracks. You're moving towards that direction. So values are very important. But where do we get our values from? We know why they're important, because they dictate how our programming will be executed, right? Values really guide how our subconscious mind processes 99.995% information. Right? Because in the last episode, in the Prime Directives, we told you how the subconscious works. But how does it make these decisions so quickly? What is the programming that's been fed into it? That's all based on your value system. That's why it's that important. And no values are right or wrong. They just are. Some values come with certain strengths and limitations. Other values are the same. All right. There are no right or wrong values. No one person's values are better than someone else's. My values aren't better than Mark's. Mark's aren't better than mine. And the same with you and I and Mark and anyone else. They're just unique to us. The important part to realize, I think what Mark mentioned there, is you're on the train tracks and you're headed to that destination unless you decide to change. How do you decide to change? You have to live at cause. And now we're seeing how this stuff builds onto everything. Decide to live at cause, and you're responsible for shifting from one track to another. So what are some sources, do you think, of where you've picked up your values along the way?
Now, before you guys answer that question, I want you to think about it. What sources formed your values? But before that, think about how many of you know your actual personal values. I'll give you another second here. How many of you guys know your actual personal values? If not, if you work a 9 to 5, do you by chance know the values of the company that you work for? Why do you think that might be the case? What would you describe a typical onboarding in a new company? What's one of the first things that you often receive? Let's say you get a job at Microsoft. It's your first day in the office. What are you going to get?
Corporate culture?
Yeah, you're likely going to get a big binder full of pages on the corporate culture. You're going to see the mission statement, the company values, how the company wants to operate, some of the rules and fun stuff like that. But the most important things that a company shows you that they want you to embody is the company values and the mission statement. All right, and there's a reason for that. It's because if you don't have values to guide you, how do you know where you're supposed to go? And that's the same thing with life, and both personal life and in trading life as well. You need to have a set of values to align towards what you want to get done in life.
And I absolutely love that you mentioned that, Mark, because The reason we receive corporate values is because the corporation is setting through this process expectations, right? It's expectations on how you're supposed to act, right? What kind of decisions you're going to make, ultimately what behaviors you're going to use to drive the performance they're expecting out of you. And when it comes down to your performance appraisal, it's how did you execute on the values that were set forward in the corporation. But isn't that interesting that we know our corporate values of the company we work for, and most of us, I'm willing to bet, don't know our personal values, right? So ask yourself, who is your unconscious mind working for? Because one of the most dangerous things you can do in life is to accept the value as your own, because you assume the identity under which that value is true. And we're going to look and take a deeper dive into that afterwards. And, that to me is mind-blowing. And if that's got your gears turning, that's why you're on the Mind Over Markets podcast. We're going to keep those gear wheels turning. We're going to lubricate them, and they're going to spin your high-performance machine at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So now let's jump back to the original question, which was, what sources formed your values? What would you say, Georgia? What might be a couple of sources where you might get your values from, especially starting off with that imprint period between the 0 to 7?
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw one out there for sure. It's family, because you're in the guardianship of your parents when you're young. They're responsible for you. You're not a responsible adult yourself yet. And from 0 to 7, the interesting part about life is that you're purely a subconscious mind. Kids have no critical factor. But when you tell a kid, don't jump in the puddle, for those of you that have kids, you know what they're going to do. I've told that to my niece. They go right in the center of the puddle, and they not only jump in it, they jump in as they look you in your face and laugh at you. Because they look at you with looking for approval because you told them to do it. Remember, they're purely a subconscious mind. So from 0 to 7, I think everyone, in fact, I know everyone pulls a lot of values from their family situation. All right. And you're looking within your family and your household to pick up values.
Awesome. So once you get out of that initial imprint period, that's when you start to get a little bit more influence on other external factors in your life, such as friends, such as school. It could even be sports teams, coaches on those teams. It could be through the media. You can get your values through the media, magazines, a lot of things like that. Even where you live, it can come down to your geography, to your neighborhood, what the neighborhood around you is like. If you come from a tougher neighborhood, you're obviously going to have a certain set of values as opposed to somebody coming from a more sheltered neighborhood. Also can come back to values arrived from religion or from the church. If you practice religion or if you practice faith, then you can be getting your values from that aspect as well.
That's awesome. So that actually brings up a good question for you, Mark, for you. Well, remember we're talking about your coach telling you to hit the inside bar and in when you're
Yes,
hockey. What would you say is one of the top value that you would have picked up from being involved in sports when you were younger?
One of my top values from sports, it's probably competitiveness. I like competitiveness and I like challenge.
Wow, it sounds like trading's a good fit for you. Trading might be a good career choice for you, Mark.
It sounds not bad, right?
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So those are some sources, right? You can pick up values anywhere along the way. So that's how you get your values. Here's an important part that I want to mention to you is that, remember we said the subconscious mind is always listening in the last episode? It was one of the prime directives. I don't remember which. It was one of the 20 we shared with you. The interesting part is that when you listen to somebody say something, if you accept that statement, it goes towards not only forming a habit, but also affecting your values, especially when you're younger. And when those values are challenged, it can create a lot of negative resonance. It can create a feeling of anxiety. So we're going to talk about how you get your values. We already have talked about it, different sources externally that you get your values from. But now we want to jump into something really fun, all right? Because what's important about values is knowing what they are. You have to know your personal values. How does the corporation set their values? Well, they reverse engineer. They say, look, what are we going to need to believe? Who are we as a person in order to serve our clients or demographic? And then they filter those values out, create a list, and send them down to the staff to execute on the promise that's going to give clients the most satisfaction. Mark, what's our top value at Trade Pro Academy?
Our top value at Trade Pro Academy is that we care.
We do have values, and that is absolutely the top one. Number one above all else is that we care. And it's important that we know that. Because if we ever had a conflict where, there was a situation of whatever sort, or we're trying to make a business decision and there's a proposal that could make us a ton of money, but unfortunately, it's not going to serve the client. When the team's sitting there and thinking about it, not everyone has to be there. The decision's simple. Take the money. No, I'm kidding. The decision is we care about the client. And so we're going to make a decision in line with the values. But now that you know, it's time to get your values. I'm going to give you the step-by-step process to get your values, what they are, and it's a simple questioning process that you can do at home. I will tell you this, when you're doing your values, it is important that you're somewhere quiet, you have your personal space, and you can focus for about 20 minutes. That's all it's going to take, maximum, at home. And as you do these, obviously, if you're in a car right now driving to work or from work or anywhere else, it's not a good time to do your values. It's a great time to listen through the process and then apply it when you get home. All right. So there are a few categories of values. Values differ depending on what it is in life that you're trying to embody or you're thinking of. There's mainly 6 categories. And in each one of these 6 categories, your values could be different. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out you have 2 or 3 values recurring in each category because those are your top 3 values. So what are the categories of values that we could dig into here, Mark?
So these categories are your career, your family, your relationships, personal growth and development, your health and fitness, and your spirituality. All right. So these 6 categories can basically encompass your whole life vision, if you will. And like George said, it's not surprising if there's a couple of values that you find you share across several of these categories. But ultimately, what you should do with this exercise that we're about to present you with is you should do this exercise for each one of these categories.
That's beautiful. You should repeat this for each one of your categories and know your values. All right. And, when I've worked with clients on an NLP relationship basis, they've said, my family relationships are 10 out of 10, but my career is 1 out of 10. So if I make my career 10 out of 10, will my family suffer? And the answer to that is no. Everything can be 10 out of 10. And they said, well, no, it can't. And I asked them, when did you decide that? Why can't it be all 10? Because the reality is your 10 is somebody else's 1, and your 1 is somebody else's 10. The goal is to move these 6 categories, all of them to 10. And then when you hit 10 on all 6 categories of your life, the 10 becomes a 1 and do it again. That's what life's all about, right? It's constant
progress, constant improvement. Exactly.
There you go. So you want to know the 6 categories? Did we talk about them yet?
Yeah, we did, but let's rephrase them here. They are career, family, relationships, personal growth and development, health and fitness, and spirituality.
Awesome. So, Mark, would you care to volunteer so we do a values elicitation to demonstrate the process?
For the benefit of the community, I'll do it all.
Team player. You must have learned that with the coach to tell you to snipe on the inside of the post.
Also working at a community or a company whose main value is we care.
Well,
definitely doesn't hurt.
I agree. So thank you for volunteering. Let's go through the process. A simple process. And I think for the sake of your own development for the listener as well, we should probably focus on career. Because that's the one where we're going to help our traders as well. Relationships, family, health, fitness, personal growth, spirituality, all those are places you should list your values. And I think career is the one that we could probably help you the most with. All right. So the way this process starts is with one simple question. So Mark, what's important to you about your career?
What's important to me about my career? Sustainability. I want to be able to do this for as long as I live.
Okay. What else?
Constant progress, or just progress in itself.
Beautiful. What else, Mark?
Money.
Beautiful. What else is important to you about your career?
Personal satisfaction.
Excellent. What else?
Value. What value I can provide.
Okay. What else?
Fulfillment.
Amazing. Mark, what else is important to you about your career?
Opportunities. Just in general, having opportunities to achieve the things that I've always wanted to.
Okay. What else?
Now you got me thinking. What else do I want from my career?
Now, I know you feel like you've probably exhausted them all, but if you did know what would be one more, what would it be?
Did I say opportunity already?
All right. That's great for now. Yeah, you did. So that's actually perfect. And I'm going to stop right here for a moment. You don't want to stop while you're doing yours, but for demonstration, you want to ask enough questions until one of two things happen. So they say, you know what, I'm all out. And I tried to test them again because the quicker that you respond to this exercise, the more it's an unconscious answer. If you're thinking about it, you're trying to do a logical one. What do I think would be a good one? And you're not trying to think it. It should come to you intuitively. And when I found out when I saw and noticed he was being a little bit more rational with it, I tried to throw in a loop and a question to say, if you did know, what would it be? Kind of confuse them, because that's when we access the unconscious mind. When we confuse the consciousness, we tap into the unconscious mind. That's a very important aspect. So, and then you go through this exercise until you literally repeat one of the values. So we got a few good ones here. And notice that when I was asking the values, he said money, he said personal satisfaction, progress. I didn't say, what does progress mean? It doesn't matter what it means to us because it's his model of the world. If he's chosen that world if you choose that word in your values elicitation, that's the word you write down. It doesn't have to make sense. It represents something for you. All right, so let's take it to the next step. So Mark, all of these values being present, is there anything that could happen that could make you leave, quit, or stop, or not desire your career?
No,
Nothing at all. If there was something, what would it be?
there is nothing.
Awesome. All these values being present, what would have to happen for you to stay or continue to desire it?
For me to stay or continue,
Yeah.
for me to achieve one of the things, what I would feel like one of the values is achieved, and then I would just try to one up, restart it, hit it, get to level 10, and then back down to start again from 1.
Make your 10 year one, right?
Exactly.
That could almost be a personal development course right there. If anyone comes up with the idea, I want 10%. So that's great. So you see, Mark is very congruent. Congruent means that, when you're answering values and you're like, money, sort of, you can hear the tonality of the voice. It doesn't sound congruent. You're not really pulling a real value there. But when you I was looking at Mark when I did this, and he was 100% congruent when he said no. When I asked him what would have to happen for you to not desire it, if you listen to the recording, listen to how fast and decisively he says nothing. That was not a rational answer. That was an unconscious answer. That was almost a number one type of value where it's there to protect you. It's like, wait, what do you mean? Is it possible for this to be taken away? No. And he stepped in. That was beautiful. All right. Now, what we do here is I have a list. When you're doing your list, it doesn't have to be a certain length, but I have a list of all of Mark's words. So what we're going to do here is temporarily take a brief pause. And the goal is to turn this list towards yourself. I mean, you're going to be doing it, so you don't have to turn it towards anyone. But I'm going to turn this list towards Mark. I'm going to give him the pen and the pad. And I'm going to ask him to organize these in order of importance. Which one value, right, is the most important? What's the second most important value? And when you do this process, rather than thinking about it, go with the unconscious answer. If you have to think, you're doing it from your critical factor, which is your 0.005% of your brain. Let your unconscious do it. It's already got an order. The more you try to think about it, the more you mess up the order, and you really try to influence it and taint it. It's like you have this vast sea of water that's your unconscious mind, and you're dropping little drops of coffee into it. You know what that happens? It'll change the whole color. Incredibly small amount of coffee can change a large body of water and discolor it. And so trust your unconscious, and now I need you to stop the recording or pause it if you can and reorganize your values, because that's going to be important. All right, so we've just finished doing Mark's value elicitation. We got some great results out of it. So Mark has numbered his in priority here from 1 to 8, because he came up with 8. When you're on a podcast, it's a little more challenging to do this exercise. So first, we want to thank Mark for being open and allowing us to use his values as a learning opportunity and to share this information with you. It's very courageous. Thank you, Mark. So let's talk about the values. Mark had his first value as, what did you have it, Mark? What was your first value?
My top value was
fulfillment.
Fulfillment.
Yeah. So his top value was fulfillment. Now, when we're looking at this, if you're doing your own values, you're going to know what it means to you. All right. So his first value is fulfillment. His second value was sustainability. And his third value was progress. So these are the three things that really influence or impact Mark at this stage of his life based on how he's wrote his values. Here's the interesting part. When you look at or hear these values, if you're thinking, hey, what would Mark like about sustainability? I don't get it. You have to understand that sustainability, the word that you're interpreting, is getting filtered through your own logic, through your own 120 bits, and it means something completely different to you. you could look at sustainability and your value could be completely different. And when Mark talks about sustainability or fulfillment, rather, because that was his first value, it means something entirely different. So because you know someone's values doesn't mean you understand that person. You know their values, but it's the importance is how are you connected to those values? How do they judge your behaviors or thinking, etc. So one surprise that Mark had here is, what was the surprise, Mark, in this value?
My surprise was that of all of the values I picked, money was the one that I chose as the least important of all of them. But in speaking with George, I said it was ironic, or I guess kind of funny, that it came out last, because I feel like on a personal basis, money is one of the things that I think about the most. And it drives a lot of my decisions. So it's interesting to see that despite what I feel like I'm thinking about on a daily basis constantly, comes out to be one of my least important values, if you will, of my top 8 that I was able to provide there.
That's very interesting, right? Because when we're making decisions on behalf of money, or we're making decisions with money in the focus, it's the last value. It's still important. It's important enough that it made your values list. It's just the least important to you. So when you flip it and you say, hey, look, have the decisions I've made for money in the past, have they actually brought me fulfillment, which is top value, sustainability, second value, and progress, the third value? When you look at those three, what would you say, Mark? The decisions you made on behalf of money, whether or not they brought you money, I don't really want to know that part. That's up to you. All right. And I know you're doing well. So on top of that, the money decisions you made, have they actually brought you the top 3 values? Do you feel fulfilled, like you've done sustainability and progress?
For a majority of the decisions, no. I would say anytime that I don't focus on money is when I kind of attract it, oddly enough. When I focus on the decisions where I focus on my actual fulfillment, now that I'm thinking about it, when I actually focus on the things that I highlighted as a top, those are the things that have brought me the most amount of money. Whereas when I'm just focusing on, the binary aspect of money, 1 or 0, that hasn't really brought me any of my top 3, hasn't really brought me fulfillment. When I've made any decisions focused solely on money, none of them have really been aligned with my top 3 values. And I'm kind of taking a little bit of time here because this is just sinking into me. So as much as I'm hoping you guys are getting some sort of insight out of this is also some personal insight that I'm kind of realizing as well at the same time, having done this review with George.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no pressure, right? This podcast is designed to be an easy environment. Mark's just digesting this. He has values, but he just did a new list. So again, we thank you, Mark, for allowing people to kind of be part of this process. And so it's really interesting then, isn't it, Mark, is when you make decisions on behalf of money, whether you make the money or not, all right? Let's say you make a decision based on money and you make money. So you satisfy value 8 with the money, but not necessarily 1 through 7. And you're kind of forgetting that 1 through 7 is really your value system. So when you're acting on value number 8 and treating it logically like it's value number 1 and forgetting the other 7, what you're really doing is, not fulfilling your basic, and fulfillment was your top value. So it's not coincidental to use that word. You're not fulfilling yourself, and your top 7 values is just number 8. And so money doesn't really mean much, or doesn't mean more than the other 7 values. So it's interesting. So when you're making these decisions, and for you as well here on the podcast who have done your values, you got to understand your top 3 values are very important to you. And so they have to serve you. Whenever you do behaviors, actions, thoughts, if your top value is money, then by all means think in terms of money and what that means to you. But if your top value is something like fulfillment, think about, how will I be fulfilled with this? Because when you live out your top 3 values, when you're acting congruently, remember, your subconscious mind is already trying to execute your top 3 values, whether you're in alignment with it or not. When you're not in alignment with your top 3 values, you create unsatisfaction. You're not really happy with the way things are going. So when you are in alignment with it, your actions, your behaviors are more passionate. They're more full of energy. They're more raw. They're real. That's who you are. And when you put out in this universe of who you really are in line with your values, it's impossible but not to attract success. And success, guess what? Comes with money anyways. But I think in the word success, there's a whole pile more of fulfillment, right? Sustainability and progress. I think money is probably the least important part of success. And I mean, from my perspective, I remember not having money, and I said this on a podcast earlier today, but I didn't have money. So from not having much money, when my parents immigrated to Canada, I don't know if you know this, Mark, we slept on the airport terminal in Pearson, on the arrivals terminal at Pearson, on the chairs. It wasn't a good sleep. But from that point in my life to where I kind of started to do well, there was an incremental quantum leap in what I was able to do for myself, because now I have money, I could get things. But from that point where now I have money and the world's opened up its doors, let's say making a couple $100,000 a year to now making $1 million plus, $2 million, $5 million plus. The difference between making $1 million a year or making $10 million a year, pardon the language, I know it's a family show, but it doesn't feel that much greater. It kind of feels like shit. If you hit $1 million a year, now you make 10, 20, 30. You know what ends up happening? You're just empty. You have more money, which is your number 8 value, but not necessarily more of what really matters, just fulfillment, progress, sustainability. All right, and I'll challenge you guys to kind of look at it the same way. You need to have purpose. And if your top value is money, it's going to be important for you to bring that information for the next podcast episode, because we're actually going to dig a lot deeper into these values and how your motivation is centered around them. We're going to get into some gold next episode, so save your values list. We're going to do a deep dive even further than this. But isn't this very revelational of what you learn about yourself when you do these values? All right. Also, do your values often. They change. Values could change. And speaking of change, let me leave you off with one thought, and then we're going to wrap this episode up. All right. How do most people try to change themselves? They try to change their environment. Have you ever done a change somewhere, Mark, where you try to change your environment around? I'll give you an example. I struggle to go to the gym early in the morning. I don't know why the heck I want to go to the gym early in the morning. I really don't know why, because I could do it any other point in my life or any other part of the day. And so I said, I'm going to change my environment. So you know what I did? I started going to sleep with my gym clothes. Kid you not. That way I wake up and now I'm in the environment of having gym clothes on already. So now I just got to go.
I've done something similar. You have the gym clothes ready right outside of the bed, so you don't have to think about it. Protein cups all full and everything.
Pre-workout too.
Pre-workout's ready. Your shower gear's ready too. So wake up. You don't have to think about it. You just wake up and go. So yeah, definitely done the same thing with changing the environment around and in an attempt to get into the gym for 5 a.m.
Golden question. Did it work?
I think once the first day it worked, but I wasn't able to stay consistent on it.
For me, it worked for like 3 days as well.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And then I was like, you know what? This isn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a consistency thing. It felt nice, granted, the first day, but it wasn't something that I was able to kind of hold on to.
That's awesome. Let's kind of carry through with this example. I want you to see a life from here. And I'll use my own also, and we'll talk through this. The next higher and more important thing than environment is behavior, right? So it's the what. What are you actually doing to actualize your goal? So my goal is to go to the gym in the morning. Mark, you actually had the same goal. It's pretty interesting. What was I doing? So like I said, I was dressing for the part. I was setting the alarm clock. It's not like I wasn't trying. I was putting in behaviors and efforts, but they didn't work. All right. So that's a very important aspect. If you change your environment, that's the lowest section of the logical levels. If you kind of envision this as a pyramid, and we'll post an image in the show notes, environment's the lowest tier. That's where everybody tries to change. The where, the when am I going to do this stuff? That doesn't work because it's the lowest and least important part of you as a human being. The next least important one is behavior. So we're going from the bottom to the top. Environment, behavior, capabilities. So we can unpack this one a little, but it's the how, right? How will you do this thing, right? Maybe you're saying, look, I've tried the environment. I've tried changing my behavior. Let me try to change the workout. Rather than going to the gym for 2 hours, I'm going to go for 30 minutes and start there.
Shorten it up. Maybe you'll go now if it's shorter time you got to spend in there.
Exactly. You could fit it into your tighter schedule. So that would work. It would work better than changing your environment and behavior, but it's still not what's going to change you. Now here comes a very important one. We talked about this today, values and beliefs. All right. You want to start going to the gym. If you change your values and beliefs, you think you're going to have a better chance to go to the gym if you value your health. Because what do we try to go to the gym for? Aesthetics. I'm married, so luckily I don't have to look good to...
Yeah, don't lie here if you've ever gone to the gym and you said, unless it's something that you need for your own health, to try to say it's not for aesthetics.
Yeah, I've had friends who are like, I'm doing it for me, bro. And I know that's not the case. And I've had them run into health issues and they're going to the gym a lot more consistently. I ain't even talking about it anymore. They're just like, whatever. Now it's like, it's for you, right? So if you create a value, what do you value about going to the gym? What's important to you about going to the gym? And you're going to say, my health.
The gains.
The gains. If you say gains, know that. That's important. If you say health, the health. All right. But now that you're acting on behalf of your value and you're believing that, it becomes that much easier to go to the gym. Why? Because healthy people go to the gym. Simple. All right. Healthy people don't put on clothes and go to bed with them and hoping to wake up and magically show up at the gym. Healthy people go to the gym. It's not even a question. Like Victorio here in the office. One time worked like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. in the office. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm going to the gym. I didn't even question it because that's who he is. He's a guy that goes to the gym, bar none. All right. Now, here's one more important than even values and beliefs. We're kind of going up the pyramid. So again, environment, behavior, capabilities, values, and beliefs. The next most important one, and this is almost at the top of the pyramid. It's the second most important one. It's identity, right? Who are you? It's not just the why are you going to the gym for your health. It's who you are. And this is where I think Victorio's kind of, in terms of the gym, written it in his DNA that that's who he is. He's just a person that goes to the gym. So when you ask him, are you going to the gym today? He kind of looks at you and like, what?
It's actually pretty funny because it's true.
He gets offended almost. Like, why wouldn't I be going? What's wrong with you?
Exactly. It's a weird day when Vic doesn't show up without his gym gear. And even at that, he's still going to the gym.
If he doesn't show up with his gym gear, it's because he's probably going after work or he's already gone.
Yeah.
That's just who he is. And it's that important to him. And so that's why he kind of reacts. It's not when he looks at you and says, are you crazy? Of course I'm going. It's not him logically thinking, how should I respond to this? His unconscious responding to the identity that he's created. That's the 99.995% of the brain. And even still, there's one more important than the who, which is the identity. And that's what? Purpose, right? What is your purpose? Now, this is very deep because you could change your identity. You could change your values, your beliefs, your capabilities, behaviors, your environment. Purpose is really something that it's the reason you are who you are, right? When somebody asks you, who are you? I'm a gym goer. Why? There's going to be a purpose answer there. It's a purpose you're trying to accomplish. Usually, this purpose is bigger than yourself. This is a purpose that you're serving that after you're gone, all right, is going to continue to move forward. And really, this is the most important thing. Many people we know won't reveal themselves much deeper than values and beliefs and identity. But believe me, you have a purpose. All of us have a purpose. All right. And so this is how this logical levels ladder works. This is the beautiful part. If you change any one of those categories, everything below it change. So anything below it rather changes. So if you change your behavior, you change your behavior and your environment. If you change your capabilities, if you learn something new and you're able to do something differently, you've automatically changed your capabilities, behavior, and your environment. If you change your values and beliefs, you change your capabilities, behaviors, and your environment at once. If you change who you are, you're changing your values and beliefs at the same time. So in one of the episodes, we mentioned what were the two most powerful words?
I am.
Boom. Why do we only use I am words? Now you're going to begin to understand this. Why do we only use I am words with positive sentences? Because I am words, we said, have the power to create. What do they create? Your identity. I am words create the person who you are. And whether you like it or not, they change your values and beliefs, capabilities, behaviors, and the environment that you're in. It's the power they have. Be very careful when using those words. All right? Can you change your purpose? That's a very deep question. I've asked myself that. And, I think that's beyond the scope of this podcast. I will tell you this, though. I have a purpose. And my purpose is to serve, and I'm serving my purpose through what I'm doing today. And my identity is congruent. So are my values, beliefs, capabilities, behaviors, and the environment I'm in. It's all congruent to drive that purpose home. And it's very important. This logical levels, I'm going to put this in the show notes, and I want you to look at it and say, look, here are my values. Do they serve me? Do I want to change who I am? All right. How do I change for the better? What is it easier changing? My environment or my values and beliefs? I will tell you this. If you have a value that you don't think is serving you, as your top 3 most important ones, right? Before you change it, get some professional assistance. Changing a value is super powerful. It changes everything about you. It reshuffles your whole your unconscious mind rather, and recreates the programs you have and puts your unconscious on a different train track, like we discussed in the morning. Before you go changing values, understand that there's better ways. You don't have to change your value to change your outcome, right? And so that's important to mention as well.
Awesome. So now that you guys know now that you know the logical levels of change, and now that you guys have gone ahead and elicited some of your values, now you know a little bit more about yourself. You can understand a little bit more on yourself now, knowing your values and why you have the things around you in your life. What we're going to do is give you guys a quick little exercise that you can use to determine if your mindset is actually in congruency with your values. All right. And I'll let George speak on this in a little bit of detail before we give you the actual challenge. But this is really, really cool to show you guys whether what you guys say you value, whether your subconscious mind actually believes that or whether it doesn't. And it's something that you can do in the comfort of your own home. Wouldn't really recommend doing it while you're driving, but definitely want to be in a nice, safe space where you can do this. And George, if you don't mind, don't mind going into a little bit of detail on this, and we'll go ahead and get you guys the questions, some of the questions you can ask yourselves, and then we'll wrap this episode up.
Awesome. So here's the exercise. The reason you don't want to do it in your car is because you got to close your eyes. So if you're in the car, keep your eyes open. Notice I said do not close them, because I'm telling you, I said keep them open. Keep your eyes open. Keep your attention on the road. You can do this later. All right. Here's the exercise. If you want to find out if what you logically are thinking is aligned to your subconscious programming, more importantly, your values, it's called muscle testing. There are many different ways. Pendulums. When I use a pendulum, people think I'm nuts. I don't use it. Muscle testing is one of the better ways. So you close your eyes, you stand up straight, kind of shake your arms a bit, loosen up, and you need to get somebody to help you out. Or if you're reflective, you may not. Try it by yourself first before you invite someone else. But let's say your name is, let's use Mark. His name's Mark. Say, my name is Steve, and say it as if though you believe it. You're going to notice that without control, you lean backwards because you're saying something, my name is Steve, and your unconscious mind is like, what are you talking about? It short circuits, you temporarily lose power and synergy, and your body leans backward a little bit, right? Now, when you say, my name is Mark, you're going to lean forward because what that does is the energy surges and confirms that program. You tighten up and you get strength, mostly in the core, and that core pulls you forward. So if you want to apply this to trading, say, I am a successful trader. Notice how you lead. If you're leaning backwards, it's not that you're not going to become a successful trader. It's just that your brain doesn't believe you are right now, right? And that's something we can work on. That's certainly an opportunity for change. If you say, I deserve to be abundant and wealthy, if you lean back, it's not that you don't deserve it. We all deserve it. As a human being, we are a living organism. How do living organisms survive? Growth, nourishment, fulfillment, progress, Mark's values. Yeah. And so it's not that it's not possible now. It's just we need to do some work to get you there. If you logically are saying something, but your unconscious mind says, I don't believe you, you need more people, and you lean back, it's something you need to work on in order to get to where you want to go. It's not a loss. In fact, what it's telling you is it's an opportunity for you to improve. The good news is you now have the skill set to improve. You now know what you need to improve. Most importantly, from episode 1, you know that you're at cause to improve. So now it's starting to come together. So this is very powerful stuff. Try this exercise for some of the things that you want to ask yourself. How do I unconsciously feel about the statement? Very powerful.
Exactly. And I just want to add to that point in the sense that if you're asking yourself a question that you might feel nervous about knowing the answer to, right? If you're asking yourself, am I a successful trader? Or you're saying, I am a successful trader, and you're finding that you're lean back, that your subconscious mind doesn't really agree with what your logical mind is thinking, that's fine. What George was saying is that this question, or rather this test that you can give your subconscious mind, is just an indication, or call it a snapshot, if you will, of the current day, right? Current day, current situation. This can all change and that's going to take work, and that's what we're here for. We're going to show you guys how to take these values and how you can use them to align towards what your goals are, so that if you ask that question of yourself today and you're leaning back, by the end of this podcast series and by the end of the podcast, however many episodes that's going to be, when you guys answer that
1,000 at least.
Exactly, at least 1,000. When you guys answer that question, at least after the end of the 5 mini-series episodes, you should see that if your answer was to lean back, you should see that your bodies should be acclimating towards leaning forward now. Because as you start to apply some of the concepts and some of the home play exercises that we're providing you in these podcasts, you're going to be working towards aligning that subconscious with the logical mind. All right?
That's right there is gold. And the realization that if you lean back for something that you thought logically you believed, that's actually a great thing, because now you know you could work on it. You know, if everything's perfect about you and you don't have your goals, that's not an ideal situation. And in fact, that's likely not the case. All right, but if there's things you want to achieve you haven't achieved yet, isn't it good to know where you got to work in order to materialize those successes? And this is what this knowledge gives you through the 5 episodes. And I'm going to leave you with one last thing here. When you're doing this muscle testing, rather than asking a question, it's actually most effective to make a statement. So say, you know, I am, whatever you want, I am a successful trader. And if you don't believe you're a successful trader now, how the heck are you ever going to become one? The most successful traders are successful. Let me ask you this question. In 5 years' time, if you're making $1 million a year, would that be good? Maybe yes, right? Let's say it's $10 million a year. Yes, the answer is yes. All right, now if we move that to today, if in 5 years' time you're going to make $10 million and you're that person that's getting there today, are you not a successful trader today? Of course you are. You're a successful trader in the journey, you're a result. All right? So that's kind of what we're working towards here. This has been a great episode. I'll give it off to Marky for some of the questions. You're going to do the questions or no?
So the questions, Georgie kind of covered some of the questions. In fact, he kind of mentioned it's better to do more statements, right? So some of the questions you can ask yourself are, am I afraid of success? Am I living at cause? Am I doing what my purpose is? But you're going to be better suited providing actual statements. So a good place to start is, I am a successful trader, especially as it relates to trading. I am a successful trader. Whatever it is, I am a consistently profitable trader. I am a successful trader. Anything along those lines, a statement about where you want to be down the road. And that's ultimately what you're doing, is you're testing to see whether your subconscious is aligned with what you actually want on a logical basis. All right. So questions are okay. We've provided you with some, but statements are better. And they're the ones that are really going to make a statement.
I see what you did there. Catchy. Here's some more. I am successful. I am abundant. I deserve to win. I deserve to be happy. Right? I believe that having money is a good thing. Those kind of statements. Really test yourself and put yourself to the paces. You're going to learn a lot. Kind of information that you wish you knew logically, that you know everything about in your unconscious mind. That's what we have for today's podcast. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Love to hear from you guys in the comments, the show notes. Has this helped you? And I'd also love to hear some of the statements you used and some of your potential reactions. It's an open, honest community. We're very supportive. And once again, I want to thank Mark for volunteering to elicit his values here and to open up to you guys, myself, and everyone listening to this podcast. So that'll wrap it up for today. That's all we have. This is George from Trade Pro Academy.
And this is Mark from Trade Pro Academy.
You guys have yourself a great day. And in the next podcast episode, we're going to dive into exploring each one of your values and how we can find what your motivation is behind each one. And this gets even more interesting as we dive deeper. Until then, manage your risk, trade like a trade pro, and we'll see you in the next episode. Take care and goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome back to the Mind Over Markets podcast. In the last episode, we discussed values, what forms values, as well as how to elicit those values and to discover your values. We also did a little example where we elicited my own personal values. We also introduced logical levels of change, as well as what values help and challenge traders. So without any further ado, I'm going to pass this off to George, and he's going to explain exactly what we're going to be talking about in today's episode.
All right, Trade Pros. I'm excited to be here. Welcome to episode number 4. This is George, and today we're going to talk a little bit more about towards and away motivation, and we're going to dig a little bit deeper into each one of Mark's values and decipher and ask him some important questions, how to determine whether he's towards and away motivated, what that means, and how he could use that information for self-improvement and self-empowerment. So that's the bread and the butter of the episode. Plus, we're going to give you some examples of common towards and away motivations, more importantly, away motivations, and how you can convert them to serve you and to help you out. All right. When we do this exercise, it's important that you're honest with yourself. All right. And answer these questions quickly so you can get the full impact. Because when you tend to think about something, you're getting a logical answer. When it comes to you at the top of the mind and it just surfaces mysteriously, that's a subconscious answer. And these are the ones that we're really interested in, because that's where the power comes in. So as you ask this one question, again, last episode, we really built up the exercise. Just one question. And today we're doing the same. It's going to just be one question, but we're going to have to look at each one of these values individually. So Marky, you had some time, before we begin, you had some time to reflect on your values from last episode. What are your big takeaways?
Some of the big takeaways from doing the values elicitation last time was it was a good comparison to see the difference between what my values were about a year and a half ago when I originally did this and what they were last week.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting to see how those values shifted in priorities, which one shifted in priorities. And one of the main things I noticed was a big one of my top 3 about a year and a half ago was security. And that top one has changed to fulfillment.
Interesting.
So that was a big one. And I think the other big one that we kind of brushed on last week was the fact that I felt like money was a big determinant in my decisions. And it was funny to see that when I actually listed them out in order that I thought of importance, money was actually the last one. It was number 8, whereas my top 3 were, what was it, fulfillment, sustainability, and progress.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. So it was interesting to see how my values shifted, and it's understandably so, because I'm in I'm in a completely different situation than I was about a year and a half ago. And when I first did this values elicitation exercise, I had just quit my job, started trading full time without really any safety net or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Understandably so, my values were a lot different at the time, whereas now a little bit more established, doing better. And so as a result, my values have kind of shifted. And I think I've kind of grown into the values that I identified last week, whereas before it was more just kind of a sense of where I'm at the moment and what I think I'm valuing. And now it was kind of like, I know where I'm at and I know what I need to get in order to achieve what I want to get towards in the future. And so it's kind of like, I know where I need to be. I just got to grow into the person that becomes who I see myself based on these values.
That's really cool. Like, you bring up a very good point that values change, right? I find it kind of cool that at first your top value is security. Now it's more fulfillment, progress, which seems like once you kind of get the security blanket laid, you're really looking to fulfill yourself, obviously, but more importantly, you're looking to, I think, to some higher power, higher purpose. You're kind of looking ahead saying, look, how can I make an impact in this world? Which is really cool. And it makes sense. Once your security is kind of laid and you have a foundation, what's the next question? People ask, what do I build on top of this foundation?
Yeah, exactly.
And so here you are on the podcast. So you're really helping a lot of people, and that's awesome. So you ready to dive a little bit deeper into each one of these values?
Always.
Okay, awesome. So today what we're going to do is take each one of these values and dig into them a little bit deeper. So as I ask Mark these questions, all right, it's pertaining to each one of his values. The way we're going to do it is we're going to start with the first value. The first value was fulfillment. And then we're going to ask him some questions and record these responses and then proceed to value 2 and 3. What's important to know is that if you're driving, you shouldn't be doing this right now. Dangerous. All right, we don't endorse this. But when you get home and you sit in your quiet, reflective environment, I think this is where really you're going to tap into that subconscious. You're going to tap into that higher power, if you will. And this is the time for you to be reflective. So if you'd like, you could just listen to this podcast and then re-listen to it at home. But I really strongly advise that you guys do this in a quiet environment where it's all about you. All right. So Marky, thank you for your permission and thank you for being so open with all of us and allowing people to learn through you. I think that's progress and it's fulfilling for both of us.
Exactly. Always a pleasure.
Awesome. So let's get started with value number 1. All right. So the first value was fulfillment. And I wanted to ask you, Mark, what is important to you about fulfillment?
What's important to be about fulfillment? Well, fulfillment to me is being able to set challenges or being able to overcome obstacles. That's a sense of fulfillment. Fulfillment to me is also being able to help other people. I get a lot of fulfillment these days, especially in the trading room when we are trading. And even if I'm not doing well, the team's doing well, that gives me a sense of fulfillment. Fulfillment is also happiness to me. It's a sense of pride, a sense of enjoyment. And again, it kind of leads into sustainability. The happier I feel, the more I feel I can give or more I can do. And I feel like that's going to continue towards making something sustainable. And as long as I'm seeing progress as well in that fulfillment, then I'm going to want to do obviously more of the things that are driving me towards happiness.
That's awesome. So is there anything else that's important to you about fulfillment when you think about it?
I said happiness.
You did.
I said happiness. All right. Anything else with fulfillment? I'd say off the top of my head, I'm thinking now. So
yeah, okay. So that came quicker.
Done.
So that's what I want to see. I want to see sort of how you respond to it. And I was also watching the eye patterns. I mean, you guys can't see this. I was watching his eyes. I was like, let me see where the eyes are going. And when they started shifting, I know you were starting to think a little bit more. So this is cool. So let's have a look at this. So Mark mentioned that what's important to him about fulfillment. And by the way, I want to mention this. As we read these out, remember, this is very personal. So that's why we thank Mark for sharing it. When you read what's important to somebody about fulfillment, let's say Mark said happiness, and he did say happiness. That means something different to him than it does to you, right? So when you read these values, if you found somebody's values on the ground, you really don't know what they mean to the person. You don't know that person should have the values. But I think these are interesting. So challenges and overcoming them. All right. So when you said challenges and overcoming them, it seems like that was the only one that you had that was a little bit away motivated. You know, yes, you want to overcome the challenge. So what we're trying to decipher here now is this a toward or away motivation? And the difference here is pertaining to your value. Do you believe in this value because you're trying to get towards something, or are you believing in that value to get you away from something? Let me give you an example. If we went back to Mark from a year and a half ago and I said we were exploring security, what was important to Mark a year and a half ago from today? What was important to him about security?
I remember when I originally made those or elicited those values, security to me was honestly a way motivated. It was, I don't want to be a failure because I don't want to lose my capital.
Right.
Something along those lines where it was a top value because it was something that I didn't want to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was like I didn't want to lose my trading capital because then I would be considered a failure. And so security to me was having capital, which made it difficult to risk it.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And so that led to some work that had to be done. But that was definitely one of the big ones with security. It was just kind of babying capital, if you will, and just being afraid, not necessarily afraid, but being more focused on the risks of trading than the actual opportunities.
Right.
And that's where the security came from.
And that's awesome because back then, you know, at a time where you were going through a career change, it was a scary move. I've been through that move. You've now gone through it as well. It's a scary move to do that move. And so your value is the top, rather safety or security becomes your top value because in that transition, all the subconscious mind wants to know is that you're going to be okay. It's trying to serve you and protect you. And back then, Mark had an away motivation. He wanted to, you know, get away from where he was at. He didn't want to work that job. He didn't want to make fixed pay. And back then, it was security as top value. Then flash forward to today, his number one value is fulfillment. And look at this. Challenges and overcoming them is the only away motivation I could pick out of those. Everything else is towards helping people. You want to move towards helping others.
Definitely.
All right. Happiness. You want to move towards being happier.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Pride, enjoyment. All these are very positively oriented qualities. All right. Now, if somebody does this solicitation and digs deeper in this question, they say, what's important to me about fulfillment? And somebody said, I don't want to feel like I'm not valued, or I don't want to feel like I'm not respected at work.
Yeah.
Which you didn't say. But if you did, that's totally okay. Just write that down. This isn't like a right or wrong answer. It's important to know why you value something, what makes you value it. That way you could keep track of it and to be able to change it. That's great, Mark. Of those three, a lot of them are towards motivated. And as you do this at home, by the way, you want to do it straight for one value. I just want to demonstrate the process. The second value, third value.
Now, before we go into, the next set of values, one thing I kind of wanted to bring up was the importance of towards motivation and the importance of away motivation.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you guys aren't really familiar with what we're saying, towards or away motivated, essentially, if you're motivated towards something, that's something that you want to be going towards. Your goals are to go towards that. Right. So an example of that would be, I want to quit my job because that will give me the freedom of time to spend with my family and will give me fulfillment. Whereas away motivated would be something like, I want to quit my job because I hate my boss and I can't stand it.
That's away motivated.
That's
for sure.
away motivated. So you're going to notice as you elicit the values and you kind of do this check to see whether they're towards or away motivated, you kind of want to identify which ones are towards motivated and which ones are away motivated. And we're going to go into that in just a little bit, but for the purpose of the next couple of notes that we're going to go through, just understand what the main differences between towards and away motivation are.
Right. And I mean, depending on what stage in life you are and what's happening around you, these values will change. It could be towards or away motivated. Look, we're not saying everyone has to be toward motivated. There's sometimes circumstances which you want to move away from.
Yep.
And there might be a rough stretch in your life where you're like, it's fantastic. You guys are so happy-go-lucky, but I just want to move away from whatever situation it is. It could be, extreme poverty. It could be like abuse. It could be anything. So, there's no judgment here around these, but it's important to realize and distinguish the difference. And the reason it's important is if you're away motivated, the challenge with that becomes that if you say, I just want to make more money, and you say, I don't want to be broke anymore. Well, what's broke? Broke is probably the amount of money a year that would pay for your apartment, get you food. You could go out a couple times a night and have a relatively okay time, right? But does that make you happy, right? So congratulations, you're not broke. Are you happy? And so that's where you start to look at towards motivation. So the problem with away motivation is that it's only motivating until you get away enough from the problem that you don't feel its pain. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're anywhere close to where you really want to be. So if you're somewhere where you're having a challenge with your life, great, be away motivated, get away from that challenge and problem 100%. And at the same time, also think, what do you really want? Because that's where you really want to set your GPS and put it on course. Your subconscious mind guides you there. This is great discussion. I'm loving it. Let's go to value number 2. So here's another consideration I want to bring up. Look, being away motivated doesn't necessarily have a direction, right? When you're busy getting away from a certain aspect, that doesn't really mean you're going towards anything. Being away motivated means you're a little bit directionless. And if you're facing a situation where, there's a temporary disorder in your life, that's okay. It's all right to distance yourself from it. And the quicker you can find a direction to head to, the faster you're going to get there. Because while you don't have a direction, you might be headed in a different area that's totally counteractive to what your real goals are.
Exactly. Being away motivated from something is not a direction. It's an escape.
Oh, wow. That's a gem right there. I think that's going to be the quotable for this podcast. I'm predicting it.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. But for sure, I 100% agree about that.
Exactly. And another point to be made is that you need to have specific motivations, right? If you don't have a specific motivation, then you could actually end up like our friend Jerome Kerviel, who was a trader from Societe Generale that lost just over $7 billion.
$7 billion. I remember when he made the waves, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
like
just over
How?
$7 billion. And you know what the craziest part about his story is that at some point he was alleged to have said that all he wanted to do was to become an extraordinary trader. So I'll ask you guys, did he succeed? Would you consider him an extraordinary trader? Maybe not in the way that he had originally envisioned, but he certainly made his rounds across publicity across the media outlets. And so, to some, that may be considered extraordinary. But do you think that's actually what he wanted when he mentioned that?
I mean, it's extraordinary enough that we know his name, right? Most people
Exactly.
probably would have. You probably heard this, and before we told you what he did, you're probably, I kind of remember that guy. So in a way, he met his purpose. I mean, I have two questions about that. Number one, where was the risk manager? Number two, how did he manage to bypass that whole process? It's absolutely mind-blowing, but I will tell you this. That's a very, very good example you bring up, Mark, because if you're not specific in what it is you're asking, the subconscious mind is looking for what? It's looking to get it to you in the fastest way possible. Remember, that was one of the prime directives.
Exactly. That was one of the prime directives. And another one of the prime directives was that the subconscious mind is an efficient order taker. It looks to take orders. It looks for instructions to follow. So whenever you guys, this is one of the things that we mentioned in the second episode and in the third episode, is to always protect what your thoughts are. And in this episode, you're learning why having a specific vision or a specific motivation towards certain values that you have become ever more important towards getting that result that you're looking for. Because like this trader, he wasn't specific enough. And as a result, you can argue that he got what he was asking for.
Exactly. I mean, you're not specific. You're leaving a lot of the variables up to the subconscious mind. And like you said, it'll make the decision that brings it to you the fastest way with the least amount of energy, path of least effort. It's kind of like the story where somebody said, I want to make more money, right? And they found a penny. Did they make more money? I mean, they did.
Technically.
There you go. There's a gift. And now the universe is like, okay, there, I've granted your wish. And now I feel like, I want to make more money again. It'd be like, well, you just asked. I gave you more. So you have to really be specific with your goals. And when it comes time to values, your value doesn't have to be, I want to help 6,000 people in the next 12 seconds within it doesn't have to be that specific. But once you know your values and your toward motivations, guess what? It's time to do now. It's time to build something that starts with a G. Goals. It's time to build some goals. All right. And that's where the important aspect is. So I really like this because we're really unwinding and unpackaging this whole conversation to really make it actionable. And so you could drive down and find your motivations, whether they're toward and away. Are we ready to get into the second one, Mark?
We are ready to get into that.
Awesome. Let's drill down into Mark's value number 2. It's sustainability. So Mark, I want to ask you, what's important to you about sustainability?
What's important to me about sustainability? Sustainability means that I can do this for as long as I'm around. Sustainability means that I can continue to provide my family and friends with, financial abundance, with a legacy, being able to build a legacy, being able to pass this information down to my kids when I have kids, through generations when it's time. That's important to me. Sustainability means that I don't have to be looking for other sources of income. Not necessarily to say that's not what I want, but sustainability means that this is something I can pursue for as long as I'm around physically on this earth. Sustainability also means to me legacy. I don't know if I used that word already.
You did.
Did I? Legacy. Yeah. So legacy, what's important to me is, being able to sustain the wealth I've created and all of that, even when I'm gone. So legacy is pretty important to me as well, as far as sustainability is concerned. And I'd say that's pretty much what I can get off the top of my mind without really doing much thinking and shifting my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are very congruent. Those are the ones that came out from the subconscious level, right? I just want to let you guys know that are listening to this podcast, this is not rehearsed. Mark and I, this is the first time we're doing it, which is great. And it puts a little bit of pressure on Mark. And also I know from I know when he's digging into his deep down subconscious well and when he's trying to make up answers logically. So far he hasn't, which is great. And he just told me, he's like, look, that's all I have. From now I'm going to start thinking. He broke out of the flow, right? So as long as I'm around, would you mind explaining or expanding what that means, Mark? One of the things you said was as long as you're around.
As long as I'm around, yeah. So as long as I'm around, just basically means that I can continue to provide for my family, for my friends, basically to be able to give them what they need and sustain a life while I'm on this earth.
That's awesome. That's very beautiful. I was just curious. And I'm going to ask you this, Mark. Have you been doing some self-development work since? I mean, if you think about when was the last time you did your values until now, you've clearly done a lot of self-development since.
Yeah, read a lot of books. Thanks to the great guidance I have here from George. So definitely been working. That's been one of my biggest goals. Funny that we mentioned that. That was one of my biggest goals for the last year was
The G word.
exactly the G word. One of my biggest goals over the last year was to focus more so on my own personal development and self growth, and to kind of reflect on, the values elicitation we did. I've done that about a year and a half ago. Now we've revisited that. I've done outside of the career one, I've done them all again, as far as health and relationships, fitness, family, etc. And I have a good idea of what I'm working towards, and I'm working towards getting to a 10 in each of those categories so that I can reset again and level up.
10 to 1.
Exactly, 10 to 1.
That'd be a great personal development company name, by the way. 10 to 1. If any of you guys start that, I want you to know I'm coming for 10%, but just 10. So this is good. The reason why do you think I asked you that, Mark? Do you have any idea? Because I'll tell you. I'm asking too many questions.
Can't read minds anymore.
Curious George over here. So, because I'm looking at all these, and all these are towards motivated. This is great, and it looks like somebody who's really put a lot of work into developing themselves, and at the very least have been reflective enough to know where you're at, taking an inventory of your current situation, and thinking about where you want to go. And because they're all towards motivated. If you haven't ever thought about where you want to go and where your destination and purpose is, you tend to not have as many toward motivations. So this is good. And I can also tell you, Mark, through our interaction over the last couple of months, I also noticed your linguistic patterns have changed. The way you're talking, you're more framing things towards motivation. Heck, sometimes when I slip, because it happens, I'll say some away motivated stuff. You'll reframe me. They'll be like, don't you mean this? Which is great, man. It's an amazing journey we're all developing. That's awesome. You want to do valid number 3?
Yes, sir.
Ready
we'll
for it?
say the grasshopper is slowly becoming the master.
Oh, yeah. Hey, do you remember what I saved you as on my phone before? I want you to read
Bank
this.
Mark?
Yeah, it was Scotiabank Mark. That's where I met him. All right, and I remember I changed his name.
It's a
And-
true story, guys. Episode number 1.
Yeah, exactly. If you revisit episode 9, number 1, you'll know how we met. So I saved him as Mark Scotiabank because that's where he worked. Now look what I have him saved as. Read that, Mark.
Hey, Mark Master Mindset, and then my last name.
Triple M.
Triple M. I like it.
So it's good. You've done a lot of work, and I'm very proud of it. All right, let's look at value number 3, progress. When you think about a time, Mark, when you felt like you made a lot of progress, whether it's in work, in your personal life, or whatever it is, what was important to you about progress?
What was important to me about progress was not necessarily the end result. It was just more so progress in my execution of the process,
Okay.
if that makes sense. That was the big thing for me, is not so much focusing on results. Obviously, everybody wants results, but progress for me means becoming better at what I want to do because I want to be better at it, not because I'm focusing on results. And that's something that I kind of realized pretty recently, to be quite honest, was that when I stopped focusing, I think I mentioned this last week when we elicited these recent values, was that I found out that a lot of my decisions, what I thought was based on money, was actually not based on money. It was based on my top 3 values. And that was very interesting to me. So in that kind of a realization was money is not really the end goal for me. Progress for me is just being better than I was yesterday. And what can I do today to make sure that I'm better than how I was yesterday? So every day is a continual stepping stone, if you will. And progress to me is being better than I was yesterday, whether that's accumulating more knowledge than I had yesterday, learning a new lesson that I didn't know yesterday, something that's essentially going to make me better, not necessarily only as a person, but as a trader as well. That's what progress means to me.
Awesome. So what else what else is important? So given the definition, what else is important about having progress?
Having progress also lets you know that you're on the right path towards your goals, right? So obviously we've mentioned goals are quite important. And to me, progress is kind of a motivator that I'm on the right path and I'm doing the things that I should be doing to get to where I want to be getting.
Okay. Excellent. Is there anything else that's important to you about progress?
I think at this point it's more logical side coming in.
Yeah, I saw you. Were you trying to access a picture? Were you trying to see something that resembled progress?
I know where you're getting here. I know where you're getting. Which way were my eyes pointed?
You know, visual recall. You went top left. So you were recalling a picture or visual. Is that right or no?
Yep.
All right. Also, the other day, Azalea was like telling me about some personal development theory. And she's like, this is how it goes. I'm like, well, sorry, explain it a little bit deeper. And she went horizontal left. And I'm like, did you hear that in an audiobook somewhere? She's like, yeah, at the podcast. I'm like,
Yeah.
So it's pretty awesome that you could narrow this stuff down. But yeah, let's talk about this. Let's unpack it a bit. Progress, you said, is not necessarily an end result, right? You said execution of a process is more important to you, which, this was a definition of progress to you, and that's great. It's about the process. From here, you said continuous and small wins, better than yesterday. Yep. That's the only one that I think is away a little bit, right? Because for your whole progress, you are going towards something, and it also looks like you're still kind of checking left and looking at the guy yesterday, like, I'm better than you. And look, if I do progress, I'd have the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm a little away motivated from today, from the person I am today, because tomorrow I want to be better. And so I actually agree with you there, but not because it's right or wrong. It's because we're similar.
Yeah.
And, if somebody else has different answers, it's perfectly okay. None of this is right or wrong. It just is. And it's kind of cool that came up because I have that as well. It's not actually one of my top threes, but I had the exact same thing. So it's kind of funny. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, my man. So we're constantly improving. So for someone, like you could mark someone with a value set that looks like this. You could try to find a way to motivate yourself from maybe, a quote that says you're better today than you are yesterday, something that like affirms it, or a visual or visualization of what tomorrow looks like. And that'll help you move towards it. And if you move towards it, you're technically better than you were yesterday. Constant improvement. But, these are great. These are all towards motivated. I didn't really see an away motivated one. The second you gave me your values of fulfillment, sustainability, and progress, I'm like, this is going to be a lot of towards motivation. Because, there are ways you could have progress as your second value and be away motivated. You could be like, I just don't want to be stuck.
Yeah, that's definitely a great point.
Yeah, so if you're doing these values and you're using words like don't, not, better, greater, easier, that usually tends to mean that you're moving away from something. And it's cool to identify. And the way I would kind of get you guys to do this exercise at home is to ask yourself these three questions. What's important to you about your top value? What's important to you about your second value? What's important to you about your third value? And then trying to establish if they're towards and away motivated all at once, rather than thinking about it. And that's how I would go about it. The reason we did it like this here is because I wanted you to illustrate the example through the process all in one shot, But this is a very, very great exercise. And another point that Mark demonstrated is that values change.
Yeah, definitely.
It's awesome, Mark.
Thank you, sir.
And what else do you got for us, Marky? And the important part about values changing is this, that you do these elicitations regularly and you find out whether you're towards and away motivated, and find ways eventually as you work on your psychology, on your mindset, you'll notice that naturally more and more towards values are occurring. All right. And the reason we want to be towards motivated is because, remember, no matter what our motivations are, if that's our motivations, they're creating imagery in our mind. They're creating visions, visuals, emotions, right? And those emotions, visuals, thoughts, that's what's feeding your subconscious mind. So whatever you're thinking is the path that you're on. And so that's why we want to give you a direction with towards motivation. We want to set you on course to put you towards what you want and get you to think that visual, to experience that feeling, that emotion, and you're going to start moving towards there, rather than thinking about something you don't want.
Awesome, Georgie. And I just wanted to kind of add that while towards motivation is definitely important, something you also want to focus on is the intrinsic or internal motivation. And what that means is internal or intrinsic motivation is simply a type of motivation that comes from within. Something with an example being such as it's wanting to achieve a level of trading success because of the feeling that you'll get by achieving that success, rather than say an external motivator such as working hard to achieve a level of trading success simply because you want to prove somebody wrong, right? So an intrinsic motivator is very important because when it comes time that, you're going to inevitably go through a rut or a losing streak. And having an internal motivator, an intrinsic motivator, is ultimately what's going to sustain your progress and your performance, right? So if your motivations are based on, your financial results, let's say both your internal and external motivations are focused on financial results, what happens when you go through quieter market periods and your profit and loss is lesser than what you're used to? At the point where you most need that motivation and drive, guess what? It's actually going to be at the lowest, right? So the importance of having intrinsic, positive motivations is that they're going to keep you driven when you're going through the tougher periods in time. All right. So with that being said, it's very important because, like I said, it's going to sustain your progress and performance. So if you're doing things for the result versus doing them just to be better at it, you're often going to achieve the former result by working on the latter, right? So if you're focusing on something because you want to get better at it, more often than not, you're going to achieve that result anyway. Whereas if you're focusing on a result solely for the result, not because you enjoy the process of the execution, then it's going to be a little bit harder to achieve that result. So again, positive, internal, or intrinsic motivation is definitely the strongest type of motivator, and that's what's going to keep you going when everything else tells you to quit.
Yeah, and those are all phenomenal points. Is the one part I really like that stuck out to me is the P&L thing. Some of the best traders I know don't worry about the profit. It's not a reflection of whether they're doing good or bad. A profitable day doesn't mean you're having a great day, and a down day doesn't mean you're having a really bad day. It's at the end of the day, it's the ones who anchor to performance that tend to have the most volatile experience. And then when there is no volatility, they make it a volatile experience. So the P&L is an interesting aspect. Now, let me give you a little reframe of a way towards motivation, because this one's kind of, it's really cool. All right, here's an example. If somebody says, I don't want to lose more than $300 in a given day while I'm day trading. So today, I don't want to lose more than 300. What if you lose 299 every day? Have you accomplished your mission, right? You've still lost $299. So great, you didn't want to lose 300. Here's 299. That's the easiest way, because you don't have to change your routine, your system, your mindset. Just lose $1 less. Your subconscious mind will help you do that. That's the path of least resistance. So what could that look like instead? All right, you'd want to reframe it to something like, I want to make $1,000 a day consistently with a maximum risk of just 300 to accomplish this goal. So now you're saying, I'm going towards 1,000. That's my goal. That's your toward motivation. The $300 a day is just a risk management strategy. It's not something to focus on every day. All right, you're trying to focus on where you want to go. If you think about the loss, you're going to get the loss. All right, and that's the important part.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that kind of references back to when we were discussing my first go at eliciting values, that where securities was my top value. This is exactly the kind of situation that I was in. I was more focused on not losing my daily the loss limit than I was on actually focusing on the opportunities towards the profit target.
Right.
And so as a result, I was finding that I was kind of sabotaging myself, because I was still achieving what I wanted to achieve, which was not losing over 200 a day. But like this example shows, I wasn't losing 200. I was losing 150, 175 here and there, right before I started turning things around. And so this it's a two-way point here. First and foremost, with regards to profit and loss, like Georgie mentioned, if you're focusing on that, you're not focusing on the process, you're focusing on the result. So if there's one thing we can give you, one practical advice as far as your live trading, remove your P&L from your screens.
I love that.
Stop focusing on the P&L, focus on the individual trades. And number two, look to reframe those away motivations into positive, intrinsic motivations. And that way you're going to align your values and your motivations towards what the end result that you want is going to be. And you're going to be working towards it, right? Because if you're focusing on the opportunity, that's what you're going to be finding. You're going to be finding that opportunity. I don't want to say I can guarantee it, but if you have this kind of a goal where you're looking to not lose a certain amount and you reframe it towards, I want to make a certain amount consistently. I can almost guarantee that on a daily basis, if you follow that for at least 21 days, you're going to start to see more opportunities on a daily basis than you would have if you were, with the value or the motivation that I don't want to lose a certain amount. Once you reframe that, this kind of goes back to what we mentioned in, I believe it was a second or third episode, with the sense that your mind is going to focus on the instructions that you give it. Right. So if you're focusing on avoiding risk, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to see the opportunities.
Exactly.
You reframe that and now you start focusing on the opportunities. I can almost guarantee you're going to start seeing more opportunities.
For sure. Whatever it is that you envision is what you create. And I think that if you're thinking about risk, you're going to create risk. All right. Doesn't mean that you don't manage it. You have a strategy to manage it for you, but you're not thinking about it. Look, if you don't want to take risks, don't trade. But how's that going to help you achieve your goal? Right? So risk is a reality of the business that we do. Know it, manage it, and that's what makes us good, professional, quality traders. So I think we've learned a lot here today about, number one, the whole process we've been through, this journey. Right? If you think about it, we've lived a cause. We've also elicited our values. We know our value systems pertaining to 6 different major areas of our life. We've drilled down deeper into these values by this point, and we've really identified, are we towards or away motivated, what that means, how you could make the switch and the change, what the benefits of are, and some examples of how you could reframe your thought process to help you get there. In the next episode, we're going to take it a little bit one step deeper, and we're going to talk about how to build and cultivate a positive mindset, how to create and maintain a framework of positivity for abundance and for ultimate manifestation of any goal that you'd like.
And one of our favorite quotes is from market wizard Ed Seikoida, and it goes something along the lines of, everybody gets what they want from the markets. So my question to you is, what is it that you really want?
Now, before we leave off in this episode, I really want to, because we've learned a lot. We've learned about the importance of toward away motivation, right? How to change those, why they're important, how they could set goals. But at this point, I want to take a little bit of a pause and recap the journey that we've been on. We made some serious progress, which, Mark, you're going to like because it's your top 3 value.
Exactly.
Right? So think about what we started with. Episode number 1, we talked about shifting to living at cause and how you could take your power to create your own reality, how you're responsible for everything and why that's a beautiful thing. In that episode 2, we talked about the prime directives of the subconscious mind. We gave you the instructional manual for how your mind works and how it's there to serve you, protect you, and 20 other directives that it's doing behind the scenes to serve you. In episode number 3, we helped you elicit your values in one major area of your life, which you could apply to all 6. So now you know why you're operating, how you're operating, and the reason behind it, and what's actually guiding your subconscious mind to make decisions. You're really getting an idea of yourself, of who you are and how you operate. All right. In this episode, we dug a little bit deeper into towards and away motivation, which could really help you set some great goals. And next week, in the last episode of our 5-episode mini-series on supercharging your psychology, we're going to talk about how to cultivate, how to create a success mindset, and how to maintain it, and how to perform like a high-quality athlete, because that's what we do as traders on a daily basis. So we've taken you through that complete journey, and I'm really excited to close it out with you next episode. We've got some great stuff coming your way.
In the words of one of our favorite market wizards, Ed Seikoida, everyone gets what they want from the markets. So what is it that you really want?
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
All right, trade pros, welcome to episode 5 of the Mind Over Markets podcast. In the studio here today, it's me, George Papazov, Trade Pro Academy.
And me, Mark Borscht from Trade Pro Academy.
And today we're really excited to wrap up our 5-lesson mini-series with you on how to cultivate and create a winning mindset. When we first started this journey in the podcast, we dedicated the first 5 episodes to create a bit of a self-discovery journey for you, to take you through the progress of realizing what your unconscious mind could do, how it works, how to live at cause, and how to harness that energy and power to create positive things in your life. Today, we're going to conclude that by talking about how to convert yourself to thinking positive and the power of thinking positive. So we're going to win you over with a lot of positivity and positive messages. All right, this is a very important lesson for me. If you watched the other 4 episodes or you heard them, this is the one that inspires you to take action, that creates the positive results you want. It's very powerful. So let's begin this episode with a little experiment by a Japanese author and entrepreneur named Dr. Masaru Emoto. All right, he was born in July 22nd of 1943. He is the one that claims that human consciousness has an effect on the molecular structure of water. The premise here is that energy is vibration. So what he did was he hired photographers to take pictures of water after being exposed to different variables and then frozen to be crystallized. That way we could look at them on a microscope and dig a little bit deeper. The way he did that is he spoke with them, and as they were freezing, it captured the crystallization. And another way was he actually taped words. He wrote words and taped them onto water, buckets, cups, whatever it might have been. Now, isn't that fascinating? Do you think that would have had an impact or any difference in the way the water crystallized? Just by putting on different written messages that have no life, could they affect the crystallization of water? Well, it turns out, yes, they can. All right. When he wrote words like love, thank you, happiness, I think I did the word love disservice there. Love, thank you, happiness, appreciation. This caused beautiful crystallization to look like snowflakes, had perfect geometry. They were symmetrical. They were beautiful. They're something that the human mind, perceives as beauty. But when he actually taped words like hate, specifically I hate you, all right, even the word Hitler in itself, because of the way history went down, this actually caused horrific-looking crystals once they were frozen. All right, so he was proving that the molecular structure of water changed based on the messages that you attach to it. All right, so how does this affect you? Great, Dr. Emoto. Thank you for that experiment. But what does that mean for you? It means this. This is actually a very fascinating study and blew my mind. As a person with an engineering background, I thought no way this would have an impact. And when I looked at it, it did. And the important message is this. You, as a human, all right, we have some superhumans that are attracted to trading. So if you're a superhuman or just a regular mortal like me, you're made up of 70% water. Your body is 70% water. Even your bones, something that's dense, hard, is made up of 31% water content. So the message I want to share with you is whether you think or you don't know, the reality is this. What you say changes the composition of who you are. Your actual words, your thoughts have a response to create and physically manifest that which you think. And if it could change the water when it's crystallized, think about what you're saying and thinking and the impact it's having on you and how you're changing. All right, and Mark actually has an awesome experiment here as well that he's going to share with you.
Exactly.
Sorry to take your limelight. I got excited.
Yeah. So that was a great case study that George mentioned by Dr. Emoto. And kind of in complement to that case study done a little bit more recently, there was a project, if you will, undertaken by IKEA in the United Arab Emirates. And what they did was they ran an experiment with school children. And while this experiment wasn't directly towards positive thinking versus negative thinking, this experiment was actually geared towards bullying and bullying prevention and, in fact, influencing kids to what bullying can actually do and how words can affect subjects, right? And so what they did was they took 2 plants for the experiment and they put these 2 plants up with identical conditions, meaning that both plants had similar amount of lighting, similar amount of nutrition, and similar amount of water. Now, the whole purpose behind this experiment was for the kids to say nice, positive things to one plant. That one plant was to be complimented, while the other plant was to be bullied. So the kids for 30 days would go up to the plant, and to one of the plants, they would say positive things. I love you. You are beautiful, etc. Similarly to Mr. Emoto's case study, for the plant that was to be bullied, there was obviously more negative comments said to the plant, such as, you're ugly, I hate you, very similar wording that Mr. Emoto used during his case studies. And what was found is that after those 30 days, the plant that was complimented actually turned out to be healthy and turned out to be thriving, while the plant that was receiving the negative comments was actually wilted and was very close to dying. So this is another great example of the power of positivity and the power of not only thoughts, but also words. All right. So this kind of goes back to what we mentioned in the previous 4 episodes, in the sense that your mind is an order taker and your mind does not know negatives. So you've always got to stay positive, whether it's with thoughts or with words, because those will always come back to reflect in your own personal circumstances. So make it an important commitment to yourself and to your future self to keep positive, both thoughts and the words that you actually use towards your environment, towards your universe, and you're going to be rewarded by doing so.
See, that's a fascinating study for me, Mark, and I thank you for sharing with the audience, because it's, you're affecting life. You're changing the course of life form with simple language. Now, I know a lot of listeners here may have some skepticism about it, and I'll tell you this. I like skepticism. Skepticism is a good thing, especially for investors and traders.
Skepticism has probably made me the most amount of money.
Yeah, you should be skeptical. You should go and look at these studies, because when you look at the forms that are crystallized and when you look at what the plants actually ended up being, you start to create imagery. And remember, the subconscious mind communicates in that imagery. So I would strongly recommend you guys have a look at these experiments. They're fascinating. To me, it was mind-blowing. And when you're wondering about positivity and positive thinking, you might wonder, hey, how do you start your journey? And these 2 experiments demonstrate why it's important. Now, how do you build up this mindset? We're going to share some more studies with you throughout this podcast. And at the end, we're going to focus on giving you a positivity shift challenge that will happen over the next 9 days of your life. So if you're looking for an actionable approach on how to change yourself, how to change your thinking patterns, I'll give you 9 days worth of exercises that will change your thoughts, which will in turn change your entire life. It'll change what you're crystallizing and what you're creating in your body and in your reality. But before we get there, I want to talk about one other study and one book. Oftentimes when we start thinking about positive thinking, in our circle, we may be the only ones. Around us, there may be people who think, that's great with his woo-woo stuff. Why don't you go to work, roll up your sleeves, and make money? And I'm going to tell you this. You have to have an accountability friend. And when you're starting, you got to start with a book that explains it to you in simple terms that you can grasp. A lot of times we make the mistake to start with the most complex book. And I'll tell you the perfect start. This is a book by Norman Vincent Peale, and it's called The Power of Positive Thinking. Also, the name of this podcast, and it's a perfect start. All right. The basic premise is this: if you think in a positive way, you'll have positive results. And the whole book supports this notion. And it's a great book.
Yeah. In fact, most people are under the impression that opposites attract. All right. Now, this can hold true for a relationship, but when it comes to the spirit, the inner being, the opposite holds true. All right. So kind of what George is getting towards is that like attracts like. What that means simply in layman's terms is that learning to harness the power of positive thinking will lead to attracting more personal or positive circumstances, right? Negativity is going to attract more negative circumstances in your life. So what you think about and what you talk about and how to get it, that's going to make you feel happier and in greater control of your life. All right, so let's let George cover this next little bit for you guys here. I think this is a really great study that he's going to explain.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that, Mark. It's a great point. Likes attract. Like people, right? People who are similar like people who are similar to them. So here's a study. This was done in University of Pennsylvania. And really, when you think about this, you're probably thinking the skeptical brain of you, the logical, the neocortex thinking, give me proof. I need supporting evidence. How has this worked out for people's lives? Lucky for you, there's a great study. It happened over 22 years where they interviewed over 350,000 people. That's a great sample size. They only asked one question, or one of the questions they asked was this: what do you think about most of the time? All right. What researchers did is they called people weekly and asked them, what are you thinking about right now? And they would catch them in spontaneous moments to gauge their thought process. Now, here's a little preliminary question before I give you the study results. What do you think will be the result if you were on that study? What kind of thoughts are you having? Take a little bit of a mental inventory of the thought process that you were having right before this podcast, because this was an unplanned thought you were having. And when you're not cognizant of what you're doing, that's the raw reality. So what were you thinking before this podcast? What about this morning? What about before you went to bed last night? All right. take inventory of that thought process and ask yourself, how does it measure up to the study? Now let's look at the study. The study split the group up in two categories. The top 10% of people thought differently. The top 10% of the successful people in this subset of data, because they also measured a lot of other metrics, their success, their progression through life. And there's actually a fascinating full-on presentation of the study in a TED Talk that you guys should check out. We'll link it in the show notes because it's amazing. All right, so the top 10% of people thought differently like this. They thought about what they wanted and how to get it. They thought about goals. They thought about priorities. And they took action and invested their energy into activities daily that would help them achieve what they want. All right? And when you think about what you want, it's impossible to think of anything else next other than how you're going to get that thing you want. But before you think about how you're going to do and what you're going to do, what your action plan is going to be, you got to know what it is that you're after. All right? This led to solutions. Thinking about what you want automatically puts your mind in a frame of creating opportunity to find solutions. The question becomes, how can I achieve my goals? Now, when you look at the bottom 90% or the category of people who had a harder time finding success in life, what do you think they thought about? All right? Do you think they thought about what they want? What they thought about is the problems they were having. They were looking for, I can't do this because I can't, I won't, shouldn't, wouldn't. And they're looking more importantly towards other people to blame. They're taking inventory of what's wrong, what they don't like, and who to blame for the fact that they have the things they don't like. Now, if you guys remember from episode 1, is that living a cause? That's not living a cause. And that's the issue. The issue is that when you're taking inventory of your problems, you're creating a mind process of thinking about problems, which then in turn leads you to, because you're not a cause, blaming others for those problems, and it takes away your power. How can you change something if you don't believe you're responsible for the outcome? It's impossible, right? And it creates a victim mentality. And so when you think about things you don't want, you manifest the things you don't want because you're thinking about them, all right? Because that's what they're feeding to their subconscious mind. They're feeding commands to the subconscious mind to create the things they think about. And unfortunately, when you think about things you don't want, those are the exact set of circumstances you create, and you take actions to bring yourself to that point. That was the big difference. Successful people thought about what do they want. That's what occupied their mind, which led to action. Unsuccessful people thought about what they didn't want, and not coincidentally enough, that's what they got.
And I'm sure you guys can relate this back to your own real world or real life experiences. I'm not sure if we mentioned this in a previous episode or if this was just us talking in the office here. But one of the things that George mentions quite often, and I see it in my own life too, is when you're out and you're around a group of people, whether they're your friends, colleagues, whatever it may be, how many people in that group will often talk about what they do want? Right. More oftentimes than not, you're going to hear people complaining about what went wrong, what they don't want. And George is one to do this. I'm working towards it. But George is one to do this where he'll be, flat out in the conversation and ask people that are complaining about what they don't want, well, tell me what you do actually want. And that's where people kind of stop and think, because people don't often think about what they actually do want. They're so fixated on the things that aren't going well, on the external reasoning behind why those reasons are going well. And what do you think that does? That just puts them back in a loop. If you don't have control over your results, how are you ever going to change anything? Right? So further to the point that we made earlier, before we mentioned this case study, is that most people are of the impression that opposites attract, right? When it comes to the spirit, like attracts like. And that means that you have to learn how to harness the power of positive thinking to bring positive circumstances into your life. So what you want to do is, when you think about and when you talk about what you want and how to get it, you're actually going to feel happier and in greater control of your life. What does this do? Well, it releases endorphins in your brain, which give you a generalized feeling of well-being. And guess what happens as a result of that? You start to develop positive attitudes.
I 100% agree with that, Mark. And I think, it comes down to what we think about. And actually a really good quote on that note, Mark, by Earl Nightingale, who I absolutely love all the writings of, and he said that if most people said what they were thinking, they would be speechless. All right, because I see this a lot. I see a lot of people, outside of our circle of traders, because look, when you deal with traders, you're dealing with high performance mindset people. If you ever go to a party or a social event and you're finding a little bit of success in trading, you're going to notice that you gravitate towards the people who in the past have been either athletes or are doing high performance sports. There's very few really true high performance sports where your pay is 100% as a result of the performance that you bring to the table. There's very few jobs where people are 100% responsible for 100% of the result. Trading happens to be one of those. And so you really have to feed yourself the positive thoughts to develop that mind state. And I got news for you. It takes energy and work to maintain it. You're not going to get a positive mindset and say, this is it, I'm done. Close the book and throw it out. It takes constant work and constant development of yourself to grow. Because at the end of the day, if your life, and you have life, you've been born, if your life, that means you're destined to grow. Life needs growth. Growth needs nourishment. Nourishment is constant. All right, so make the decision now that you deserve growth, and then you're going to grow. Because if you're not growing, you're ultimately dying. And it's a sad reality, and I see that with a lot of people. And taking it back to the same thing that Mark mentioned about being in a room with a bunch of people saying negative things, what you need to do is, number one, not accept those negative things. It's a reality. You could reject it. I flat out told people, I reject that opinion, and I thank you for sharing it. Because what you accept creates. So I want to give you a really cool thought here. Thought is our superpower. You are a superhero, and thought is a superpower that you could use to serve you and to create things. I'm going to read you a little spiel here from one of my favorite books, and at the end of this episode, we'll also go through and give you a list of my favorite books on positive thought. This one is from Think and Grow Rich. It's by Napoleon Hill. Actually, this is not from Think and Grow Rich. I skipped it a bit. I got excited.
Jumping the gun here.
Jumping the gun, but you know what's coming up. I gave you a little bit of a seed that we could sow here. This is from The Science of Getting Rich, another one of my favorite books. This is written by Wallace Wattles. On page 54 of that book, he says the following: thought is the only power which could produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. You might want to play that back. You might want to rewind it. This is what it's telling you. This is scientifically proven through quantum physics in today's world. Quantum physics disproved a lot of the old theories that Einstein had been developing. All right, because Einstein looked at space and he said it's empty. It's a void. But did you know that there's no such thing as empty space? It's all energy. They're energy fields that you can't see them, but you could transfer energy through them. All right, so if you transfer energy through something, there's clearly no void. If I could call you from my cell phone and you pick up, how would those signals travel if there was a void? All right, there is no void. There's energy, and that's all that there is. So get what Wallace Wattles is saying. He's saying that this field around us, all right, if it's full of energy, it's like a clay. It's a clay of creation. And whatever thought you put out into this field, it is responsible for creating that thought in the physical realm. All right? It is essentially a building block. Your thoughts give it the command, and the ether around you, the space around you, the energy field around you is responsible to create it. As long as you give it the command. It's that easy. And how many people do we see practicing this? Very few. All right? So that's one of my favorite quotes from Wallace Wattles, and I love all his work.
You know, it's actually interesting that you say about that. As you were mentioning that line from the book about quantum physics proving that formless substance and proving that the act of observing something makes it true, that got me thinking about the double slit experiment.
Oh, that's a good one.
The quantum physics double slit experiment on YouTube. And if you guys aren't familiar with that, I suggest checking it out. But a quick summary, basically what scientists did was they pointed a laser at a wall and they put a little slit in front of it and they observed how the light passed through that slit. And then they put a second slit into the into the path of the laser. And by observing it, they saw that the laser would take a different route. Not that anything really changed, but the fact that it was being observed, it took a different pattern, and you saw a different pattern come through as a result of observing the actual laser. So it's like the laser almost knew it was being watched. And that's kind of relatable back to this in the fact that it's proved that the act of observing something makes it true.
And that's bang on. That double slit experiment showed that photons or light can both be a particle and a wave. And when you observe it, you collapse the particle into a wave. And that right there is the process of creation. How do you think you observe something? You start with an idea. You want to observe it, and now you have positive thought about how you're going to observe it and how you're going to get there, and then it forms. It creates. It's made out of this formless substance that Wallace Wattles talks about. He wrote that book so long ago that thought back then was way out there. And now we're just catching up to him with science, which is awesome. All right. Are we ready for the next quote?
I think so.
Let's do it. This is what I told you about before. This is from the book Think and Grow Rich. This is by Napoleon Hill, who sacrificed a lot to do this research and released this book. And I can tell you, a lot of great thinkers, a lot of powerful minds in this universe and in this world have read this book and reread it daily, certain sections of it. All right. Now, this is a fresh copy, Mark, but I do have one at home that, I would like to read more often, but I probably review 1 or 2 chapters a week out of it and continue to read through it. So this is on page 22 of the book Think and Grow Rich. By the way, Think and Grow Rich is a free book. You can download a PDF. It's out of copyright, therefore it means it now belongs to the public domain. So every time you buy a book, it's very cheap. This is like $4, $7.99. You technically didn't have to pay it.
Is that $7.99 Canadian?
$7.99 US, which has $8.99 Canadian.
Oh.
Which tells me it's printed a little while ago. But here's how it goes. Page 22. Mark, I'd love to get your opinion because I don't think you know what I'm about to read. Do you? I haven't shared this with you.
I haven't memorized page 22, so
okay, perfect. You're still getting there. Yeah. It goes like this. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening when I counted my scanty store. For life is just an employer. He gives you what you ask. But once you have set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn dismayed that any wage I had asked of life, life would have willingly paid. How beautiful is that? All right, this goes...
I actually did remember that one.
Did you?
Well, after you said the first line, I was like, I know where this is going.
I've read that one before. I think in our trading room. Essentially what this is telling you is think of what you want and be very careful because what you want is a command for it to be created. And so if you want,
it's exactly what George said. It's a command waiting to be created. And if you guys remember the previous episode, we spoke about the trader from Societe Generale, who had lost 7.2 billion, I think it was.
Jerome Creville,
exactly. And if you'll remember, it was said that at one point he said that he wants to be a great trader, something along those lines. He lost 7.2 billion. Does that make him a great trader? So you got to focus on what you want. In doing so, you also have to be specific with what you want. Don't make it a generic blanket statement because like Napoleon wrote in the book, he asked for a penny. Guess what he got? A penny.
Right? Exactly.
So be very specific with your instructions and with your thoughts as far as it regards to positivity and the results that you want.
Exactly. Think what you want because that's where you're going to end up getting. So careful what you think. Because Jerome Creville said he wanted to be a popular trader. He wanted to be known. He wanted
extraordinary
fame.
Trader.
Extraordinary.
I think that's what it was.
Extraordinary is a satisfaction of ego. Being extraordinary, number one, in the trading field means you're probably borderline delusional. I'm going to be honest with you. I am a good trader, and I am just that. All right? Some people could look at me and say, oh, my God, amazing, because you're doing good. But there are far better traders than me, and I continue to work towards that. I want to push my boundaries. And you got to think about what it is that you want, all right? And think about it in detail. Because if you think to yourself, I want to make more money, and I gave you a penny, there you go. You just made more money. Does that make you happy? And I deal with this with traders all the time. They said, I just want to make $200 a day. I'm like, be careful. Because is that what you need right now to build confidence, or is that what you want? And they say, you know what? Yeah, you're right. That's what I need. Well, thinking about what you need is thinking about lack, all right? Thinking about what you want It's thinking about growth. It's a more powerful creation command. So think about what you do want. Even if $5,000 a day of day trading sounds like something that's way more than it's going to make you happy, you want it? How much do you want to live the kind of life that you're visualizing for yourself? That's the number you should be thinking of, not the one that you need, because on the way to the number you want, you're going to pass through the one that you need anyways, right? And it's very, very powerful stuff. Give you a quote from James Allen. He once said this, and this is, again, this episode's basically, I'm throwing everything at you of the things I love.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. We're going to get into some actual actionable solutions here, but we figured it was more important to start this off with giving you guys some valuable quotes and some of our favorite quotes with regards to positivity, because these quotes, these books that we're sharing here with you guys have had an absolutely circumstantial effect on our lives.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, so these have had a big effect on our lives, and I think sharing this with you guys is going to help you relate and help you apply some of the actions or some of the challenges, hint, hint, that we might be providing later on in this episode.
We're going to get into that right after this part, give you a little positivity shift challenge. But listen, I want to tell you guys this. Stories and quotes have the ability to shift your mindset more than any workbook or exercise. Have you ever heard somebody say something so simple and it shifted the way you think? This is what we're throwing at you. I'm throwing my absolute favorite things that have changed my thought process. James Allen once said this: a person's mind may be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. But whether cultivated or neglected, it must and will bring forth. That right there is one of my all-time favorite quotes. That's how your mind works. Remember, our podcast goal here is to cultivate a positive mindset. Your mind is a garden. It has all the soil, everything that's right. Whatever you plant in it will grow. Whether you're planting good or bad, that's up to you. But the garden is destined to grow, and it will create that thing that you plant.
That's awesome, Georgie. And there's one book that I think kind of relates to this, and it was The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy, and not so much with regards to the actual likening of the mind, but more so with regards to the compound effect. So similar to how James Allen kind of quoted this with regards to whether a person actually cultivates or neglects their garden, being their mind, it must and will bring forth. And one of the things that this reminds me from that compound effect book by Darren Hardy is that you have a compound effect that's either going to work for you or it's going to work against you based on your daily actions, right?
Exactly.
And you know that it's going to work against you if you don't take the daily actions, and you know that it's going to work in your favor if you do take the daily actions. So I think that kind of runs along with this quote from James Allen, in that you've got to make life and your thoughts and anything you do, your thoughts, your actions, your words, they've got to be working towards cultivating the result that you want.
Love that. You said if it's going to either work for you or work against you.
Yeah.
What was the common factor? It's going to work.
It's inevitable. It's going to work
do
for
something.
you. Exactly. It's going to work for you or against you. That's an inevitable fact. It's up to you to decide which way it's going to go. Are you going to make it work towards you or with you towards your goals, or are you going to challenge, work against it, go against the grain, and make it work against you?
It's like that story of a guy that had to make a decision, and he said that he had a dream that there was a positive wolf that was giving him good messages of what he should do with this big decision, and a negative one telling him negative things, what he should do with the decision. So he asked his grandfather about this, shared the story with him, his dream, and he said, which one's going to win? Which one do I know is right? And he said, whichever one you feed.
Hey, there it is.
And I love that story. I share that with a lot of people. So here it is, your positivity shift challenge from this episode. It's a 7-day challenge. Are you willing to commit 7 days to change the entire course of your life? If the answer is no, this podcast is probably over for you, because now we're going to go through and share this positivity shift challenge. All right? It will change the way you think. It will change what you create as a result. It will plant the right seeds in the garden to bear the fruit that you'd like to eat. All right, so here's a 7-day challenge. You just need a journal for this. You're only going to use 2 pages. So you get a book at the dollar store, or you just rip off 2 pages and put them on the side of your desk. Day number 1, it starts like this. You're going to start the first day by just becoming aware of what you're thinking. All right. You need to have a little thought journal and just be cognizantly aware of the thoughts you're having throughout the day. As this podcast ends and you continue driving or continue walking or whatever you're doing at the gym, working out, take note of the next thought that pops up right after this. All right. Allow your thoughts to flow freely and naturally, but keep an inventory of them. Track them. All right. And because now that you're aware of them, now at least you know what kind of thoughts you're feeding into your subconscious mind. Awareness is the number one step. All right. On the book on day one, all you need to record is what percentage of your thoughts were positive. Right? Write a percentage. Estimate it. If you want to be a neurocortex type of individual, then write it. Every single thought, maybe have a good and a bad, or does it serve me or does it hurt me? And put check boxes at the end, tally them up, do the percentage. What percentage of your thoughts are positive? Does it surprise you? I'm willing to bet that it will. And I'm willing to bet it'll be a very low percentage for people who haven't worked on mindset before, who haven't cultivated success in the way they think. Day 2 to 8, the challenge is simple. Every time you catch a negative thought, now that you're being aware of it, so from day 2 to 8, continue to be aware of your thoughts. As you catch a negative thought, what I want you guys to do is imagine visually in your mind's eye that you're reaching for a volume knob and turning the volume knob down. As you're turning the volume knob down on the thought, it's going to get lower and lower until it stops. And when it stops, that's it. That's done. You're turning the thought off. You're not fighting the thought. The thought came for a reason. It's because the programming you fed into your unconscious. That thought is natural, but turn down the volume on it. You don't have to hear it. You really don't. So get used to turning down the volume knob on your negative thoughts until you silence them. And then what happens? Then you're left with just positive ones. I'm not telling you to go out there and think positive thoughts, make up things to be positive about. I'm telling you, just turn down the negative ones, because then you're going to be left with positive stuff. And when you're left with positive stuff, positive things will create. All right? If you're thinking of, hey, you can't become a trader, you can't do this, and your brain's talking to you, this is what you do. You can't become it. Turn it down. It's off very quickly. You don't need to hear too much of it. All right? And replace it with a thought on how much of a better trader you already are. Go back to when you started. Have you learned anything since you started your trading journey? Yes, you're a better trader. You are today a better trader than when you started, just by learning things. Silence those thoughts and flip them to think of a positive, direct alternative. That's going to be very important. You're doing this from day 2 to 8, which is 7 days. This in itself is the real challenge. Day number 9, this is how it finishes, a very powerful one. All right? Track your full day of thoughts once again and continue to turn down the knob on negative ones. All right? And I'm willing to bet that if you put your time and energy into this, if you wanted to succeed at this challenge, your ratio is going to be so much higher than on day 1. You'll still have negative thoughts. That's okay. All right? Now you're turning them down. And now that you've been turning them down, you're giving commands to your mind to change how you think. You've shifted your thinking pattern to being positive and to a pattern of creation. You're planting seeds in the garden. All the quotes we talked about, you're asking for what you want. And on day 9, if you're having more positive thoughts as a percentage of your total thoughts, my God, you've not only succeeded with the challenge, your life from this day forward will have changed drastically. I can't tell you how drastically. You'll find out. That's the beauty of it.
Exactly. And so that in itself was a 9-day challenge. And now we're going to present you with your lifetime challenge.
Oh, baby.
All right. So on top of what you learned and applied in the first 9 days, we want you to keep that going. You're going to want to only put energy into those positive thoughts. Remember what we're saying, guys. Positive thoughts drive positive results. Immediately dismiss and turn down volume on the negative ones. So it's no surprise that we're talking about positive thought, and a lot of this is relating back to what we spoke on in the first 4 episodes. Why do we want to turn down the negative ones? Because the subconscious mind does not hear negatives. If you give it a negative command, guess what? That's what you're going to get. So make sure to commit to dismissing and turning down the volume on those negative thoughts. Another thing we want you to commit on is continuous self-development. By listening to this podcast, these first 5 episodes already, and if you've been applying some of the concepts that we've been introducing in these podcasts, you've already made that commitment to self-development. What we want you to do going forward is to make that a lifelong commitment. All right? And this kind of goes back to high-performance cars. You can't put 89 fuel or 88 fuel into a Lamborghini. You're gonna need the premium, or else that Lambo is gonna throw up, and it's not gonna work. And so, like a high performance athlete, like a high performance car, that's exactly what you are. You're a high performance individual and you need regular service. And you can't cheap out on the quality of the parts you're putting into you, right? In this case, the quality of the gas is the quality of your thoughts. So you're a high performance individual, and make sure to treat yourself as such, whether that's with the words you say, with the thoughts you think, or with the actions that you do.
That's amazing. And you notice how successful people have an affinity, an appreciation of sorts for the best quality. That's exactly what it's about. You want to feed yourself with the right energy to keep that positive mindset running. I love that car analogy. I'll give you actually a story. I remember when I actually turned in the 2014 Honda Accord for the S63 AMG, the Mercedes car. It's a beast. I went in for an oil change at $800 Canadian. And I'm like, what? That's nuts. And he's like, sir, you have two engines. He goes, you have two Honda Accord engines under this hood and about 420 extra horsepower. He's like, that's the cost. And he said, you have 3 arches on your hood. And, this is kind of the premise of all of this. You're a high performance individual, and that's going to require you to continue to self-develop and put positive energy into yourself. But here's something that somebody might be wondering. What if you feel like you have nothing positive to think about? What if you're in a bit of a darker place than the average person? Because it happens. Look, we've been there. And how do you come out of that and shift a positive mindset?
Yeah, it's very easy to be positive when things are going well, and we understand that's not always going to be the case, right? Sometimes, like George said, you might be feeling like, life might be falling apart. It might not just be trading related. You might have some external things happening that make it feel this way. But before we get into how you can kind of address or get yourself into the frame of positive thinking when there is negativity, and I kind of using quotes here, negativity in your life, I want you guys to think of this one quote that I really enjoy. And this is a quote from Guy Finley. And it says, "Discouragement is a negative emotion with more than one trick up its dark sleeve. It tricks you into mentally or emotionally dwelling in the very place you want to leave. Drop all such sorrow permanently by daring to see through this deception of the unconscious mind. You have a decision far beyond where you find yourself today." So I'm just going to reread that last line. You have a destination far beyond where you find yourself standing today. All right, guys. So discouragement, like Mr. Finley mentioned, it is a trick. It's a mental trick that your unconscious mind plays, and what you have to do in order to get yourself out of that and seeing positively instead of focusing on the negativity is to understand that where you are now and where you're going towards at today's date, you've got to be doing the right thoughts, the right actions, and the right words to get you to where you want to get in the future. All right. Discouragement is only temporary. If you look at it as such, something that's temporary, and you focus on finding the opportunity in that discouragement, that's where you can start working towards getting yourself to where you want to be in the future.
I love that. And to add to that, if you find yourself in a dark place where you feel like you just can't see the light, all right, and you can't seem to think positive, I'm going to tell you this. Thinking positive is a choice that no one can stop you from. All right, it's up to you to make that decision. And oftentimes when we're in those circumstances, all we need to do is really pause for a moment and reflect on the things we already have, which is called practicing gratuity. If you're alive, you have something to be positive about. You still have life. You still have opportunity. As a human being who has life, you're destined to grow. And you have to believe that you're meant to grow. You have to believe that you deserve everything that you want. It's not a chance that it'll happen. It's a probability. It's a given. It's a certainty if you deploy the right tools the way we're supposed to as humans. All right? If you need something to start your gratuity journey, let me say this. Do you know the odds of you being alive? You, the listener?
They're pretty slim.
Very slim. So slim that it's 2 billion people in one room, each holding a dice that has 1 billion sides. And we roll them, and we all roll the same number together. That's the probability of one life calculated by scientists. Now get this. What are the probabilities of me and Mark hosting this podcast as you listen to it. It's mind-blowing.
That's too big math for me in my head.
We're going to melt the computer upstairs here in my brain. But that's something to be grateful for. All right? You were given a chance at life. That's the odds you went up against. And now you're given a template to build off of to grow. All right? So we want to give you guys one practice for gratuity.
Even before we give you that practice, just along the lines of what George mentioned, the odds of being alive are very, very small. And something that I wanted to add is that if you are listening to this podcast right now, you have something to be grateful for. You likely have internet. You likely have, mobile data. You likely have access to infrastructure that a majority of the world's population doesn't. So if you are hearing me right now, what I want you to do is follow this next best practice that George is going to share, because even though it might not feel like you have anything to be grateful for, guess what? If you're listening to this, you definitely do.
Absolutely. Feeling like you have nothing to be grateful for means that you're focusing on the problem. And when you avoid that victim mindset and you stop thinking about the problem and rather focus on the solution and positive thoughts, you find a lot of things to be grateful for. Nobody appreciates the fact that you get to breathe air. It's clean air. How many people don't get that? Water, clean resources, the opportunity for employment, all right, healthcare. These things are not a given. They're not a right, all right? It's something that's a benefit. So here's a practice that you can do before you go to bed every night. And this is called the gratuity journal. Remember that same book you bought for $1? After those 2 pages in the dollar store, you're going to write down just 5 things, all right? Number one thing that you're grateful for, one material thing that you like that you own. You have to have something, all right? Well, no matter how small it is, if it's important to you and you're grateful for it, write it down, one material thing. Number 2, one person that you're grateful for, one person in your family. It might be a friend, somebody who's dear to you. Write that person's name down. Number 3, one nature thing that you're grateful for. Nature is a great way to connect to universal energy and to experience positive thought in a neutral mind state. So if you're grateful for air, if you're grateful for the water you get to drink, right, the fresh water, whatever it is, the wind that you're experiencing, the sun, the birds chirping, all right, acknowledge Mother Nature. She's taking care of you. Number 4, one experience that you're grateful for. One thing today that you did that you're grateful for that you had the chance to do. All right? And last but not least, one person that you love. All right? It's different than being grateful for. It could be the same person, but this is an opportunity to mention 2 people. One person you love, and visualize you saying it to them in their face and how they would react. All right?
Yeah, I think that's a very powerful thought. And
I'm already smiling as I read that.
And doing this at night is going to set you up. Again, we can't really guarantee it, but if you start practicing gratuity before you go to sleep, you might just start sleeping better, right? And on top of that, something we'd also recommend is once you've done this for about a week or so where you're doing your gratuity journal at night, you can start looking to incorporate it in the morning as well. Before you leave to work, before you leave to wherever you have to get in the morning, make sure to set aside some time rather, to put together your gratuity journal for the morning, because if you start your day off focusing on the positives, guess what you're going to attract for the rest of that day?
Exactly.
Right?
I love it.
So that was a great tool that you guys can use to start practicing gratuity and to start focusing on a positive mindset. And we've got another 2 or so actionable tips that you can use to start thinking more positively. And that second one is to start looking or trying to find the good in your setbacks, trying to find the silver lining in your setbacks. So it's no secret that optimists, they tend to seek the valuable lesson in every setback instead of getting upset or blaming somebody else for that result. Now, this kind of goes back to the first episode where we transition you guys from living at effect to living at cause. And with this shift in perception, you're now better able to take control of the things that happen in your life. And further to that, if you can think of your obstacles as necessary, your obstacles are necessary in order for you to make the breakthrough to the life that you would like to lead. You know, that new, exciting life that's on the other side of your current old life? When a negative event or outcome happens, it's your response really that truly determines the outcome of that situation. All right. So if you're focusing on finding the value or the lessons in those setbacks, guess what? You're looking for solutions, your problem solution, you're solution oriented. And guess what that's going to attract? Solutions, more of what you want. If you look at your setback and you blame external factors, you live at effect of that setback, guess who has the control? Not you, that's for sure. So a trading related example could be something like, let's say you set a goal for the month, you want to finish the month green. Let's say you want to finish the month green. Throughout the month, you go ahead and you do your trading, and at the end of the month, let's say you don't end up green. Right? Now, whose fault is that? Is it your fault? Is it the market's fault? Is it your software's fault? Your broker's fault?
The market's fault.
Your software program's fault? Whatever it may be, whoever you're looking to blame, that's not the way to look at it. What you want to look at it is you want to take that setback for what it is and accept that you were the one that caused that result. There you go. You've now got control over that result. And what happens next? Instead of pointing externally at it, giving that result its own control, you've taken control back of that now. And now what you can do is look at, why did I get the result that I did? What was I doing? What was I not doing? Little things like that where you can start looking towards a solution instead of pointing fingers for the result. That's how you're going to start getting into more positive thinking. Anything to add on that, Georgie?
I think that was masterfully done, Mark. That was fantastic and really good advice, pictures. I think we're actually ready to wrap up the episode with some tips for you at the very end, or some of my favorite all-time books for positive thinkers. But before we do that, I wanted to tell you guys this. The whole point of this episode was to get you to see the importance of positive thought, and then to get you to commit to changing that positive thought and change into that positive thought so you can create the life that you want and turn off and silence those voices telling you what you do not want because they're not serving you. So if you've got that out of the episode, fantastic. The 2 exercises you could be applying right now is a positivity shift challenge. Start the 9-day challenge. And it's a 9-day challenge for a reason, by the way, because 10 is too clean. Nothing in life is too clean. Start the 9-day challenge now and experience a different person that's going to come out of it. And if you're finding a hard time being positive, start with the gratuity and then do the 9-day challenge after doing a week of gratuity. And ideally start with both. All right. This concludes the 5-episode mini-series, Marky.
Woo woo.
Wow, we've done it's been one heck of a journey so far, and it allows us now to begin the actual trading psychology. From the next episode going forward, we're going to dig into very specific trading behaviors and the psychology behind them. But the 5 episodes have concluded by teaching you to live at cause, all right, teaching you the prime directives of the unconscious mind, all right, giving you a way to elicit your values and identify what your value systems and beliefs are and how to empower big change. And then we did it with Mark. We elicited those values in real time. We found his values. And in the 4th episode, we dug into them to find out if they're towards in a way motivated and what his drivers were behind those values. Think about how powerful that is. And on the last episode, we armed you with the knowledge of how positive mindset creates positive change and giving you a lot of proof in the pudding. So hopefully you're excited. I know that I am, and I can't wait to see the progress you have already made. Before we wrap it off, you want to go 1 for 1 here and read them out, Marky? We're going to give you guys my all-time favorite books for positive thinking boosters. Whether you're already in a positive state or working towards it, these are great books to add to your shelf. And we'll link this in our show notes below so you get the entire bundle with 1 click. They're all very value priced, and knowledge in them is phenomenal. Number 1 for me, I've already said it, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Reach. Napoleon Hill, number 1. Think and Grow Rich. It's a free book. It's out of copyright. You can actually download it now.
Beautiful. The other one here is The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. This is one that we discussed in this episode, and one that both myself and George have read many times over, and it comes really, really highly recommended.
Love that book. It's going to change your thought about wealth and how you deserve it. Get you to accept it. It's a beautiful book. Book number 3, Joseph Murphy, The Power of the Subconscious Mind. This goes into a lot more detail of what we did on the prime directives of the subconscious mind and it really gives you some great stories and examples to help you shift and make that change in your own thinking and put your unconscious mind to work.
The fourth one here is Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. I actually have not read this one, but I do look forward to reading it now that it's on this list.
Oh my gosh, it's a phenomenal book. You guys must read this. They're all must reads. So they're my all-time favorite books for positive.
Do we have this one in the office?
We do not. I have it at home. I'll bring it for you tomorrow.
Beautiful.
So you would have read it by the time the people hear this. And the last but not least, we talked about this one right off the bat. Norman Vincent Peale, The Power of Positive Thought. Each one of these books will help you develop another aspect of your positive thinking. And you're going to cultivate the success and mindset of a high-performance individual. And I know that you got this, and I look forward to seeing and hearing from you guys on the results you achieve with these new tools.
Awesome. And one thing that I wanted to kind of add here as we are signing off from this episode and kind of concluding the mini series, the 5-episode mini series here, is that by this point in time, if you guys have listened to all of the episodes, you have a solid psychology foundation as far as it relates to not only trading, but to life in general. But as it does relate to trading, if you guys have listened to these episodes and you have applied the concepts and some of the applications that we've introduced in these episodes, you are far better off than 90% of retail traders who haven't even thought about psychology, right? So just having listened to the first 5 episodes of this podcast, you guys at a psychological level are pretty much where a majority of hedge fund traders are, institutional traders. These are the guys that actually hire trading psychologists, performance coaches to teach them about psychology and how it affects their performance. So you guys are on the same plane. We're kind of leveling off the retail field here for you guys with this psychology work. And what's even more exciting is now that we've kind of concluded these 5 episodes, we're going to get into the real trading mindset. And we're going to look at individual in the following episodes. One of the reasons for you guys to stick around is that we're going to be addressing some common trading pitfalls, whether they're psychological, mental, etc. Here's a little tidbit. We're going to be talking about the fear of loss in trading, rewriting lack mindset to abundance, things like that. If you've ever been in a situation where you felt frustration from trading, where you felt like the market was against you, where you entered a trade, got stopped out, and were fearful of putting on another trade, little things like that are exactly what we're going to be addressing in the coming episodes for this podcast. So I really hope you guys stick around and make sure to join us on the next episodes and for all future episodes. And until that time, I wish you guys good luck and good trading, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome back to the Mind Over Markets podcast, hosted by myself, Mark Borscht, and
This is George from Trade Pro Academy. Hello, trade pros. Happy to be here today.
welcome back to another episode here of this podcast. So, guys, in the last episode, we wrapped up on the power of positive thought. So, if you guys want to get a quick review, we suggest you guys check out that episode. In this episode, we are going to be talking about rethinking self-worth and how that applies to your trading. So, without further ado, let's get into the topic.
Awesome, Marky. I think this is a very big and important topic for a lot of people. I'm going to preface it by saying that in society, like men specifically, I hate to go there right off the bat, but I think men specifically are conditioned to not express the kind of feelings they have about this. I know that they're taught through sport, through training, for whatever areas of your life to sort of suppress emotions, and we're really, these days, we're really re-challenging that thought process. So I invite you all, doesn't matter what you are, you're a human species, and I invite you all to take a look at this topic. And I'm going to start out with the question of what does self-worth mean to you? All right, so I'll float it out to you, Mark. I know the listener will probably be pondering this himself, but what does it mean to you? What is self-worth?
So self-worth to me basically means if you ask yourself the question, if I were to be stripped of everything that I have, what would you think of yourself then? That's kind of my idea of self-worth, is how you feel about yourself after everything's been taken away from you. And that's kind of your measure of self-worth.
That's fascinating. Like when you say everything, what is it? Just opinions, stuff like?
Just in general, material assets, everything. If you were just left without anything, just by yourself, no cash, no anything, what would your opinion be? Where would you find value? And I think that to me is what self-worth is.
Wow, that's very deep. So you're saying blocking out external factors and looking inward.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You know, mine's similar. The idea to me of what self-worth is a reflection of what your opinion is of yourself, right?
Yeah.
We all have an opinion of ourselves that's formed through values, through our personal and unique experiences. But to me, self-worth means, what is the opinion that you hold of yourself? And I think that with this whole self-worth thing, it's very applicable to trading, but it's also applicable to other aspects of your life. Because if your self-worth is at a certain level, the things around you that are being created are being evaluated according to what your self-worth is, right? What you think you deserve is in line with what you think you're worth. And so I think to change the things around you, to get the things that you really deserve, it's really easy by elevating your self-worth. And I think everyone could do it and should do it. And I don't think there's a difference between being like cocky or overconfident and then just being cool, calm, rational, and just believing in yourself that you're worth a lot.
Yeah.
And we're going to touch on that in the topic. So I think this is a big problem in society in the moment. I think the way we've grown up, Mark, we were kind of in the transition generation where we were getting used to the electronics and et cetera. But I still remember most of my days as a younger kid going out and playing.
Yep.
You know,
I can still relate to that. You know, I'm still, 5 years younger?
Yeah.
5 or 6 years younger. So I'm turning 30 next year, and exact same. Being a kid, it was very, very seldom that you would be stuck at home playing Nintendo or something like that. Majority of the time was spent outside, and yeah, that was basically childhood.
Yeah, see, I'm on the first year of what's classified as a millennial generation. I'm like the oldest millennial there is. So I'm right on the cusp, and I remember the same thing. We'd going out and we'd be playing a lot with my friends. You know, we'd spend a lot of time outside, and it was, you know, my parents were worried at some of the things we were doing. Obviously, we're kids getting in trouble, but
Boys will be boys.
Yeah, exactly. Boys will be boys, they say. But I also think that in today's generation, because people are on social media and staying home a lot, you know, it's giving people a false sense of security for the parents because, hey, I could see you, etc. But I think a lot of things aren't being developed socially. And I think that to get back to self-worth, you know, here's some interesting statistics. Rates of anxiety and depression have increased 70% in the past 25 years. That's wild, right? That's directly the time period that we're talking about. Wow. Yeah, 70% increase in 25 years. It's a huge statistic, and I think it boils down. I mean, there's obviously other aspects, but if I could point down two things, I mean, the main thing, rather, is the self-worth. I think that if whatever you think of yourself, what your opinion is, has a large part to do with it. And obviously, going into that point as well, I think social media is a really big contributor to the lack of self-worth. There are other things. I'm not saying this is the only thing, all right? But I think of all this, the social networks, if you will, all right, I think Instagram is the biggest culprit.
Definitely the biggest culprit.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely been the biggest catalyst, in my opinion, since Instagram's come around. You know, you've had Facebook, Twitter, little things like that around, but I think Instagram was the first one that people kind of associated their own sense of self-worth to, you know, what they were getting, whether it was likes or hearts or comments or stuff like that on their pictures. So I think Instagram is definitely the biggest of the social networks that gave people kind of a sense of value in a big sea of other people.
That's very interesting. And I agree with you, right? It's kind of interesting that people get to like things and you get to see that. Remember, like back in the day when things were more simple, there was no social media. You just did whatever you wanted and you liked. You don't really care what people liked or didn't because you didn't know.
Yeah, exactly. And
now you know, it's quantified.
Exactly. And these days you'll see people, you know, they won't eat because they got to take a picture for Instagram first.
Oh,
but, you know,
man, I've been there.
Yeah, little things like that. That's one of my social pet peeves. But
well, I got a story for you, actually, if you want to hear, Mark. It's actually a pretty fascinating story. So we were in Bali with the wife. So this is towards the beginning. It was in 2016 where she left her full-time job, and I did as well. And she hosted a workshop down in Bali, and I flew out to help her and obviously to enjoy Bali. Love to surf. And so they're doing this workshop, and in the evening we go out to have a drink. There's a lot of digital nomad presence in Bali.
Yeah,
huge.
I can imagine.
Yeah, so we were having some dinner in the evening, and we just met this girl that was sitting at the bar working on her laptop. Me and Reese. The story's not going where you guys think it is, but and so we talked to her, and we're saying, hey, what do you do? She's like, I'm an influencer on Instagram, and I'm like, fascinating. And she's like, I put up all these pictures today. I did a photo shoot. We got like 3,800 pictures on the beach.
Oh wow!
And I'm like, wow, so you got Instagram content for years to come. She's like, no, that's it all. At the end of the day, we have to pick one shot that we like the most. And I'm like,
what? 3,500?
Yeah, the 3,500 pictures, they picked one shot. She's like, after I picked that one shot, it's probably take me 2 to 3 hours to edit this post, and I'm going to put it on Instagram. And she had over 150,000 followers, and she's being idolized on this platform. And I'm not going to mention any specific details about it, but I was taken aback. Like, do you think that that's a responsible thing to do, is to allow yourself to curate and create and manufacture a moment that hits all the perfection that you didn't even get to live? You know what I mean?
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, and I'm like, what do people following you think when they see that as your norm? They assume that that's your normal everyday life.
Yeah.
Right? But it's 3,500 shots, and you're putting in hours. This is a job, and it's your job to create one moment that you're teaching other people to idolize. And it's very natural for them to be unsatisfied, right? Like, there's different angles, etc. Life doesn't work that way. Life isn't real time. I think that's one of the biggest contributors, to be honest with you, of overall unsatisfaction, and more importantly, of self-worth, because we're comparing ourselves constantly to this ideal image, ideal vision that's being manufactured that nobody's actually living. We want to be something that never happened in the first place. If you think about it, 3,500 pictures, hours of editing, and only one single photo took place. And that's really dropping our self-worth. Think about this. We can go on Instagram, and if I want to know what it's like to own a Ferrari and big expensive watches and these condos, or not condos, but mansions, I can find somebody's profile that has that.
Yep.
And now it's like, now I get a chance to experience it, but now I feel like, oh man, but it's not mine. Once I shut down Instagram, I don't have it. Am I worthy of having it? And I think that's the disconnect that's happening here, is we get to experience other people's lives, which would usually take people a lifetime to build. All right. And we get to find that by looking at a hashtag.
That's actually true. That's very true.
It's pretty crazy. I think that that's one of the biggest drivers of self-worth. So this devalues what we have. When you find somebody who has something, it devalues what we believe of ourselves, the things that we have. Maybe we have a great, reliable car that takes us to work and we pay no money for. And then you find a picture of somebody on Instagram who's rented a Ferrari. Now you say, well, my fully paid Honda isn't really as good as this Ferrari that this person doesn't even own. And now it creates a lack. You're saying, well, how come I don't have a Ferrari? Right? How come I don't have it now? I want to get it now. And it's creating two things. Number one, it creates a devaluation of what we do have. And number two, it creates an instant gratification of something that would take us a lifetime to work to accomplish. And I think that's one of the biggest problems right now in society that's killing our self-worth.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And what I want to say to any of the traders out there, especially if you guys are on Instagram and following different accounts, is be very careful with social media. A lot of what you see on social media is a lie, and it's not the true reality. What you do see on Instagram is more oftentimes a lot different than what reality is like.
Absolutely.
You're not going to see, especially as it relates to trading, you're not going to see professional traders out there actually trading on the beach, on the cell phones, stuff like that. Very few professional traders do show stuff like that. And a lot of them are not going to be posting, screenshots of profits and losses and stuff like that on their accounts. And something else to mention to that point is something that I found interesting, and throughout my career, especially because I started right around the time that a lot of information was coming onto the internet with regards to trading, is just trying not to compare your chapter 1 to somebody else's chapter 20.
Oh,
right?
I love that.
Because you will have some authentic accounts on social media, and those people will have very impressive things. They'll have, whether it's, results, material possessions, lifestyle, etc. If you're, starting off, or you've been in the trenches for a little bit of time, and you're kind of starting to see the light, seeing somebody post a screenshot of, let's say, $1,000 day or $2,000 day, and let's say you had a red day. It's not to compare yourself to that person. It's more so you can kind of reverse engineer your goals to what that person is achieving, right? So if that person has something that you want to achieve, that's kind of, your end point, and now you can kind of reverse engineer your thoughts and your goals towards achieving those kinds of things. So I think it's very important these days not to compare yourself to anybody else on social media. Something I like to say is, kind of stay in your lane and just focus on, your own progressing towards your own goals. And in time, what you will see on social media is what you'll attract into your life by focusing on yourself and on your own goals.
Well, that's amazing, Mark. I love the idea of don't compare your chapter 1 to someone's chapter 20, right? Like, you want to appreciate what you have. And by looking at these other social media posts, like, look, if you're trading well enough that you get to go to the beach, you're not going to be trading on the beach, right? Anyways, I'm going to leave that behind. I could do a whole podcast on this, but I'll tell you this. I love the concept of don't compare chapter 1 to someone's chapter 20, because that's going to create an irrelevance of where you're at. That's going to devalue you and really depreciate your self-worth. Exactly. You can't compare what you've started to do now with somebody who's been doing it for a decade. All right. And that's really the power of having a community, as well as to be able to meet and network with like-minded individuals at the same stage of your journey. It's important to know where you could be in 20 years by looking at those people, but not comparing yourself to them. Exactly. Use that as motivation, as leverage to get there. So I want to move on to the next question here. What do you think your self-worth is? And, as you guys are driving or going to work, whatever you might be doing as you listen to the podcast, what do you think your self-worth is? Like, and how would you value that? Is there a number in terms of dollars? Is there some satisfaction, a key moment that you would reach? All right. I'll give you a quick little formula. If you're one of those people who thinks in terms of numbers, and if you're listening to this podcast, you probably are, because you're interested in trading to some extent. What if this was your very last day of life? Right now, today. Told you at midnight, it's over. Everything you've ever worked for, everything you have is gone. You're going to cease to exist in this life form. It's your last day. All right. How much would you pay for another day? All right. What about another month? How much money would you pay? All right. What about a year, a decade worth of time? And when you think about that question, it's important, because now you're probably thinking of it in terms of, how can I get this money? Let's say you're willing to pay $1 million for a year of life. When you are faced with the existential question that this is your last day, it's not really a matter of, oh my God, I don't have $1 million. It's like, okay, let's do the deal. Now, how do I get this $1 million?
Yeah.
Right. And so that's what I'm going to ask you guys. That's self-worth. And what I really want to tell you is the reality of self-worth. This is the reason I asked this question. Here's the reality of it. You don't get to decide what you're worth. This is the important part that I want to share with you. The decision's already made. You're worthy of life. All right. That decision's made for you. If you're listening to this, breathing, all right, you have safety, you have a shelter, you have food, you won the genetic lottery. Like, I can't stress that enough for you. You don't get to decide self-worth, because by virtue of being born, you are worthy of the highest form of life. Right? You're a thinking, rational human being, access to resources, the ability to create anything you want. Right? And that's the number one thing I want to tell you, is this: just accept it. Right? There's no need to question it. You are worth it. You're worth anything anyone else is. You're worth an abundance. And to me, you're worth an amount that money can't capture. If you ask me that question, how much would I pay for another day? Everything I have and everything that exists, honestly, would be worth it for me. I have a high self-worth of myself. And personally, it's not a cocky thing. It's not, an arrogant type of thing. I just believe that I'm worth a lot. And then when I look at everyone in our office, when I'm driving, everywhere I go, everyone that I see, I believe the same thing of them. All right. I also put that projection out to others, not just myself. So if you're going to believe you're worth a lot, you have to believe you're worth a lot, because you're worthy of life. And at the same time, you also have to accept that others are as well. There's no one worth more than anyone else. We're all worth the same, and we're worth a ton. The goal for this podcast is to get you from where you're at now, to elevate you to a little bit closer to the reality that you're worth an unlimited amount of resources.
an abundant amount of resources.
An abundant amount of resources. What do you think about that, Marky? Like, what would you say? Like, how would you value self-worth? What metric would you use? Because I started with money.
You started with money. Yeah, I think it relates back to, when you asked me about what I think self-worth is if you were to get stripped of everything, what would you see your own value? What would your opinion be if you have absolutely nothing? And I think it's just based on really the psychology. That's
right.
More so for me, where the value point is kind of like your toughness, if you will. Just knowing if you have nothing, what you're worth is huge for me. So whether that's, the skill to be able to make money, or the skill to be able to, I don't know, still be sociable, whatever that is, it's when you have nothing, you still have confidence in yourself and your own abilities. I think that's, I don't know if there's a certain tangible variable that I can say this is X amount of self-worth.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Quantifier. You don't, yeah.
Exactly. I don't really think for myself there's a quantifiable metric for self-worth. It's just, depending on the circumstance, do you have the confidence in yourself to be able to prevail?
That's beautiful. So you're saying it's probably for you, it's a little bit more of a feeling rather than a quantifiable.
Yeah.
Awesome. Because I know as you guys are listening to this, I know that you probably, I don't know, maybe you've never even reflected on self-worth. Maybe you've thought that, this whole time, the worth that you have for yourself is judged from external aspects. People have told you. And I want to talk to you about this because how many times in life do we let other people influence our opinion of ourselves? See, this is very important. Now we're getting really deep down to what self-worth is all about. It's allowing other people's opinions to influence our perception for self-worth. Think about this. If your math teacher has ever told you, hey, you know what? You need to step it up. You're not really good at math. Or your parents have told you should always play it safe. All right? Or your coach, if you played any kind of professional sport, says you're not good enough. We've heard this. We've heard so many times from people telling us we're not good at something. And the problem with that is that we're accepting it, right?
Yep, that's exactly true. I can just reflect on my own life through competitive sports. You hear it a lot. I was talking with my brother-in-law the other night, and we were mentioning that a majority of my hockey tryouts were unsuccessful. A lot of the teams that I tried out for, I didn't make, and whether it was my own performance or not at the time, I wasn't really so much living at cause. So I'd blame external things, but it coming back and having done some psychological work and mindset work, I can see that it was myself that was in control of it, but I was blaming external factors.
Right.
That's not to say I didn't make it on any teams, right?
Right.
But a lot of it was just coaches, whether it's coaches telling you you're not good enough or you're not a good fit, you have to go into the next tryout, not letting that affect your performance, right? And
right.
if you base your self-worth on what other people are telling you, you're not going to end up getting anywhere, right? You've got to have your own sense of self-worth, know what you are worth yourself, and not really let anybody external affect that opinion you have of yourself.
That's the really impressive part about sports as a young kid, like the amount of pressure you get exposed to, right? Like you just said yourself, I'm sure with the at cause mindset back then, and not that you didn't make any teams, but you could have had more success with it. But the expectation of young kids, you know what I mean? It's so high at a time that they're so receptive to feedback, and we want them to succeed. I feel like in sports, a lot of parents live their, I don't want to use the word failure, but their lack of success in a certain area. They want to live it through the children.
Yeah.
And I think that creates such enormous pressure on people. And then that's what creates things of lack of self-worth like that. Like you not making a team isn't a reflection of your self-worth, right? There were circumstances. Obviously, you could take responsibility, etc. But, it doesn't mean that you're not worth the team. It just meant that at the time, it just didn't work out.
Exactly.
And I think that's what a lot of people make the mistake. Like for me, I'll talk about self-worth through my own personal life example, through money, because, my parents, they meant really well. They immigrated to Canada from Bulgaria. My dad was an engineer. My mom was a nurse. Very hardworking people. And they always said things in my younger years, like, the rich people or those people have money. So like, obviously they have things that we don't. And it's like, when you say that, You're pretty much you're saying, look, you are not them. Get back in your little box, and that's your worth. That worth is out there. It's unreachable, which I think is a mistake, obviously, in a thought process. And so, in terms of me for self-worth, at the beginning of my life, I took it as money. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Partially because the outside opinions that I heard influenced me to believe that I wasn't worth it. I'm a self-starter, motivated person, and that motivates me. I'm like, oh yeah? Let me show you. So the beginning stages of my career were propelled by my need to prove the self-worth to others. And then here's the interesting part. It takes a lot for somebody to admit that. Here's the interesting part. Once I actually started to get success, the joy I thought of proving people wrong didn't feel that great. I actually started to feel sorry for those people. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry that you feel that way, especially when you know NLP and you build a strong mindset. So what I'm trying to drive home here is that your self-worth is a completely different thing from other people's opinion. And if you've taken someone's opinion and allowed it to mold or determine your self-worth, that's on your decision. All right? You didn't have to decide that. It's your decision, your responsibility, your right to let in opinions that serve you and block ones that don't. All right? So as long as you're saying, if somebody says, you want to be a trader, how are you going to be a trader? You've never been good at managing money. You know what you tell that person? I'm sorry you feel that way, and I decline that. I remember I've actually given opinions before to people who are super successful. Les Brown, I had a chance to meet him, and I was like, Les, I send you positive vibes and healing energy. He's dealing with a pretty bad illness. I don't want to kind of spill his beans, but I mean, I think people know he has cancer, and I was like, I send you healing, joy, energy, whatever. And he looked at me, he's like, I accept that, right? And I thought to myself, hey, you know what? You could easily decline things as well. So what you need to do is, when you listen to somebody's opinion, remember this: people's opinion is a reflection of themselves. If somebody tells you you're not good enough to be a trader, what they're telling is they don't believe that they're good enough to be a trader. That shouldn't affect your self-worth. And when you remove the external factors, you're going to find out that your self-worth up to this point has actually been determined mostly by other people's opinions. When you remove that, imagine the possibility and the power. Now, what is your opinion of yourself? And be careful, because the opinion of yourself that you have ends up manifesting in what you have around you. It turns into an environment. It's not the environment's fault. If you don't have the things you want, it's not the environment's fault. It's your opinion's fault. But the good news is you can change that.
Yeah. That kind of brings me back to a story I remember telling George. And this is going back to my honeymoon. And we were in Antigua with my wife, and we were in the English Harbor on one of the hills overlooking the sunset. And there was a gentleman that was on a yacht in the harbor. And there was a gentleman right next to me, looked over at me, tapped me on the shoulder, and he's like, hey, look at that rich a-hole. Wouldn't it be nice? And that moment right there, I kind of stopped and I thought about it, and I kind of rejected that opinion,
Right.
Because if I were to agree to that opinion that rich people were a-holes, and, I'm looking and I'm working towards, being high net worth individual. So if I have an opinion that rich people are a-holes, that's a reflection of myself.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If I were to agree with that, then I wouldn't be aligning with what I want to achieve at the end of the day. Right. And so I think that speaks to whether you choose to approve or decline what people's comments are, but it also speaks to that individual's opinion of themselves, of their self-worth.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That person does not think that they're worth owning a yacht, so they have that opinion of the person who does. And as a result of having that opinion, they're not going to achieve anything close to what that person might have achieved that owns the yacht.
That's awesome. Honestly, I commend you for doing that, for having the filter and being aware enough, self-aware enough to realize that, I have a choice here. In that moment when you stop and you realize, like, this seems off, the statement, should I accept it or not? That's great. Like, that's personal. That takes effort to get to that stage. You're not born with that kind of skill set. Well, actually, we are born with it. We just muddy it up later on through all these assumptive things that we've taken on from people, like you should go to work, you should get a safe job, that forms your life. But that's really huge, Mark, because to be able to have a filter and think critically, remember, if somebody's opinion is projected and you accept it, it becomes your opinion. It becomes your identity. So sometimes when I've had friends in the past who have come to me with hard issues, and they say, hey, this is what's happening, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, I'm not here for a pity party. I'm a cause. Let's fix this stuff.
Yeah.
Pity party's not going to help. The longer I listen to how you're having a problem, the more it becomes my problem, and the less the two of us could spend on creating a solution. So that's great. And I think rich people, this whole notion that rich people are bad, I think that comes from the movies, man. Like you see, they're always the villain. They're always doing something. Since I've created more success in my life, I've attracted more success and more successful people. I can tell you, I don't know a single person that's rich and embodies the portrayments in media and movies and all that stuff. It's interesting.
Hollywood.
Yeah, in Hollywood, exactly. So another thing I want to talk about is deserving success. So if you have a higher self-worth now, I know you do, all right? Now that you're blocking opinions out and you're in charge of your own stuff, do you think you deserve success? All right? Do you deserve to be a trader? Do you deserve to leave a 9-to-5 job that you're unsatisfied with, to work for yourself, to have a schedule that you want, to make more money than ever? All right? Do you believe all that? Because if the answer is yes, then I believe that as well for you. Because I believe that if you have a high enough self-worth, if you're accepting that by the fact that you're given life, you're worth an infinite amount of resources, so much that you can't even quantify that with money, all right, then you deserve all that. Self-worth people deserve. And that's what I wanted to kind of give you the message. So through this podcast, I hope we've gotten you to the point where you're saying yes. Yes, George, you're nodding your head as you're doing what you're doing and saying, wow, I actually believe that statement. Because I believe it's possible for you. Number one, I've seen it happen with people joining Trade Pro Academy, going through the process, quitting their job, making a lot more money than they did before, being super happy, right? Number one, I've seen it. Number two, before I've even seen it, I knew it was possible, right? Because I faced it. And so that's what I'm here to tell you, is that you're a life form and you're designed to grow. Get this. You want to read out the stats there, Marky?
Sure. So plants, they grow. Humans are born on average 7.5 pounds. So how much do you weigh now?
I'm at 240. I'm trying to get that down, though.
Yeah. I'm around 180 or so. Definitely a lot more than what I was born with, right? So what does that show you guys? That
Growth.
You've grown, right? It's grown. And human brains, they grow from about 33% of the average adult size to 55% in 3 months, right? Which is crazy. So
That's insane growth.
I didn't actually know that. That was a statistic George put on the show notes. And that's actually very impressive. So what we kind of want to bring it back to is the fact that if you are alive, you guys are growing. All right. So you want to keep working towards progress and growth, and through shifting your thinking and rethinking your self-worth and really deciding that you are worth what you want to have and the results and the life that you want to have. That's really the first step to that growth and to accelerating that growth. It's going to be a catalyst towards any growth coming forward.
That's beautiful. If you're alive, you're destined to grow. And so give up the notion that other people's opinions determine your self-worth. Be empowered. I mean, you're living a cause now if you've listened to the first few episodes. If you haven't, I strongly suggest you listen episodes 1 to 5. It'll change your life. That's where it'll get you to the point that you're at cause. You're worthy and you're taking responsibility for change. Because if you have a high self-worth, you also have a high sense of responsibility. Those two go hand in hand.
Yep.
You are responsible for change. If you have a self-worth that's high and other people's opinions, look, if you naturally stop taking other people's external opinions and accepting them, your self-worth will automatically elevate. Because what's happening is you're like a beach ball. Your self-worth is like a beach ball. You can push it underwater, and that's what other people's opinions do. When you remove those opinions, boom, it pops up, right?
It makes a nice splash.
Yeah. I was going to do a sound effect, but we might dub one in after. Bloop. Yeah. Bloop. There you go. So that's how it is. When you remove other people's opinion, the beach ball is going to pop. Your self-worth is going to elevate. So how are you going to increase your self-worth? Number one, we just said it, block all opinions that come from a lack mindset and people with a lack mindset. Remember, a person's opinion is not the person. So when somebody gives you an opinion and you reject the opinion, you're not rejecting the person. You're just rejecting that opinion.
Exactly.
Right? Everyone's got their own model of the world. Like, you got to know and respect that. People have their own model. They've been conditioned a different way. They see the same things that you see, but interpret it differently. So when you reject an opinion, you're not rejecting a person. I've rejected opinions of people I love dearly, and I've accepted opinions from people I don't really understand. So there's value in an opinion, but you are the one that allows it to become fact by accepting it. So step number 1 for self-worth, all right? Block all opinions that are from a lack mindset.
I think what George said is important, guys. And if this is your first time tuning in to the podcast, make sure to check out the first 5 episodes, especially the first one, what George mentioned, that every person's opinion or their experience of what happened is different. And this leads back to what we spoke about in the first episode with regards to the NLP, the mind man.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
With regards to, what was it, 2.3 million?
2.3 million bits per second.
Million bits per second, and each person, their logical mind only takes in 126?
128. Yeah,
128.
give or take a couple. So
Give or take a couple. And so what that simply means in layman's terms is that everybody's perception of reality is different. Both George and myself are in the same studio. We're sitting right across from each other, but we're experiencing different realities. Right, I'm experiencing my 128 bits. He's experiencing his, and that kind of leads back to what he was mentioning with the fact that when you reject or accept somebody's opinion, you're not doing that directly to the person.
exactly.
Right, you're doing it to the opinion itself because that's not serving you. If it's not serving you, then it doesn't have any value to you. It's not increasing your own personal self-worth.
And how valuable is that? Just to accept the fact that a person's opinion is not the person. That's so valuable. Think about how your relationships are going to change. And think like now the people who you have conflict with become learning opportunities. I mean, this is just like a kumbaya moment for me. I really enjoy having a discussion around this. And it's phenomenal. I'm hoping you guys are learning a lot as well. So obviously block opinions. Number 2, only accept what supports your growth, because you are worth it. We've already established that. All right. Mark touched on the perception's reflection. So somebody's opinion is a reflection of themselves. Don't judge the person. Look at the opinion as itself and ask yourself, what could I learn from that person?
Yeah.
When somebody says an opinion like, you're not a good trader, for example. Let's use an example because I think these are important. You're not a good trader, or not that you're not going to become a good trader. Why do you want to do that? Such a risky business. Why not stay at your 9-to-5 job? One way to react to that is, holy crap, this person's they're getting aggressive towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're trying to stop me and block me. Another way to react to it is saying, look, what formed the basis of that opinion?
Exactly.
What are they seeing that made them believe that?
I've had people ask me the same, and usually my reply to that is, what's your experience with the markets? Right?
Yeah.
A lot of people, especially when I started, I remember one friend in particular was like, just be careful, make sure it's not anybody else's money. A lot of people lose money in the markets. And I said, what's your personal experience with that? He's like, I haven't really done anything myself, but a couple of my friends have lost money doing it.
Right.
And then you kind of dig in deeper, and then you see that the reality is that, the people that lost the money were gambling, trying to hit rich overnight, and weren't really putting in the work, learning the whole process, getting educated, and putting in the time to make it work. So, if I was to take that opinion, accept it, and then I wouldn't be here doing what I do, speaking to you guys on this podcast with George right now, right? So it's very important to kind of, just leading back to that, is to cutting out what the opinions that aren't going to work for you, and just really accepting the ones that are going to work for you. Because at the end of the day, when you're deep in the trenches, it's really your self-worth that's gonna bring you forth towards your goals.
And I'm super grateful that you're here, Mark. I'm happy that it worked out this way. This was meant to be. I really believe it. I'll give you guys one last phrase. This is a very powerful phrase when it comes time to people's opinions and models of the world. I believe in life that people are doing the best they can with the resources they have. And if you choose to believe that as well, it's as easy as that. Everyone's opinion loses value, and it becomes more important to understand the person, right? That's the thing. The opinion is a vehicle. It's a car that delivers people's values to you. Opinion is the car that drives people's values and experiences, and they send it to you to try to communicate it. It's like your Uber Eats driver dropping a package. So I think we've dug deep enough on that. This is what I'm going to tell you. In terms of self-worth and trading, the next step that's important is setting some income goals for yourself that are aligned to your self-worth. The problem is when somebody works a 9-to-5 job that gets paid $70,000 a year, and they say, all right, I saw this guy on Instagram. He's got a Ferrari. His statement says 10 million. I'm going to make 10 million. I want to be like him.
Yep.
Now what you're doing is you're setting unrealistic goals. You're taking more risk, and you're getting yourself into a lot of trouble. All right. And when you take more risk, that leads to fear. More fear leads to loss out of just protecting yourself. And here's what I'll tell you. Start with a realistic goal. Your self-worth is high, and if you believe in yourself, you know that at some point it's going to work out. Now, taking that grand vision and the larger term thinking and applying it to now, the question is, what is your immediate goal? Like, what's the closest goal? We say in 10 years, I want to be making $1 million a year, or $10 million a year, whatever it is. I'm not here to judge. But, before year 10 happens, year one's going to have to finish.
You got to hit 1 million before you hit 10, right?
Exactly. So you got to have something short term and focus on the goal that's closest to you, because that's the one that's the easiest to achieve, right? If you're starting the hockey season out on practice day and you're thinking about, I'm going to win a Stanley Cup, it's nice to think about that, but let's start with working on what you think is something you need to improve today here in the practice now. So it's good to have a vision and goals, but what are you shooting for? What's your immediate metric? I want you to write that down. What's a little income goal for yourself? What money do you need in order to feel like all this work you're putting in is paying off? And what money do you need to generate through trading to feel like it's worth it to learn something new? It's not an overnight business. You're not going to learn about trading and tomorrow you get to pick a red or blue Ferrari. It's going to take time. You're starting a new job. It's like a new position.
That's how it's advertised on social media, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that kind of brings it back to what we started the episode on, with the fact that one of the big problems with self-worth is associating yourself with what you see on social media, right? So while it's important you can still use what you see there on social media as, inspiration. Don't necessarily set your goals or your goals based off of what you're seeing on there. Kind of relating back to what George said, you see a guy with a statement for 10 million, 10 million Forex statement or whatever it is, future statement. If you're not making, at least $100, $200 a day, day trading, you're not really going to be in a position to make $1 million, next week or next month. So while it's important to have stretch goals, you want to have, shorter term milestones that you have to step over before you can achieve that ultimate end goal.
Yeah, the reason we bring that up in a self-worth episode, maybe like, what's the connection there? The connection is this. Now that you've believe in your self-worth, there's a number that floated in there when I asked you. That's your immediate target. That's a realistic target that you're shooting for. Let's get you there. And then from there forward, you could look to expand your profitability. Once you hit $100 of consistent daily profit, you have the skill set to make $1 million a day. It's just now you got to stretch your psychology. You got to build a performance mindset and mental toughness, which I think would make a good concept for a future episode.
Hint, hint.
All right. Lastly, here's our challenge to you. Start a gratuity journal. If you're somebody who's having a hard time, even after this podcast, saying, look, my self-worth is low, I understand there's situations in life that could happen, but I'm here to tell you this. No matter what you've gone through, you can make it to your goal. There's nothing that could happen to you in life that could set you back permanently. If you're alive, you're meant to grow. You're going to continue to grow and flourish. Doesn't matter where you are now. Doesn't matter what past failure has happened. That's all feedback, and it's a mechanism to bring you to the future where there's an infinite amount of abundance waiting for you because you're an infinitely abundant, self-worth individual. Let's start by doing this. You're having a hard time accepting that statement. If none of that sounds right to you, you got to start by being grateful for things. I find that the people who have the hardest time accepting their self-worth are the ones who spend the least amount of time practicing gratuity. And here's how you do this gratuity journal. It's a daily thing. If you want to start out weekly, do it weekly, but make sure you do it, because I find that with weekly goals, they're easy to become never doing goals or never have been done goals. So on a daily basis, get out a piece of paper. I like to do it in the morning. Some people like to do it in the evening. Experiment. Try to see what works with you. Write down these things. What is one person that you're grateful for? First, write the date at the top and the time, and then say, what is one person that you're grateful for? This morning, it was you, Mark, my journal. I was grateful for you because
I got coffee.
You got coffee. But you know what? That's funny. You got coffee. You offered to get coffee after you made it in my gratuity journal. I didn't know that at the time.
Awesome.
So maybe it influenced it. But I'm grateful for the fact that you're here. I'm grateful for the fact that, you're putting in your energy, your time, and you're passionate about this. So that's the one person I was grateful for.
Hey, I appreciate that, and I accept it.
Like, yeah, there you go. Instant application.
There you go.
The next thing I want to talk about is what's one person you're grateful for. The next thing to put in your journal is what's one thing you're grateful for. It could be a materialistic possession. Today I was actually grateful for my phone because I actually woke up and I was able to check some emails, help some people out that had concerns. And that's one thing. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. What's one experience you're grateful for?
I can hit this one. Today was being able to sleep in a little bit.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm grateful for that
coming
too.
into the office a little bit later. That was definitely a change.
Yeah, we're taping this podcast here on Thanksgiving Day in the U.S. Markets are closed. We don't really have the trading work to do. So now we got a chance to sleep in, come in energized, and then record this podcast. So I'm grateful for that experience as well. Here's another one. What is one part of nature you're grateful for? So this will be number 4. Nature has the wildest, rawest, I don't know if that's a scientific term, but the rawest energy source ever. If you've ever been in nature and you just sat down and listened and expanded your awareness, noticed the birds chirping and all that, you get like a really energizing, raw form of I can't experience it. It's like an injection to me. So what's one thing of nature you're grateful for? It could be air, it could be water, the birds chirping. In fact, you might even find you're hearing them as you're doing the journal. All right? Be grateful for something because nature is where we all came from. And then last but not least, what else are you grateful for? Now that you've got the gratefulness muscle or the gratuity muscle working, you're going to come up with other ideas. Don't let yourself stop. Do as much journaling as you need to get started for the day. I do it in the morning because imagine what a powerful day you have when you know what you're grateful for already.
Yep.
You could also do it in the evening.
Yeah, I would agree. I do it in the morning as well. And, if you don't have a pen and a notepad, that's fine too. If you do have a smartphone, if you're listening to this right now, you probably do have a smartphone.
Yeah.
And so you can download, there's a whole bunch of free gratuity journals on, the Apple store, on the Android store. And that's how I do my gratuity journal, is through one of those apps. You guys can just simply search gratuity journals and see what pops up. And I also wanted to mention one or two other things with regards to how you guys can start working on rethinking your own self-worth. And first thing is that you have to fully accept yourself in spite of, all of your flaws, your weaknesses, and your limitations. And this is critical to developing a high level of self-worth. And how you can do that is you can start treating yourself with kindness, with tolerance, generosity, and compassion. All right. And so to start that, one of the habits you can start with on top of the gratuity journal is to start committing to speaking yourself in a more positive and supportive way, right? So you want to use statements like, I feel valued, I feel worthy, I'm a capable person, I deserve success. Things like that, where, you're anchoring towards positive thoughts. And this goes back to the last episode, episode 5. Very important to think positively because the subconscious mind does not understand negatives, right? So you want to focus on positive, speak to yourself kindly, and you'll see that the universe will attract the same for you.
That's beautiful. Positive self-talk and compassion. Honestly, those two are very important. Every bit as important as a gratuity journal. So that's a great tip. And, with positive self-talk, this is what's important to me. The things that we think about ourselves will never let anyone say to us. You know what I mean? And why is that? Let's change that. Let's only think of ourselves highly. And, let's develop that self-worth because I believe you are alive. You're an abundant human being. You deserve anything. When people tell me, I want to get this, I always say, you know what? I believe in you. Let's get it. And if you bring that thinking to other people and their goals as well, the world becomes a better place. So do you. And I believe you're an abundant, self-worth individual that to me, there wouldn't be all the money and the resources in the world that could be worth what you are. You're worth more than every single thing in this world. And we, each and every one of us are. That's my belief for you. That's it for this podcast. Marky?
That's it for this episode, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something. If you did, please make sure to go hit the review button. We really appreciate those reviews. Help the rest of the community find out about us if we did offer you guys some valuable insight. And until next time, this has been Mind Over Markets, hosted by myself, Mark Borscht, and
George Paps of Trade Pro Academy. Happy to be here with you guys.
And we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in.
Take care.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome back to another episode of Mind Over Markets. My name is Mark, and this is my co-host.
This is George from Trade Pro Academy. Happy to be with you guys. Really excited for this episode.
Awesome. And in today's episode, guys, we are going to be talking about setting New Year's resolutions and actually sticking to them. So before we get started with the actual episode, we just wanted to wish all of our listeners a happy and prosperous new year with lots and lots of success, lots of health, and lots of wealth. And as we bring in the new year, we bring in a new decade. One of the common things that a lot of people tend to do around January is they look to set their New Year's resolutions. But one of the common things we tend to find is that a lot of the people that set these resolutions, they tend to fall off of these resolutions quite quickly. In fact, there's been some research done, and according to the U.S. News and World Report, the failure rate for New Year's resolutions is set to be about 80%. With most people losing their resolve by mid-February.
Wow.
Exactly.
45 days.
45
80%
days.
of people fail their New Year's goals in 45 days.
Exactly. And so why do you guys think that might be the case? If you've ever been in a situation where the new year comes around and you're looking to change some of your habits, you set some goals, and then by the time February rolls around, guess what? Those goals have kind of fallen off your radar and you haven't really started to turn them into habits. So that's what we're going to be discussing in today's episode, why the psychology behind the failing of New Year's resolutions, why people fall off. And then we're going to walk you guys through how to set smart goals in order to really align yourself with goals that mean something to you and mean something towards your purpose so that you have a greater likelihood of actually working towards them and achieving them throughout this year and for every year going forward.
So what do you think the most common reasons for people to fall off their goals is, Mark? Just curious. Because do you do New Year's goals personally yourself, New Year resolutions, if you will?
I do goals, not as detailed as I want to or should be, rather, but I do set some higher level goals for myself. To have a general idea of what I want to get done. And albeit I don't really set them as specifically as I want to, but that is really the purpose of this podcast today, is that we're going to be working towards setting specific measurable goals that are really going to give you guys a clear path towards achieving what you want to get done.
See, for me personally, I do New Year's goals, but that's how I started. I actually do goals more frequently than once a year.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the big challenges of New Year's goals, that you create something that you're doing in the same time as everyone else. And so you create it and you have this excitement about it, but nothing's really a driver behind it more so than just a new year, a new opportunity. If you think about it, it's not really that much of a difference from one day to the next.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the reasons why I think people fail with their New Year's resolutions is because they make their resolutions based on what's bothering them at that point in time.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of people, they don't really think about what they want to resolve or what they want to work on until, oh man, it's December 28th. You know, New Year's is coming around in a couple of days. I got to make some goals, some things that I want to get done in the coming year. And when you're not really thinking about things like that, when you're just kind of leaving it to the last minute, and it's not something that's really aligned with what you believe to be your true purpose, then you start to set goals, like you said, that tend to happen out of the random. It's not something that you've been thinking about that you want to get done. It's kind of what am I feeling at this point in time? Like a good example is smoking.
Right.
You know, a lot of people resolve to quit smoking, and they don't do it. And that's generally a case of either setting the resolution on that day, or it's just something that's not really aligned with what they really want to accomplish at the time.
Yeah, I feel that people do New Year's resolutions, like you mentioned, late into the year. They haven't really thought about it too much, and they know they're going to their office Christmas party, and one of the questions they're going to be asked is, "Hey, what are your New Year's resolutions?"
Yeah.
And if there's one thing we're uncomfortable with in today's society, it's not having an answer. Like, there's just too much information availability to not have an answer these days. So we're going to talk about that in this episode, that and much more, how to create strong New Year's resolutions, and more importantly, how to create strong goal planning, goal creation, and a system to help you to realize those goals. And we're going to apply some neurolinguistic programming techniques to really solidify and help the intention of you to create these goals and make them happen. To us, the most important thing here is for you to walk away with a framework of how to create achievable outcomes and how to put them to work so you can achieve them. So that's what we're going to be talking about here.
Awesome. So what might be some reasons for you to actually set some goals? And so I'll take over this one here. Some of the reasons why people do set goals is to firstly create a sense of motivation, gives them something to motivate them, to give them a sense of drive in order to achieve something. Setting goals helps you kind of giving you a direction and providing you feedback. So by the sense of direction means that you have an idea, you have a clear sense of what you need to accomplish, what you need to get done. And then the feedback comes into the discrepancy between where you are now, what you're doing, and what your end goal is. And that's your active feedback that kind of helps give you a sense of how far you are in the progression towards achieving the end goal. Another key reason to set goals is because it increases your levels of persistence when you're faced with obstacles, right? So if you have good goals and you have a good purpose behind why they're goals, why it's important to you, having that written down or just having that identified will help you in those times when, progress isn't linear, right? And
Right.
when you suffer the inevitable setback, it's those goals and the why behind those goals that's really going to propel you towards fighting through that obstacle or that setback and really working towards achieving the end goal. And finally, another key reason to set goals is that they'll help you prioritize how you actually spend your resources of your time and your energy so that you're focused on working towards what you want to achieve and you're not spending any time or energy on the things that aren't going to suit you. Rather, you're not working on the things that aren't aligned with what your end goals are.
I love these reasons to set goals. They're all fantastic reasons. My favorite one is the direction. Right? I think goals are really meant to be established by people who have a desire to achieve something. It's hard to set a goal to get away from something you don't want. And I think goal setting is for people who know what they want and people who have a challenge knowing what they want. It's hard to set goals based on that, right? Because like we talked, I would strongly encourage you to review the episode on towards and away behaviors and motivations. We talked about that deeply. But if you're away motivated, if you just want to get away from a bad circumstance or something in your life, that's not the basis of a strong goal. You're only going to get far enough till you don't feel the negative stimulant in what you're trying to avoid. But that doesn't mean you're going to get to your goal. So I really love the direction. It's kind of like a GPS. It allows you to set the coordinates.
Exactly. So we kind of just spoke on some of the key reasons to set goals. And I just kind of wanted to also touch on why some people might not set goals. And these ones are kind of interesting. So one of the initial reasons is that some people just simply don't care for setting goals. Whether that's being comfortable with where they are or simply not wanting to achieve anything greater than their current circumstances. That's fine. Everybody's living their own lives. Some people tend to be in that category, and setting goals simply for them is a waste of time. And if that's how they see it, that's totally fine for them. They're the ones that tend to be in the effect cycle. The people that tend to blame external factors, and that's completely fine.
Can I mention that I used to be one of those people?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I used to be the kind of person that didn't really care to have goals. Believe it or not, it's funny to admit that now, but I was like, who cares about a goal? And I'll say this: I think people who are in situations where they're more survival instinct, they're like, let me just put a meal on the table. Let me just be happy with what I have and like goals are for people who want more. I'm still trying to, Maslow's hierarchy
Yep.
of needs. They're trying to achieve the first, like the most primal, like safety, security. I think those people think that goals are way ahead of where they should be at. And I used to never have goals. I was like, I'll just be grateful for what I have kind of thing. But I was stuck.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that I started to move forward when I started creating goals.
I feel like to that point, some people might not set goals because it becomes a sense of, all right, if I set a goal and I don't achieve it, then that's going to reflect badly on me. But if I don't set a goal and then I achieve some sort of desirable outcome, then hey, that's a bonus.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean? It's not like there's no expectation for it. It's just if it happens, great. If it doesn't, I wasn't really expecting it to happen anyway.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. That's a great reason for some people to not set goals, and I still think it's not a good way to look at it. I think everyone should have goals. In fact, I think if I could go back and talk to the younger me, I would tell him one of the most important things is goal settings.
Yeah,
And
I would agree.
Yeah, it would help me get to where I'm trying to go much quicker. Not that I'm regretting anything. There's no regret, just learning opportunity. But I know that if I set goals earlier on in my life, I would have been, I would have hit success quicker.
Definitely. And so a couple of other reasons why some people might not go about setting goals is that they might not be aware of the benefits of setting goals.
Well, I hope they're listening to this podcast.
Exactly. I hope that they're listening to this. And I think this one can kind of relate back to, life and society in general. I don't think that there's very much of a focus on personal development going through the education system, even through university, unless you're going through some sort of entrepreneurship courses or you're in that field of study. There's not very much focus on, goal setting, on, especially as it relates to financial literacy, to financial freedom. These kinds of concepts aren't really taught on.
I agree.
And so I feel like a lot of people, it's a lot simpler to just not do it than to figure out how to go about it.
Right.
But if you're listening to this to this podcast, you guys will have a perfect walkthrough on how to set this thing up with SMART goals, especially with an NLP focus, so that you guys will not only have those goals, but you'll align them with your subconscious mind.
I mean, those last two that you mentioned, fear of failure and fear of success, think about that for a moment. Those are actually fantastic. You're afraid of the extreme to the left, failing, but then you're also afraid of the extreme to the right of succeeding. So you're kind of sitting in the comfort middle area that doesn't generate anything. Nothing positive ever breeds in comfort. And that took me a long time. I mean, that's a whole episode on its own.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how to set SMART goals. So that goals are important. That's advice I'd give myself to the younger me. So let's help you set some goals. So we're going to use neuro-linguistic programming. It's called NLP, how to set SMART goals. You've heard of the acronym before: simple, measurable, achievable, and realistic. But we're going to put and expand those out to have some more of an NLP framework behind them. So the acronym spells SMART. That's why they're called SMART goals. The S in SMART traditionally stands for simple or specific, but I want to take it a step further and say see yourself in them. That's the additional S in NLP of SMART goals. You need to see yourself from a dissociated view. I think some of the mistakes that people make when they make a goal is, they say, I want to have $1 million at the end of the year. But they don't actually realistically see themselves in the situation where they've gotten it. So your subconscious mind doesn't believe you, right? It's like, that's cute. It's nice that you want that. But the way you've programmed me over the years and what I'm trained to believe, I don't believe you. It's like, we don't believe you. You need more people kind of thing.
Yeah. It's a disconnect between the logical brain and the subconscious brain.
Exactly. And you got to be able to see yourself in those goals. They have to be simple and specific. That's what the S stands for. I'll give you an example of a good goal that incorporates the S. I want to make $300 US a day trading. That's a great, simple, specific goal that you could actually see yourself in the process of doing. Here's a bad one. Not a bad one, but it's not specific enough. I want to make 50% of my income trading, 10% designing websites, and the rest doing something I love. It's very confusing. And how many people do that, right? We mean well, but we're very good as humans at starting projects. Very few actually complete them. And goals, reaching your goal is the act of completion, right? It's something that we need to sort of understand and grasp with. If you scatter yourself and spread yourself out so thin that 50% income trading, 10% this, the rest doing that, your brain doesn't even do the math. It's like, what are you talking about? I'm confused. And so that's a bad interpretation of it. So when you're thinking of your goal, make it super simple, very specific, and it's something that you can actually see yourself doing. There has to be some kind of behavior attached to it. So if it's just, I want $1 million, that's not very specific either, because while the number's specific, what do you see yourself doing with that $1 million? It doesn't tell you anything, right? It'd be more important to create a goal that would be an action item you're doing as a result of having $1 million rather than the $1 million itself. So if you had $1 million in your bank, what would you do? Maybe you take a vacation. All right, well, set the goal to be that vacation because that's more important than the $1 million itself.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just kind of to that point, the subconscious mind is a great order taker, and it needs to have very clear and concise directives.
Absolutely.
Right? In order to get what you want. And we can relate this back to, I think it was the third or the fourth episode where we talked about the trader from Societe Generale that
Jerome
lost.
Kerviel.
Exactly. Jerome Kerviel that lost a good chunk of money. And at one point he was, kind of quoted saying that he wanted to be, I believe the quote was something along the lines of, I want to be an extraordinary trader.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. And he got what he wanted. He wasn't as specific as, I want to be an extraordinary trader known for great profits, anything like that. He just said, I want to be an extraordinary trader.
Yeah.
And guess what he got? Would you consider losing a sum of, to the tune of over $1 billion to be an extraordinary trader?
That's extraordinary.
That's extraordinary. It might not be exactly what he envisioned, but because, that request to the subconscious was so objective and it was so bland, there wasn't as concrete, there wasn't clear, there was not very much clarity behind that. He got what he wanted, right? The universe will provide what you ask of it. And so big importance with the S. It's got to be specific, and you've got to be able to see yourself almost kind of like an out-of-body experience.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right? That's the first thing that I thought of. I'm more of a visual kind of person. And as soon as George said, you got to see yourself disassociated, the first thing that creeped into my mind was just like a third-party view of yourself, looking at yourself from a out-of-body experience. And if you can kind of get into that state where you're able to associate yourself to these goals with that kind of a degree of clarity, where you can actually see yourself experiencing that from, if you will, an out-of-body experience, then, that is a good goal.
You know what the importance of that is, Mark? Seeing yourself doing the action like let's say your goal is $1 million, and seeing yourself deposit the last $1,000 check, for example, that makes that $1 million achieves your goal. You know what the importance of seeing it from a dissociated point of view is? It's the act of witnessing the completion of that goal that makes it important, right? You're witnessing the goal being completed, therefore it's going to have to get done, and that's the S. The next letter is M. So we're spelling out smart here. So we talked about S. Let's get into M. Measurable and something that's meaningful to you. We kind of touched on this in the last section, but something that's measurable. For example, I want to be happier this year. Fantastic. But how much happier? How do you measure happiness?
Yeah,
what do you have to achieve in order to be happy? So you need to make it measurable, because if you don't make it measurable, there's two reasons you're not making your goal measurable. Number one, you don't believe you could achieve it, right? Or number two, it's an honest cop-out in case that you don't achieve it, right?
So goes back to the fear of failure versus fear of success.
Exactly.
Right?
So here's a good idea of a meaningful goal. I want to make $300 a day trading. That was, we take that away. We're going to work with this example as we walk through these letters. In S, that was our example. I want to make $300 a day trading. Now let's make it meaningful. That's not meaningful, right? Why? What would you do once you kind of achieve it? That's what makes it meaningful to you. What is the purpose to you internally for achieving this goal? That's what creates the meaningfulness to it. So for a good example here would be, I want to make $300 a day day trading so I can finally quit my 9-to-5 job. All right. So it's not important that you make the $300 a day. What's important is that you leave your 9-to-5 job through the means of achieving this goal. Now you're making it mean something to you. And I would say that of the 80% of goals that fail for New Year's resolutions, I'm willing to bet that it's because they weren't really meaningful to the person anyways. They didn't attach them to meaning.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to, one of the studies that I managed to find here And this was a study done in 98. So it's a little bit dated by Miller and Marlatt, but it kind of suggests the following, that the ingredients for setting yourself up for resolution failure include: number one, not thinking about making resolutions until the last minute. Number two, reacting on New Year's Eve and making resolutions based on what's bothering you or is on your mind at that time. And number three, framing your resolutions as absolutes by saying, I will never do X again. Whereas the people that tend to have success with following the resolutions or with achieving the resolutions, number one, they have a strong initial commitment to make the change. Number two, they have coping strategies to deal with problems that will come up. And number three, they keep track of progress. The more monitoring you do and feedback you get, the better you will do.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's a great list to get you excited for the whole idea of creating these goals. That's awesome. All right. And now let's move into the A of our acronym SMART here. A stands for achievable in our typical SMART interpretation. Like, this isn't new. You've heard it before. SMART goals. A is achievable, something that you could achieve. All right, great. But if you add a little bit more of an NLP technique to this, the A also stands for as if now. All right, and this is super important. So let me explain to you what I mean about as if now. Imagine you had a garden of super fertile soil, like it could grow anything, and you planted it in a seed, and this seed is like a beautiful flower. This flower is called I want to make money trading. So you plant the seed, you water it, you put in a lot of work. What's the flower that grows? I want to make money trading. It doesn't matter that you want to make it trading. If you continue to want something, you're going to generate a state in which the reality is that you continue to want it. That's the problem, is that we say, I want this. I'd like to have this. And as long as you want something, you're going to continue to want it and never have it. So the as if now assumes you already do have it. Super important. All right, I know some of you might think about the Martha Stewart reference, fake it till you make it. Absolutely. This is exactly what it's about. If you're saying, look, I don't have $1 million yet. How am I going to act like I have it? If you can't see yourself having $1 million here today now, you never will. That's the reality of it. All right, and that might be because it's not specific to you. It might be because you didn't make it meaningful. But if you can't see yourself having it as if though it's right now, there are other bigger issues. This goal is just not going to work. So, for example, these are phrases that you want to be using in your goal. I am making, I am doing, I am being. The key here is I am.
Yep. And if you guys have been listening along to the whole podcast series, you'll know that those two words are probably the most important in the English vocabulary. I am. Because whatever follows those two words, you best believe your subconscious is listening, and that's what it's going to attract. So if you're saying I am making $300 a day so that I can finally quit my 9-to-5 job, that's a lot stronger than saying something like I want to make $300 a day, right? And even worse from a subconscious standpoint, if you say something negative, right? You don't want to be saying something like I am not XXX. I'm not, I don't know.
I'm not losing money anymore.
Exactly. I am not losing money anymore, right? Subconscious mind is not going to hear the negative, all of that. The subconscious mind hears when you're saying, I'm not going to lose money anymore, is I'm losing money.
Exactly.
I'm going to keep losing money, essentially, right? And so you want to frame it into a positive. That goes back to the episode on the power of positive thought. But I just wanted to touch on that I am is huge when it comes to speaking to the subconscious mind. And when you say those two words, I am, the subconscious starts listening. So make sure you use that appropriately.
Exactly. That's a beautiful addition, because that's absolutely true. The words I am are super powerful. They're direct commands to your subconscious mind to create. Imagine saying, I want to start trading. What does your subconscious mind say? It's like, look, I've got to make sure you walk properly. I got to make sure you could tie your shoe. Subconsciously check around the peripherals to make sure no one's trying to hurt you. I got so many things to decide and to do today. How about you come back to me when you've made up your decision as to what you want? I want, it's kind of like, what? That's great. Let me get back to work sort of thing. But when you say, I am making this money, the subconscious says, oh, I hear you. Let's make it happen.
Yeah,
that's what's a command.
It becomes a command.
Commands are strong.
Exactly.
The R in SMART is realistic. That's sort of the traditional interpretation of SMART goals. The R is for realistic. Make it a realistic goal. All right. If you want to fly to the moon and grow wings, I don't know. I won't discourage you. It might be possible, but make it realistic. Make it something that could realistically happen. And the other R in NLP that's added to SMART goals is responsible. I really like this because the realistic means you have to believe it's possible. Like if you believe it's possible, it is possible. All right. But the responsible part is that you have to be responsible for that goal. It has to be something that you can be responsible to achieve. For example, if you say something like, I want to win the lottery, right? I want to make $1 million by winning the lottery. It's not, it takes responsibility off of you. That's an effect statement. You're going to benefit off of something else that's happening that you're not responsible for. And you really have to focus on this goal to make it in the sense of something that you're responsible to do, something that you can do, that you have the power to make a change to accomplish this. All right? Unresponsible, there's also a slash to that I like to call ecological. And what this means is it doesn't hurt the universe or the greater good of humanity. All right? If you have a goal where you're taking somebody, that's something that somebody is losing, all right, it's not going to work out. It has to be ecological. If your goal is hurting others for your gain, it's not going to work. No matter what you do, you're going against universal forces. It's not going to work out for you. So the R here has to be something that you're responsible to achieve. You have the power to achieve. It has to be realistic. And also an ecological goal that doesn't hurt others and enriches the world. If you have a goal that you want to achieve something that helps others, that goal is going to get magnetized to you. It's going to become reality because it serves the greater good.
Exactly. And the final one here, guys, is T, stands for time. And the traditional definition would be time, but the NLP variant here, we would say towards what you want. So when will you achieve this goal? It's not enough to have a goal, right? I want to make $1 million. You've got to have a certain timeline attached to it, so that makes it towards motivated.
Perfect. And here's an example. I want to leave my job. Okay. That's in a way motivation. That's going to fuel you with enough passion to find reasons you want to leave the job. But a towards motivation would be, I want to be a full-time trader because now you're moving towards something. You have a goal. I don't want to work here anymore. Guess what? If you get fired tomorrow, let's say you say, I don't want to work at this stupid job anymore. The next morning, the boss comes up and gives you the pink slip and you're fired. You're not working there anymore. So you got to be very careful for what it is that you're putting out there. So the T stands for time. You want to have a specific time it's done by, and you want to frame it in a way that you're moving towards something that you want rather than away from something you do not. Let me give you a few examples of my goals here. I have two that I'm going to share. And then if you're wondering, this is great, these SMART goals, but I just have an idea. How do I flesh out that idea to become a goal? I'm going to go through a little exercise with Mark in a few moments where you're going to see how just an idea of something you want becomes one of these achievable outcomes in SMART goals. So the first example that I actually wanted to share with you is my health goal. All right, I have a goal personally for my health. For those of you that know, I've been, in high school, I was in my peak health. Like physically, had a lot of energy. Obviously, we could all say that. And then since then, I've been going back and forth, gaining some weight, shedding it again. It's not that I have a hard time, achieving what I want. It's having a hard time to have the motivation to continue going to the gym and prioritizing it. So my health goal for this year is it is now April 1st of 2020 at 12 p.m. Eastern, right? There's a time component. And I'm thrilled to see that I am 18% body fat on the Tanita scale in the Good Life Gym in Liberty Village. I now weigh 215 pounds, and I am full of energy all day long. It's my goal. So it's so specific. I put it down to the gym I'm going to weigh myself at.
The scale brand.
The scale brand and what it's going to read, okay? The reason is because I know that that's where I'm going to do it. That's the gym I go to, and I know I could see it. I could visualize it. These are the components. The S, right, it was very specific. And I could see myself stepping on that scale over my shoulder, and then I see myself looking down and looking at the numbers that I want to see. So it's very dissociated type of view. It's simple, it's measurable, there's a number behind it. It's as if now I use I am twice in that statement. It's realistic, all right? I'm not asking to shed 300 pounds here, and it's not going to hurt anyone. In fact, it'll help people. And then it's towards what I want. It's towards a body type or goal I'm looking for, rather than saying I don't want to weigh 238 pounds anymore. All right, so that's one example. This is a personal goal of mine for 2020. You can see it's not going to take that long. I have it till April 1st. I want to share one more. Marky, any thoughts on that? You think I can achieve it, Marky?
Definitely going to achieve that one. I had kind of a similar health goal, which I set last year for this year, actually, the conclusion of 2019, and I'm very close to hitting it. And one of the goals was a personal strength goal. I wanted to be able to do weighted dips with a couple of pounds attached to myself. And my goal was to be able to do a set of 5 reps with 100 pounds attached to me of weighted dips. And that goal was set so that by December, was it 30th or the 31st of 2019, that I'll have hit that target.
Wow. So aren't you at 90 now?
Yeah. So 2 days ago, I went back in there and I tried 90 pounds and I got 2.5 reps out there. And so for this last year has been pretty difficult for me personally in the gym. I've taken injuries on injuries, taken injuries, come back, got injured again. And it's just been a roller coaster. But having that vision in my mind of me actually, kind of like you said, that disassociated vision where you can kind of see an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Every time I'm in the gym or every time I'm thinking about hitting that goal, I could literally see it in my mind's eye. I could see myself with 100 pounds attached to it and actually hitting those 5 reps.
That's phenomenal, brother. You're gonna do it. 100%. I could see from a dissociated perspective. I see it from an associated perspective watching you do it. So I'm really excited for that. It's a great goal. And it's awesome that you wrote it down, because here you are. You're going to achieve it, and maybe we'll videotape it to close the loop for everyone here on the podcast. We'll put up in the show notes.
Sure.
Here's another goal I wanted to share with you guys. I have a business goal for 2020. And so I'm really opening up here. I want to share this goal with you. Here's how I wrote the goal. It is now December 31st of 2020 at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and I am happy that we are celebrating 500 traders who now make $50,000 a year in our community and work for themselves, living their dream lives. So the goal for Trade Pro Academy is always to create profitable traders. That's our number one metric. It's not business revenue. It's not money, because we trade ourselves. We'd scale up and trade more, and then, it'll be boring. We'll be in our bedrooms. We'll be making good money. We'll have nobody to tell about it. But it's all about the community, and our number one metric is creating success, and that's one of our business goals. What's one of my personal goals that I'd like to see happen their business. So there's 2 examples of goals, very specific, very measurable, attainable, realistic, towards what you want, and timely. What if you have just an idea of something you want and you don't know how to turn it this way? Is there a series of questions that you could go through to create an achievable outcome and create one of these goals? Mark, what do you think the answer is going to be?
I feel like this is leading towards a potential series of questions.
You, sir, are 100% right. He had the cheat there. He had the assist. You saw me reach for it. There's a whole page. It was sitting here the whole time. But so, Mark, first and foremost, once again, thank you for volunteering. This is kind of a recurring trend. You volunteered for eliciting your values. I think people had a big aha moment. And, thank you again for stepping up to the plate. So I want to ask you this. What is one thing that you want in 2020?
One thing that I want in 2020 is to be able to actually replace my spouse's income.
Oh.
And get her out of the workforce.
Amazing. Okay. So what will you see, hear, and feel when you've accomplished that?
What will I see, hear, and feel? Well, I'll be feeling a big sense of achievement. I'll be seeing a big smile on my wife's face when I tell her that she can quit.
Right.
What was the last one? See, feel, and hear?
Yeah.
And I'll be hearing the joy of her being able to finally leave the 9 to 5.
Awesome. That's fantastic. You notice how one of the things you said that you would feel a sense of accomplishment, wasn't that one of your values? There we go. See how it's starting to come together? That's great. So where are you now in relation to your outcome? This is the second question, by the way, that you would ask yourself. All these questions will be in the show notes that you can repeat this process.
Sure. So with this question, can I give you like a figure, percentage?
Whatever is right to you, whatever. Look, I understand there's privacy here as well. Not everyone's going to want to open up out their goals this way. So however, you could use it as a percentage. How about that? What percentage of the way do you think you are?
All right. I'd say I'm probably around, let's say 45, 50% of the way there.
Beautiful. Awesome. How will you know when you have accomplished it?
Well, I know how much she makes. So if I can double what she makes, then I'll have known.
All right. So, that's good. For an example like this that has a tangible figure, it seems like a comical question. And if there's any other goals that you're considering, that could actually be a great question. I strongly advise you ask it. But in this case, it's easy. We don't have to dig any deeper than that. All right. What will this outcome get for you or allow you to do?
Well, one of the big reasons why I would like to achieve this goal is because my wife is an awesome baker. She bakes sweets, and she's been doing it kind of as a side hobby, and we kind of want to make it a full-time thing. That's really one of her passions. And for me to be able to pursue my passion, and in doing so, to be able to afford her the opportunity to pursue her own passion, that's the reason why I want to get it done.
That's beautiful. That's awesome. I can actually attest to the skill and talent that she has of baking. When Mark brings some cookies in the office, says, "Hey guys, this is from Rose," I'm like, "Oh boy." I try not to seem too excited, but I'm really excited inside. And then when they start trading and the market gets busy, I try to sneak out and have 2 or 3 of them so I don't get caught. And usually by the end of the trading session, there's like 1 cookie left. They're all looking at me.
Yeah, they get eaten pretty quickly. You got to be really quick on them here in the office because we got a bunch of savages in here.
Yeah, for sure. Bunch of savage.
Yeah,
just me mainly. But hey, okay. Is it only for you, and are you the only person in charge of your results?
Is it only for me? I wouldn't say that it's only for me, but I'm definitely the only person in charge of the results.
Great, awesome. Are there any drawbacks of you achieving this?
Ooh, probably have to spend a lot more time with my wife. That's a joke. That's a joke.
And you're sleeping on the couch tonight.
And
I don't know if she's gonna hear the podcast.
I don't know. By the time she hears this, ooh. Is there any drawbacks to it? To be honest, I don't see any drawbacks.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I really don't see any drawbacks. Guys, if you work with your spouses or if you've done anything similar, let me know if there are some drawbacks.
That's awesome. He's very congruent, and no, that's perfect. That's all you want to know. And the next step, we establish some of the resources. So what personal resources do you have that will allow you to achieve this goal?
The personal resources that I would have, I would honestly say myself. I don't know if you can break that down to like trading skills, business skills, etc. But I feel like myself, I have the skills required to make it happen. And I also have the resources. I have the network, the support, and the crew. And it's really in my full control, my full and complete control.
Would you say the ability, the fact that you're in an industry where you have an uncapped ceiling of potential return in a year would help you achieve that? Like, is that a tool? The fact that you
Definitely.
can make, yeah, okay. So
Definitely.
you can call trading itself a resource.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Trading's a big resource. Trading to me is, outside of being a passion, trading is also a catalyst. What I find, there's some people that will use trading as a career because it's a passion that they love and it's something that they live and they breathe. But there's also some people that get into trading as a means to pursue their true passion.
For
right?
sure.
If you can succeed in trading, you can generate the cash flow or even the wealth required to pursue what your actual passion is. That's also, perfectly fine avenue to start trading.
Hey, we live to fulfill our values at the end of the day, our goals. So
Exactly.
everyone's different. There is no right or wrong answer for any of this stuff, which is great. The next thing is checking for ecology. So for what purpose do you want it, is what I would ask you here.
Well, I think it would kind of be a twofold purpose. First of all, it would give me a sense of fulfillment to be able to take my wife out of the workforce and also to be able to kind of fund her dream and get that rolling. And then the second one would just be, I guess, kind of a sense of pride, and it would open up a lot more free time to spend with my wife and kind of create new experiences and adventures.
Awesome. That's fantastic. And when do you want to have this accomplished by?
Ooh, she would say by next week. Ideally, I want to say probably by her birthday. So that would be July of 2020.
Okay. Can we use a specific date and time?
Just kidding. It's not July. It's June. Yeah, June 17th.
We're learning a lot about Mark here. Again, thank you for, he might have made that date up. I don't know. This for example purposes. What time would you like?
Ooh, what time? I would like in the morning.
You can tell her she doesn't have to go to work.
Exactly. Exactly.
What time in the morning?
She usually gets up around 7:30. Yeah, let's say 7:45.
Beautiful. All right. So that was the exercise. So we've asked a series of questions that help you create an achievable outcome. This helps you start with some kind of idea that pops up, like, I want to help replace my wife's income, and it's just an idea. Now we flesh it out. Now listen to what we could create with this. I'm going to post these questions for creating achievable outcomes. I didn't ask them all. I kind of played with this example. It'd be silly to ask some of the questions based on how you responded, but for you guys, I've put the whole series of questions. We're going to put that in the show notes. You're going to have access to this. All right, and you can repeat this exercise. It helps you create very airtight, solid statements of creation. Let me read this out to you, Mark, and tell me how this sounds. All right, so this is how you would want to phrase this, and I'm going literally reading the notes I took off the page, so it might not be perfect, but it'll be very close. I promise you. All right, it is now June 17th, and as you guys are listening as well, you heard Mark answer statements. Imagine that was your goal as well. All right, and listen to how this sounds. It is now June 17th of 2020 at 7:45 in the morning. You've just woken up. Rose has just gotten out of bed, had a chance to get ready, and you come up and tell her that you're realizing the goal of helping her replace her income. She's smiling. You feel a sense of accomplishment, fulfillment. You smile, Mark, and you feel a lot of pride, knowing that you fully now replace her income. This gives you the time and for her to start her business, bake cookies, and other products, and to really fulfill her dream and be passionate about what she's doing. And now you guys have a lot more opportunity to grow and create adventures together.
I felt that.
Yeah?
That felt like
Did you?
that felt like a movie in my mind's eye. And I'd like to fund that production.
Let's do it. I got to high five them. I love that because you know what? Like that's at the end of the day, this is through those questions we were able to provide that statement and read it back. What I would do is I'll give this page to Mark. And he probably won't be able to read these notes, but once you have the answers, you can create like a visual like that, a strong visual. Now you can see how you could look at yourself externally and dissociated view and see that moment happen. Now that moment's going to happen because we've spoken about it. And that's a goal. If you create your goals like that for New Year's, then forget about a resolution. Resolution's nonsense. It's a goal, right? It's an actionable goal. If you create them to be that deep, you put your feelings and senses in them, that's a real example of a SMART goal. And thanks again, Mark, for participating. I really appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure.
One of the next steps is that you could do, and we're going to give you a few last tidbits here before we call it. I wanted to tell you this. Now that you have an achievable outcome that fueled, like when I saw Mark, when I was reading that goal, he was smiling. He felt it, like he saw it happen in real time, as if though it's already happened. Now what you want to do is create some affirmations for yourself. A list of affirmations around these goals that are very important and meaningful to you. All right? Here's the questions you would want to ask yourself. An affirmation is a statement that empowers and gives you the energy to sort of see what you want completed and gives you fuel to achieve that goal. So what you want to ask yourself is, what characteristics does someone who has already achieved your goal have? All right? For Mark's example, the characteristics would be somebody who's has the ability to earn a higher income, all right, who's able to increase the income. What characteristics would that person have? It might be something like they believe they're wealthy, right? So one of the affirmations would be, I am wealthy and I'm abundant, because that way you could create.
That's actually the affirmation I use.
You actually, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So that's great. So Mark would write that out. So affirmations are statements that are phrased in I am forms that are characteristics, positive characteristics that will help you achieve your goals. And Mark said that's one of them. I actually put in the notes to ask you. I stole your thunder.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Was there any surprise that for these affirmations we're using the words I am?
Not at all.
Right? So yeah, just kind of speaking on Georgie's point there, affirmations are, they're pretty huge, and they've made a pretty big change in my own life. And I didn't really believe in this stuff when I started to read about it, just because it wasn't so much that there's a science per se behind it. But I've always been one of the type of people that will do something to get my own experience from it instead of just taking somebody else's opinion and, avoiding something because somebody else had an opinion on it. So I did it for myself, and, despite there not being any science behind it, I don't really know how to explain it, but affirmations do work in a weird way. I don't know if there's any real science behind it, but what you guys will find, and that's kind of what I found, is once I started using those affirmations, I like to use I am a money magnet.
That one.
Yeah, I am a money magnet. Money flows to me freely, and I'm deserving of financial abundance. Those are my two main ones, and I've been repeating them for quite some time now. And funny story. The other day, I went to go grab a sub, and I found $2 on the floor.
Oh, shoot. Right? I love it.
And, while it's not a crazy, amount of crazy sum that you can go ahead and retire, it's those little things. It's those little things, because now you're focusing not on, if you don't have money at the time and you're using these affirmations, you stop focusing on what you don't have and you start focusing on what you want. And as a result of doing that and vocalizing it to the universe and to your subconscious mind, that's kind of what you start attracting, right? And so once you start using these kinds of affirmations, you guys are going to start to find that what once was an obstacle or you didn't really see much of, now it's almost becoming a norm. You know what I mean? And another example would be something like, let's say you have a favorite car, for example, and you never really thought about buying the car before, but now you're really searching, you're doing research on that car. Guess what's typically going to happen? You're going to start seeing, or not that you're going to start seeing a lot more of the car, you're going to start noticing that car there a lot more, right? And so that's really the power of affirmations. The more that you use them and the more that they relate to what you really want to accomplish, it's the stronger they're going to become, and the more you're going to find, those scenarios start to unfold in your life.
I love that. Reese actually really liked the G-Wagon, the Mercedes, the most impractical vehicle ever made for daily commuting, but fantastic military vehicle. And she really wanted one. And every time I was with her, we'd see it all the time. And now she has one. She has a G-Wagon, the car of her dreams. Same thing with the Toonie for you, Mark. Like, you're going to, along the way to your big goal, there's little reminders like that tell you you're on track. That's a really good sign. Even though it's just a Toonie, it's a way of the universe testing you, saying, look, you're going to be happy for this? Let's kind of test them out. And in terms of the science, what you're doing with I am statements is you're really reprogramming yourself. So what you're doing is changing your identity. And there is a lot of science behind it that we could get into. And I think for one of the episodes, we should do a quantum physics episode. That stuff is fascinating. It's mind-blowing. Very deep. We'll have to get a guest on so it can help support a lot of these conversations. I know exactly a person who will bring on, but it's something definitely worth exploring. But for now, do a I am statement, affirmations every single morning, along with your gratuity journal that we talked about in the last episode, and you're going to be a manifestation machine. Last thing I want to mention, another part of your morning practice, put in a morning visualization component. Just the way that I read out the statement from Mark, he had, even though I read it for him, he attached to it his own senses, feelings, visuals, right? You saw it a different way than I said it. You saw it more full. So hang on to that picture and relive it every single morning when you wake up, because that's really going to energize the goal and put you on course to achieve it. When you wake up is the best time to do mindfulness or meditation work, because when you're in sleep, you're in what's called delta, really deep brainwave. Actually, there's slower brainwaves, less activity, but very deep sleep. And when you transition from sleep to being fully awake, that middle stage where you're kind of a little drowsy. That's called alpha. That's the meditative state. And when you're in that state, if you could visualize your goals, it sends very powerful commands of creation and construction in your mind. All right, and that's another exercise I'll give you. So if I could sum up the takeaways for this episode, first of all, start with an idea. Use the creating achievable outcome questions in the show notes. All right, and create yourself or recreate the goals you have for 2020. Make them super powerful and potent. Let's be the 20% of people whose goals work.
Exactly. Let's make that commitment, right now and for the remainder of this year and for the remainder of our lives, to make that commitment to continue to grow and to prosper.
Love it. Now we're making our subconscious mind do the hard work for us when we follow these rules. You're realizing your goals. I believe in you, Mark. I can't wait for July or June 17th. You'll probably come in the office at 9 a.m. and share the good news. I won't be there at 7:45. I'm going to show up in the morning at your door.
You'll be right outside my door.
Yeah. I'm really excited. I believe in you. I believe in all you guys listening. You still need to take action, but you're creating very, very powerful, deeply rooted psychological goals that you're going to be supported to achieve. So I believe in you guys. Great luck. Let's make 2020 a super successful one. Appreciate you all. I'm grateful for all of you. And that wraps up this episode for me. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's been George Pappas of Trade Pro Academy.
And Mark Borsch from Trade Pro Academy. And you guys take care until the next episode.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borsch.
Hello, trade pros, and welcome to episode 8 of the Mind Over Markets podcast. Today, we're going to talk about a very special topic, and we're going to focus in on mental toughness. This is your host, George Papazov from Trade Pro Academy.
And your co-host, Mark Borsch from Trade Pro Academy.
And we're really excited to talk about this topic today of mental toughness. All right, this is a term that was coined and used first and foremost in athletic development, in athletic athletes, or in athletes rather, in performance development. And it's very special and near and dear to our heart as well, because trading is actually like a sport. Traders could be likened to professional athletes. All right, it's all about developing a winning mindset, having that mentality, persevering, and pushing through challenges to win. All right, so we're going to talk about some concepts here from a great book on mental toughness training for sports by James E. Lair, who was one of the very first people to mention or coin the phrase mental toughness. He wrote the book in the 1970s, and he released another one in the 90s, and we have the book here with us in the podcast studio. We're going to read you a little story in a moment, but it's a phenomenal book. It's called The New Toughness Training for Sports, Mental, Emotional, and Physical Conditioning from one of the world's premier sports psychologists. All right, and I think this is a very important topic for us. Why is it important? Well, 50% of superior athletic performance is a result of mental or psychological factors. All right, and oftentimes when traders are asked what percentage of trading, especially successful traders, what percentage of your success is attributed to psychology, what would you say to that, Mark?
I'd say easily over 100%.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Easily over 100%. All right, 83% of coaches rate mental toughness as the most important set of psychological characteristics for determining competitive success. So let me ask you guys this as you're listening to this podcast and ourselves. If you were a professional athlete as a trader, if trading was a professional sport, you're an athlete. All right. And coaches, 83% of them rate mental toughness as the most important characteristics. Would they let you on the team? It's a very good question. It's a very important one. Would you be on the professional team? Would you even be in the minors? How is your mental toughness compared to other professional traders? It's a very important question to get you to kind of question and think about yourself and self-reflect. All right. In 2002, Graham Jones and his colleagues interviewed 12 athletes for their book, and they came up with an overall definition of what mental toughness was for them. All right. Here's an interesting quote from there. People who are mentally tough have a psychological edge that enables them to cope better than their opponents with the many demands that sports place on a performer. And they're also more consistent and better than their opponents in remaining determined, focused, confident, and in control under pressure. Now, that's directly relevant to trading.
I was going to say that sounds exactly like a trader.
That's what we do on a daily basis.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like what we do.
Right? And it's fantastic. And before we dig into the 12 key attributes of athletes, I want to tell you about something mentioned in this book that we're just referring to, James Lair, in the New Toughness Training for Sports. All right? He, in his book, has a definition of within one human being, there are two people, the real self and the performer self. And when the two of them are maintained and developed, they act in cohesion. They sync up and they create the performance state. He calls it the IPS, the ideal performance state.
Okay.
And so let me give you a little story. This one's going to take me 2 or 3 minutes to read, but I think it's a fascinating story about Karen, an athlete. You ready to listen to me read for a little bit, Mark?
Hit me with it.
All right. Karen enters a race fully prepared physically. She's well rested, has met all her nutritional needs, and has physically trained hard for this all-important event. Her parents and friends are present, as well as a few college scouts. Her performance in this race will likely determine whether she gets a college scholarship.
No pressure.
Exactly. Karen begins the race feeling nervous and tight. She runs considerably below her potential and becomes increasingly negative, frustrated, and angry as the race progresses. When she falls behind many of her competitors towards the end of the race, her spirit's completely broken and she ceases to try. After the race, she's devastated. Let's look at what happened. The most important factor is that Karen's self-performer or performer self never became engaged during the race. Feelings of nervousness and frustration dominated the performance. This apparently occurred for psychological reasons. One possible explanation is that Karen's real self was simply too needy and unbalanced emotionally to give her access to empowering the ideal performance state. The release of stress hormones associated with nervousness and fear could potentially stem from her feelings of insecurity or doubt relative to her running or to more deeply rooted fears associated with generalized low self-esteem. Another possible explanation, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, that's interesting.
Very interesting. Another possible explanation for Karen's exaggerated fear response, called choking in sport, is that the emotional demands of the competitive event simply exceed her coping skills. Pressures from parents, coaches, and college scouts were simply too much. Karen's failure to achieve her ideal performance state during the race resulted in the following. Number 1, unmet emotional needs associated with her real self, and 2, emotional demands that exceeded her coping capacity. So this is very interesting. All right, it's a story of an athlete who there was a lot on the line, which generated a lot of pressure. And the real self, or the person who's emotional, the person who you really are. At the end of the day, as an athlete, you have a performance state that you trigger, but that's not you 24/7. You can't be a fierce competitor all day long because it takes energy, but you have this performance mentality or mind state. And I think that the real self, or the part of her that, is responsible for keeping herself safe, happy in life in general, wasn't met. She was emotional. She was afraid. She didn't know how to cope with that added pressure, which brought negativity, which sabotaged her performer self. In essence, I don't think Karen actually competed at all. She wasn't there for the race.
Oh, Karen wasn't there, and I can probably tell you if that was a real person, if she had to recall what happened that day, she wouldn't be able to.
Exactly. Emotional.
Exactly, emotional. And sometimes, when the subconscious programming takes over, that leads to things that, you can take certain actions and you can completely forget about them happening, right? Because the subconscious mind takes over. It's almost like an auto function of your body.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And so I wouldn't be surprised if Karen was a real person. If you were to ask her, what happened that day, she'd be like, I don't know. That wasn't me.
Now, what if Karen was a trader, right? Because we see traders do this as well. Trading is a performance sport. And when we sit down at the computer, too often we feel like the person that sits down at the computer before trading is the same person that's going to trade.
Yeah.
But that's incorrect, right? The real self, the person who needs to take care of their body, their health, their fitness, their mental life with their family, friends, the person who needs to stay happy is not the person that's trading.
Yeah, that's true.
All right? The person that actually transform is the performer self, the person who's in charge of meeting tough demands, all right, being stressed out and rising to the challenge and creating mental toughness and staying in that mood. And I think what happens too often is that traders don't realize that when you join this industry, you're not doing something that's familiar to you. You're going in real tough mental combat. All right. And I think that's where the challenge is. We don't realize there has to be two aspects to us.
Yeah, I think a lot of kind of goes back to the earlier point where you asked me what percent of psychology do I think plays a role in successful trading. And I think that is a point that a lot of newer traders kind of fail to identify, is a sense that, as a newer trader, you're kind of looking for that holy grail. And I think we made this point in previous episodes, in the sense that a newer trader that's not really experienced with the actual execution side of trading, they're going to think that I need a new strategy. If they take a couple of losses, the strategy's not right. I got to switch to a new strategy, find something else, find that holy grail. And what they fail to realize is how important psychology is in those results, right? Because you can find, George can give you a strategy, I can give you my strategy, but just giving you our strategies with step-by-step, execution steps rather, is you're not going to be trading that the same way that I would be trading it or that George would be trading it. And the main difference between the discrepancy in the results would be because I'm familiar with that strategy and I've built my psychology around that strategy. It makes sense to me. It fits my personality, right? So a lot of new traders, they get stuck on the fact that I need to have a holy grail, but they don't really focus on the mentality part of it. So understanding from the get-go that this is going to be something that's going to really challenge you from a psychological standpoint, that's where I guess that's your first step of progress, is first being able to kind of identify the fact that you're going to have to work on yourself, at least from a mentality point of view. And one of the reasons why we're kind of correlating trading to sports psychology is because trading it's not an industry that all the lessons from trading can't be applied to other fields, and lessons from other fields, not to say that lessons from other fields can't be applied to trading. So we kind of looked at how other fields can apply to trading, and some of the common ones, as far as sports psychology is very important, but also a focus on the sports that are based on the individual. So sports such as, let's say, tennis, right? Where you're the only competitor. You don't have a team to rely on. You don't have a team that you can point fingers at and say, he didn't make the pass that he should have, or the defense wasn't there, right? So sports like tennis, sports like golf, sports like competitive swimming, anything where you are the sole athlete involved, I think that there's a lot of lessons that can be applied in trading from successful athletes in their respective fields. And you guys will get a sense of that a little bit later on in this episode, but I just thought it was important to kind of point that out, the fact that psychology is something that you are going to have to work on. And, if you find a strategy, the strategy in itself might be good, but in order to find the real results that you're looking for, you really got to shift the focus to looking inside and working on bettering yourself, your inner self, so that, your outer circumstances can reflect what that work on the inside has shown.
Yeah, absolutely. And 100% agreement with that. And I'm really happy that Mark brought up the point about individual sports, because that's more of a sport where it's you versus yourself.
Exactly.
And there's no finger pointing. And it's kind of like going to the gym, all right? And the reason strategies don't work, my strategy, I'll be happy to email it to you. I have no problems. It's simple. But you have to have the right mental toughness for that level of competition. So if you showed up at the gym and you've never squatted in your life and you put 4 plates on each side, right? You're pushing a lot of weight. You're not going to be able to do a single rep. Guarantee your knees are going to break. You're not prepared for that kind of mental toughness. So there's my strategy, 4 plates on each side. How are you going to be able to? I don't do 4 plates, but I'm doing
almost there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm working up to it. So it's not about finding somebody's strategy. It's about increasing your mental toughness and growing yourself personally, so you could support more weight on your shoulders, so you can have access to creating your own strategy. That's what it's about. You're competing against yourself. It's a sport. And before you could create a strategy for trading, you have to have mental toughness to support that strategy. If you think about the analogy, the trading strategy is the weight, and your mental toughness is the support structure of that weight. All right? So you have to choose the right weight to build your mental toughness with. And this is why we look at athletics, because you look at athletes. How does athletes and trading compare? For some of you who haven't made the connection yet, think about this. How an athlete performs directly affects how much money they make and how long their career is. There's no other way to break down athleticism than that. If you go home, if you have a crappy performance and you go home, you own that crappy performance. In a 9-to-5 job, we don't make as much money as athletes, but the demands aren't as high of us. And neither is the accountability.
And, to that point, it really depends on the type of corporate career you go into, right? Because you go into a career where, most businesses, you have two sides. You have the revenue bringing side, which is often your sales department, and you got your support side, right? And so most corporate structures will reward the sales side. The sales side will have often a base salary, usually around what the support side starts with, but they also get, the opportunity to make bonuses, commissions, whatever the structure of the business is. And so if you're in the sales side, I would also agree that they can be likened to high performance athletes.
100%.
Because it's still a similar thing. You're basically eating what you kill.
Right.
Right. And so having that requirement to be, on top of your game, to be mentally tough, even in a sales role, you've got to make cold calls. I'm sure that's still a thing.
Yeah.
Cold calls, you're going to get a lot of rejections. How many,
man.
if you get rejected on, you're a salesperson, you make a couple calls out, your first call gets rejected, second call gets rejected, third one gets rejected. Are you still going to have the mental toughness to call the fourth person? Or are you just going to, kind of quit out and say, you know what, these last three ones didn't really work out. It's time to do something new. That's what I'd liken to a new trader with a strategy. They're trying out the new strategy, try it once, takes a loss, try it twice, second loss, try it third time, third loss. All right. It's not about, newer traders aren't going to be thinking, all right, am I mentally tough enough? Do I have enough belief, self-belief, confidence in myself to execute this fourth trade based on my strategy without really weighing on the fact that the prior three trades were losses, right? That's where the real professional comes in. It's the people that can bounce back, take a couple of losses in a row and not be affected on a psychological point with taking that fourth trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that. I 100% agree with you. And I think that if you take it a level higher than that, if you look at what is athleticism and trading and you go one level higher, I like to call it meals or rifles, because at the end of the day, are you looking for somebody to guarantee you a meal, which is more consistent, steady, or are you looking for somebody to give you a rifle and so you could go get your meal yourself? If you're vegan, maybe gloves so you can pull it out of the ground. I don't know, like the tools for you to make your own meal. I just use it as an analogy. All right, this podcast is accepting of everyone and welcoming. So, do you want meals or rifles? And if you want guaranteed meals, you can't expect to eat the quality of meat that you're going to get with your rifle, because you're the one going out to get it. You get what somebody brings to you because you're not in control of it. And so this is why we're linking the two together. So let's talk about the 12 key attributes identified by athletes and how we think they're important for trading as well. The first, and these are listed in the order of importance as well. They identified as the number one most important, or should we go backwards?
That's a good question.
We're going backwards.
We're going to go backwards from the
cliffhanger right there. Number 12. All right, so the athlete said switching sport focus on and off as required. All right, you need to be able to switch it on and off between games, during a tournament. All right, the mental preparation for competing requires a lot of energy of you to stay in that competitive mind frame. You cannot be in a competitive mind frame 24/7. You'll burn out.
Oh, yeah.
And so the ability to identify when to switch it on and off. The beauty of competing is that in trading when you're going to trade. We trade from 9 to 11. The U.S. market opens at 9:30. European closes at 11:30. That overlap is our go time.
Yeah.
And so even on weekends, I'm trained so well to be in competitive mode that even on a Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m., I'm super competitive. And Reese and I had talked about that a couple weeks ago. She's like, why are you in such a competition? Like, we're not arguing here. And I'm like, I got to win. Because 9 to 11 is my compete time. So that's number 12. Switching support or sport focus on and off is required.
All right. Number 11 is remaining fully focused in the face of personal life distractions. So this is, once you're in the competition, you cannot let your mind wander to other things. And it doesn't really matter what has happened to you. You can't bring the problem into the performance arena. And this kind of translates back to trading, right? It's been identified by athletes that you have to remain fully focused in the face of life distractions, right? So if you're somebody that, you had a fight with your spouse, or you had a disagreement with a friend, or you've got something that's weighing on you mentally, that's not something that you can bring to the trading desk, right? Because that's going to affect your performance. And one of the things that I really liked about the quote that George mentioned at the beginning of the podcast with regards to people who are mentally tough have a psychological edge that enables them to cope better than their opponents with the many demands that sports place on a performer. I think the key word there, or I guess keywords, would be psychological edge, right? It gives you an edge. As traders, we're looking for edges in the markets, and at the end of the day, to be consistently profitable, you're looking to exploit as many edges as you can in this arena, right? So you've got your trading edge, you've got risk management edge, and psychological edge is also something that you can have over other participants in the market. So remaining fully focused in the face of personal life distractions, super important as far as maintaining and developing your psychological edge.
I love the term of psychological edge. I don't know if anyone's ever coined that before in trading. So you might have just come up with something huge in the industry. That's phenomenal. I 100% agree. Number 10, thriving on the pressure of competition. I love this. If you're going to achieve anything worthwhile, there's bound to be pressure. Mental toughness is being resilient and using the competition pressure to get the best out of yourself. All right. One way to look at this is that, look, great things, diamonds are created by pressure. All right. That's the term I was looking for. Diamonds are created from pressure. So high amount of pressure doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. And how do you cope with that? You learn to embrace it. All right. Pressure leads to progress. If you put pressure on yourself, the environment puts pressure on you. It's how you choose to cope with it that ends up creating the emotion. If you choose to fold and feel uneasy about it and you're nervous, there's ways to work on that, but pressure is not going to push you to perform positive things. If instead you look at the pressure, you say, this is a challenge. I have a positive mindset. All right, I'm going to go forward with this. I think that pressure pushes you to competition. You naturally jump to the instinct to say, I'm going to win, bring this pressure on. And that's the mindset you're trying to cultivate. How do you do that? You have to have some form of positive thinking. You have to have a winning mindset in order to take pressure and turn it into competitive drive rather than fold under the pressure. And so when the pressure is the highest, think back in your life, whenever you've been under pressure, have you naturally had a tendency to go towards, hiding from the pressure or putting your hand down or trying to move away from the pressure so you're not noticed? Or have you stepped up to the challenge and took that and said, let's do it, let's compete? And I think the way you answer that tells you your stage of preparedness for trading. If you back down from pressure, you're not okay with it. It doesn't mean you're doomed to be a trader. It just means there's ways that we need to work on this. This is something we have to address before we talk about moving averages, indicators, strategies. Let's talk about being able to deal with pressure. Because guess what? In simulated trading, you don't have any pressure.
There is no pressure.
Yeah. What's the pressure in simulated trading? When you go live, what people experience is when they go live, they'll say, I have a great simulated trading strategy. Like, have you tried it live? No. Well, you're going to learn something. The pressure comes right down on your shoulders. If you're not prepared to deal with the pressure, once again, going back to the analogy, 4 plates on each side on the squat, you're not going to do a single rep.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a great point that Georgie brings up. And one thing that I will kind of say is that when you're trading in flow and you're not really focused on the pressure, or not so much that you're not focused on the pressure, but that you're so used to the pressure and you're so confident in yourself, when you're trading in flow, you'll find that those times that you were trading in demo where you didn't really have a care so much and you were still executing trades well in the demo environment, that's kind of the transition that you want to get into the live trading environment, right? Not to say that you're in demo clicking around, messing about. That's not what you want to bring over. But that sense of flow, if that makes sense. You know what I mean, Georgie?
Totally makes sense. That's there it is. Once again, athletes definitely talk about flow. Flow is a state of extreme mental concentration, and that pressure doesn't even really come into the realm of what you experience because you're so focused. Now, if you're talking about pressure of performing once you're already live trading, I'll give you guys a tip right away. Reduce the pressure. If you have a hard time handling pressure, reduce your pressure. How do you reduce your pressure as a trader? Maybe don't go on Twitter and announce to the world that you're starting trading. You need to be accountable. You need to have friends, be a part of the community, but there's no need to put extra pressure on yourself by telling people about what you're doing, how you're going to do it. All right, getting your wife to review your trading account every day. Things like remove the pressure however you can. All right, and whatever that means to you. And if you're somebody who thrives with pressure, I'm all about it. Turn up the dial.
Oh yeah.
I perform under pressure. That's my top competitive drive. That's number 10.
That's true. I can concur. And building on the idea of community, the number 9 was not being adversely affected by others' good and bad performances. So there have been cases where people have set world records and people have gone out, a couple minutes later and they've won up those world records. And imagine being on the sidelines, you're about to get ready to perform and you just had 2 people back to back break world records. What's that going to do to you? Is that going to put adverse pressure on you, or are you going to take that and, if you're mentally tough, the mentally tough performers are going to use that in order to, they better themselves. Whereas the performers that aren't mentally tough, they're going to be, second guessing themselves. Can I hit that record? Right. Can I hit those numbers, etc.? I can't go that fast, right? They'll say something like, well, he's better than me. Whereas the mentally tough performers will say things like, well, he's no better than me. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to go ahead and beat that. And I think this can be easily applied to, especially in communities and especially with social media, because in communities, a lot of trading communities, there's no, if it's authentic, if it's a real trading community, you're not going to always have 100% of the community being green on a certain day, on a certain session throughout a certain week.
Which is being profitable.
Right. Exactly. So one of the things that, we often see, and I remember struggling with this when I started trading, was I'd go on social media and let's say I had a bad day or I didn't have the day that I wanted. And then I'd go on social media and I'd see a post of, some trader making five-digit returns in that single session. Or, even referencing back to the community aspect, some days you'll have some traders in the community doing really well. They'll be excited about those results. And some days, you'll have some of the community members won't be doing so hot. And it becomes important, if you're hearing about these successes and you're not doing well on that day, is not to get down on yourself as a result of that. Is to kind of stick to your lane, focus on, your own performance, where you're at, and taking the steps required to get you to where you have to be, and not really comparing that to, George made $1,000 today and I'm down a couple bucks, so I'm not a good trader. This doesn't make sense to me, right? So it's very important. As you guys can see, this was number 9. The attributes by athletes that not being adversely affected by others' good and bad performances is one of the key characteristics of mental toughness. So if you guys want to build that mental toughness, make sure not to compare your chapter 1 to somebody's chapter 20, and just use what your results are, learn from them, and go forward. Don't really compare yourself to others, and don't let others' results reflect on yours.
And if you spin that to positive, think about this. Imagine that you set the world record. I don't know what it is now for the 100-meter, but like 7 seconds.
It's probably something dumb.
Probably is like 3 seconds now. Yeah. But let's say that for X amount of distance, your time was 10 seconds. If nobody beats your score until you live, I'm willing to bet that your performance has peaked. I'm willing to bet that you won't do anything about it to get more mental tough to grow. You're going to stay in your current mind state because you're number 1. But the moment somebody beats your score, you have 2 pieces of information. Number 1, you have the fuel to motivate you to do better. And number 2, you have the exact amount that you need to improve by. Somebody beats your score by 1 second. Next season, you're going to train. You're going to say, what kind of training do I need to do to achieve 1.5 second quicker time? And now you have the end goal in mind. For trading, it's the same thing. If you're in a community where people are making money and you might have had a day that was tough, you know what? Say, look, I'm in the right place. I see what's possible. This is amazing. Good for them. But tomorrow I'm going to compete stronger. I'm going to be one of those people. And again, I think that goes to all the other qualities we mentioned so far. Number 8, accepting that competition anxiety is inevitable and knowing that you can cope with it. Statements like, I accept that I'm going to get nervous, particularly when the pressure is on, but keeping the lid on it and being in control is crucial. So look at that. It's not eliminating pressure, but you say, look, I acknowledge the pressure. When people have a hard time dealing with pressure, it's not that they don't know how to deal with it. It's just that they were expecting to not have it to begin with. They were surprised by it.
Yeah.
Right? And let me tell you this. There's pressure in trading. Right? And you're going to have to accept it. But because you've accepted it and you know it, you now have control over it, especially if you're living a cause. Want to learn more about that? Episode 1 of this podcast. We literally start with that.
Exactly. Number 7 here, pushing back the boundaries of physical and emotional pain while still maintaining technique and effort under distress during training and competition. So quotes such as, in my sport, you have to deal with the psychological pain from fatigue, dehydration, and tiredness. You're depleting your body of so many different things. It's a question of pushing yourself. It's mind over matter, just trying to hold your technique and perform while under this distress and go beyond your limits. Interesting.
Damn, that's, you know what? That just made me realize how much harder it is to be an athlete than anything else in this world. It's physically taxing. You know, you got to push beyond the boundaries of physical exhaustion. The good news is in trading, you're not going to be physically exhausted. But I will tell you, mentally, you're going to push the boundaries way beyond your mental exhaustion and to keep going. You're going to be tried and tested in a battle format. Not every day, but man, there are some days that mentally it's so challenging that they still stick in my mind. I can remember a lot of those days. I remember the day that I lost $5,000 literally in 45 minutes, not because I took bad trades, but because I was demonstrating a strategy. I was testing it. I went into sim. I was throwing a whole bunch of stuff. I left it on, and I realized that it wasn't sim. It was actually the live account.
I've been there.
Yeah. And so it cost me $5,000. And that mental toughness from that, that pressure to bounce back and to just be able to shrug it off, you know, this is a very mentally taxing sport, trading is. Whereas sports is both physical and mental.
Yeah, exactly. And I could write a book about my experiences with those kinds of situations. But
I would read it.
Funny enough, you say that. One of my examples would be, you know, there was one time where I was just setting up a new platform, and this was a keyboard shortcuts were enabled, and I was trying to scroll out on my chart, and this was before the market opened. So imagine putting yourself in my position here, guys. You're sitting down in your trade station, you've got your charts on open, you're clicking on a chart, and you're trying to scroll into it to expand the chart, and all of a sudden you see on your DOM you're short 5 contracts as the market's, you know, popping up higher. And that's basically what happened to me as the market opened up by accident. I had the keyboard shortcuts enabled, and I was short 5 lots on the SPOOs as it was, you know, climbing a little bit higher, climbing steadily higher into the opening bell. And so on that opening bell, I basically flattened the position out, didn't really let it play out, just flattened it out right away, managed my risk. And imagine what it takes, you know, not to say that this is going to happen to you, but imagine what it takes on that kind of a day to, before the market even opens up off, you know, an execution error, a keyboard error, you're already down a couple $100 just from something that, you know, was an honest mistake. This is where mental toughness comes into play. You got to be able to say, all right, am I staying? Am I going to make this back? Or you can choose to, you know, admit defeat and walk away. And so, you know, I had enough confidence in myself to, you know, to keep trading that day. I don't really remember how the day went.
I remember that day. You finished green.
Did I finish green?
There you remember it, yeah.
There you go. So, yeah. So it comes with battling back. And the more you're able to kind of battle back, build that mental toughness, the more confidence and self-belief that you're going to instill in yourself that, you know, if you come into that kind of a situation in the future, you already have a reference point that you've done it before. You can do this.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that story. I know anyone listening to this podcast has been trading for any amount of time. You have your own story of this
100%.
And I'm here to tell you this. Anyone who's ever succeeded if you have one story, you have 20 of those. All right? It's part of business. We all have those kind of stories. The longer you're in the business, the more of those stories you're going to get. Rather than trying to be perfect, this is more important. And that leads us to number 6.
And number 6 is regaining psychological control following unexpected, uncontrollable events. And this is competition specific. So as it relates to sports, it's quotes such as, it's definitely about not getting unsettled by things you didn't expect or can't control. You've got to be able to switch back into control mode. So I think this is huge because it kind of builds on some of the topics where we talked about being able to kind of bounce back from, trading losses and how to come back from things like that. And so in trading, you're going to take losses. That's inevitable. But what's really important with this is if you take a loss, or if you take another loss, a consecutive loss, and then you follow that into a streak, and then it turns into a rut, it's being able to have the mental toughness to kind of regain that control of yourself. And this kind of comes back to those first episodes where we talked about being away and towards motivated,
Right.
and being at cause and being in effect. So the people that are going to be in effect, if they suffer a rut, if they suffer a consecutive streak of losses, people that are in effect, they're going to be blaming external circumstances.
100%.
Right? The market did this, whatever. Trump tweeted something.
Yeah.
Kudlow came out and said it was going to be finally phase 1 deal made.
It's never their fault if you're
Exactly.
not at cause. Yeah.
It's never their fault. But the people that live at cause and the people that are, kind of towards motivated, they know what they want and they take full control of their results, what happens to them. So if something unexpected or uncontrollable happens, they have the wherewithal to regain, that control because they're already living in control, right? So they have the power to get back to the right psychological mindset. Whereas the person that hasn't really practiced living at cause, they're the ones that are living in effect. It's going to be a lot more difficult for somebody that's living in effect to regain that, that performance mindset after taking a string of losses, because guess what? It's not my fault.
Exactly. And by the time you're thinking about whose fault it is, you're the one taking the L on your trading account.
Yeah.
And so I want to add to that point one single sentence. In life, it's not about what happens to you. It's how you respond that matters. All right. Point number 5, remaining fully focused on the task at hand in the face of competition-specific distractions. There are inevitable distractions, and you just have to be able to focus on what you need to focus on. I love this one because I have a term that I refer to in a trading room, mental capital.
Yep.
And there's days where the market's going good. There's a lot of opportunity. If I stick around for another 4 hours, there'll be a lot of trade opportunities. And I feel like my mental focus is drained. I have a meter that I self-regulate, and I notice my meter is running anything below 5 or 6. I start to be a lot more cautious. Anything below 5, I'm done. That means if my mental focus is only 50%, all right, it's time to recharge the battery. I'm not going to be able to perform top-notch with 50% mental capital. So I really like this because you have to continue to focus. And if you find that your focus is not continuous for whatever reason, maybe something happened in your life, all right? Maybe the internet just cut out. Maybe somebody just knocked on your door with Amazon delivery. If it kicks you out of focus, as you gain experience, you'll be able to refocus really quickly. And if you can't refocus, I'm going to tell you this, competition's over. And you have to be able to know when to throw in the towel.
Yep. One of my favorite examples, just reading this one here on remaining fully focused on the task at hand in the face of competition-specific distractions. This kind of brings me back to an interview that I saw with Tiger Woods and his dad. And so what Tiger Woods' dad would do, earlier on in his career is he would distract him. So as Tiger Woods was going to, to make a swing, what his dad would do was he would drop a bag of clubs, as he began to build that swing momentum. And so in order to build out his mental toughness, his dad would keep doing these things. And Tiger would say that, he never went over the line with these distractions, but he always went just far enough to get a little bit more distracting than previously, but not ever passing that line. So he said, by the time that I got to the point where my dad's distractions didn't distract me anymore, he's like, I knew I was ready, right? And he said, his father, before he passed, rest in peace, he said, you'll never meet another person as mentally tough as you in your entire life. And that was the whole purpose of those distractions, was to build his mental toughness, right? And you kind of have to have something similar in trading. Not to say that you need to have, your dad or whoever you're supposed standing behind you dropping keys or anything like that. But you also want to make sure that when you are going to be trading, you're going to be mitigating those distractions as best as you can. And, if you do have them, you kind of got to decide, all right, am I able to stay in the right state of mind, even with these distractions or not? Because like George said, if you're not there to compete, this isn't really the right place for you.
Wow, that's a very powerful analogy, Mark. It's actually incredible. This is the first time I've had this thought, but when traders are looking for so much information, you know what I'm talking about? When they don't know the right trade, they're paralyzed. Like, should I look at this indicator, that indicator? Should I look at price action, volume? There's so much info. I think what's happening is they're seeing this information as a distraction. If you feel paralyzed and you don't know what to do at any given time in a market, it probably means you have too many distractions that outpace your mental toughness or competitive spirit. And so remove some of them. That's freaking phenomenal. It's awesome. Good story. And number 4, insatiable desire and internalized motives to succeed. You really got to want it, but you've also got to want to do it for yourself. Once you start doing it for anyone else, you're in trouble. You've also got to really understand why you're in it, and constantly reminding yourself is vital. All right? This is from 12 top competing athletes, not just an amateur sport. This is 12 athletes who have gotten Olympic recognition, won gold medals. All right?
These are champions.
Champions. Mental toughness at its peak. And they say you've got to do it and want it for yourself. And I mean, I could talk on this on a whole podcast, but I'll tell you this. If you're doing anything for any other reason than to fulfill a purpose that you're striving for, it's temporary. If you're doing it for anyone else, it's not going to work. This is why in trading, we tend to want to have signals. We want to ask people, give me a signal. I want to know when I'm going to trade. You're not actually wanting to know when you're going to trade. You're wanting somebody to do it for you. You're wanting to hoist the Stanley Cup without ever stepping on the ice, without ever going into the gym.
Got to be on long-term injured reserves for that.
Yeah, exactly. And even those guys, they travel with the team probably.
Yep.
Well, not all the time, but they train and they're getting back into the swing. So wanting somebody else, it goes back to this. All right, what do you want? You want a rifle or you want a meal? And to me, I love that this is one of the points, and we're getting closer to number 1. But number 4 is up there: insatiable desire and an internalized motive to succeed. Got to want it for yourself. If you're doing it for any other reason, all right, it's not a sustainable reason. And look, if you want to feed your family, if you want to build a better life for your loved ones, that's satisfying the self. That's enough internal motive. We're not saying that doesn't classify, but what we are saying is you got to want it badly enough. If you're in a cushy 9-to-5 job and you're saying, trading looks like something I could do part-time as a hobby, that doesn't constitute wanting it badly enough. All right?
You're going to get annihilated.
Yeah. And we're just sharing this insight with you over, I've been in this trading industry almost 20 years now. We've literally coached thousands of traders. And I think that we have, we've established enough long-standing presence to be able to tell you with complete honesty with these kind of things. Because everyone was happy to take your money and sell you some kind of strategy. But it's your internal desire and motivation that'll get you there. That's your compass. That'll guide you to where you need to go.
Exactly. And I think to that point, it's really important that you guys, take some time to actually understand exactly why you are trading.
Right.
A couple of good questions to ask yourself would be questions like, why is trading important to me? What does trading give me? These kinds of questions and those answers will really help you kind of discover your trading motivations. And those can be really useful to regularly remind yourself of these when you're at your trade station, right? And the purpose behind the understanding your trading motivations is simply because they will be there when you're going to be going through setbacks, which are inevitable, all right? And so having your motivations, having your values, one of the key things to do, extracting your values. I believe that was one of the first 5 episodes in the podcast.
Yeah, the values elicitation.
Values elicitation might have been 3rd or 4th.
Third one, yeah.
Third one. There you are. So if you haven't had a chance to yet, make sure to go check out that episode, episode number 3, to elicit your values. If anything, this is kind of going to show you what you value and how trading can help you accomplish that. So when you are going through those inevitable setbacks, you've got something, you've got that insatiable desire, and you've got those internalized motives to help you succeed. Another thing you can also do is set some trading goals for yourself, some long-term goals, medium-term goals, some shorter-term goals, and having progress towards those goals is going to increase that desire for more growth and larger goals and more progress. So I think that's as it relates to trading, it's a great way to work towards building that internalized motives. Obviously, if you're looking at trading, you really got to want it. It's got to be, like Georgie said, it can't be something that you want to start as kind of a side hobby, kind of play around. Not in the day trading industry. You can get away with that maybe as an investor where you're not as active, you're passive. You can, if you enjoy reading, doing research, maybe in those kinds of instances, it can work. But if you're going to be actively trading, whether it's a swing trader or day trader, you've really got to want it. This is not the type of industry where you can kind of half-a it.
Yeah.
I don't want to use
it. We can use it.
We can use it. You don't want to half-ass it in this industry because if you're half-assing it, your money's just going to get transferred from your account to somebody who's taking this seriously. So, you're going up against professionals in this industry, and unless you treat this like a professional business, which it is, you're going to have a difficult time.
I love that. And now we're into the top three. I'm so excited.
Yeah, these are pretty exciting. So the third key attribute here is an unshakable self-belief that you possess unique qualities and abilities that make you better than your opponents. So quotes such as, "I am better than everyone else by a long way because I have something that sets me apart from other performers." George, you maybe want to speak on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great one for me because some of us might read that and say that's cocky. All right, it's a cocky statement, etc. You have to remember that these are 12 key attributes from top performing athletes that talk about the performer self, right? And you don't have to allow this one to travel outside of your performance lifestyle. So when you're trading out there, you have to believe you're in the top, whatever it is. You have to believe you're one of the greatest. Otherwise, you're going to be one of the worst. All right, you don't want to be anything else. So when you're competing, you want that drive to motivate you, all right? And you want to believe that you're unique, you're capable, all right? And you could take on your opponents. Because if you don't believe it, that's a weakness. And if every other performer out there on the same field as you believes that they're number one, statistically, they can't all be number one, right? But they all believe it, so they play like they're number one. So if you're playing like anything else but somebody who believes they're number one, you're not going to be number one, all right? You're going to have 24 players on the field, whatever sport you're looking at, 20 players on the field, 19 of them will be number one, then you won't be. And you're going to be the weak point in that equation. So it's not quantifying yourself and comparing yourself against hedge funds. It's believing that you have what it takes to be up there and competing on a number one level because it's what you deserve. And it's not just a belief, it's an unshakable self-belief. This isn't cockiness, it's confidence. You need to be confident.
Exactly. Self-belief is, I think it's absolutely critical to trading success. And, it's important not just in the sense of, having the confidence in yourself to execute on trades. I think it becomes even more important when you do suffer those setbacks.
Right.
When you go through those, the losses, setbacks, execution errors, whatever it is. It's, how confident are you in your ability to kind of bounce back? And I think there's a couple of key things that you can do in order to kind of build that confidence in yourself. Number one, first and foremost, it's being prepared, right? So there's a great quote in not only in the trading industry, but in business in general, that if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail, and vice versa.
That is great.
That is quite great, right? So first and foremost, in order to build that self-belief in yourself, make sure to have a plan. Be prepared. These things, going from the strategy to risk management to how you're going to handle setbacks, how you're going to handle losses, how you're going to handle, little ruts. Those are all things that are important because you don't want to be thinking about how you're going to solve these kinds of things when they happen. You already want to have that plan, or if they do happen. And if you already have that plan, if you already know how you're going to handle taking, 3 consecutive losses in a row, guess what? That gives you confidence now, because you already know what the worst case scenario is. So how bad is it if it really does happen? Number 2, be positive. All right. Positivity is a huge one. We had an episode on this. I believe that was number 5 or 6.
The positive mindset was, the power of positive thought was episode 5.
It was episode number 5. So positivity is a huge one. You've got to talk to yourself positively and confidently, which is going to help you create a positive, confident state. And I got another good one here from another world champion, and this one is from Michael Phelps. And Michael Phelps, for those that do not know, is probably the most winning most swimmer in the history of the world.
I think 20 gold medals.
As far as the Olympics, it was like 28 or something like that, something along those lines. And in researching for this episode, one of the quotes that I found from Phelps was that
23 gold medals.
23 gold medals. Wow. One of the things, when Phelps was interviewed and he was asked about, mentality and how psychology plays into his success, this is what he said. He said his coach had him use language to shape his ambition. And in quotes, "One of the craziest things my coach got me to do when we first started to train together was not to say the word can't, so that I could broaden my mind and believe that I could do whatever I wanted to do. And I think that was a key to us being so successful." All right. This is from the champion himself, a world champion 23 times over. All right. That's the power of positive thought, and the power of positivity in your speech is going to help give you that confidence and that self-belief. Just as Michael said here, it gave me the power to broaden my mind and believe that I could do whatever I wanted to do. And I think that was the key to us being so successful.
Wow.
So if the world champion 23 times over speaks positively to himself, what do you think that can do to you in your personal life and your trading life?
Imagine the achievement you'd achieve. That's amazing. I did not know. That's a great story. And we are on number 2. So this is the second most important attribute that 12 professional athletes have said for competitive success. The ability, this is huge, the ability to bounce back from performance setbacks as a result of an increased determination to succeed. Yes, we all have setbacks. The mentally tough performer doesn't let it affect him or her. They use them. So setbacks, to me, is what most people will call failure. We're very quick to say we failed. All right? We admit failure far too quickly in society. And I think it's, that's a whole different topic. But I'll tell you this, just like Michael Phelps removed the word can't, I think we could comfortably remove the word failure. And I always say there is no failure, only feedback. What could you learn from that information? The ability to take a setback or a feedback event and to implement it and move forward, or if you're going to decide I'm going to fold right here and be done, is detrimental to your success. If you have a setback and you tap out, how are you supposed to win in the long run? There's always setbacks. And rather than looking at a setback and saying, this is a negative thing, I want to avoid them, you're not going to avoid setbacks. Setbacks are growth opportunities. If you had no setbacks, you'd have nothing to grow for. You wouldn't have growth opportunities for yourself. So what we like to do, me specifically, and traders, if you embrace that setback, if you have a negative performing event, a down day, use that information to improve yourself. Because the second time around, it's not a setback now that you're resilient. If you've dealt with it and learned how to cope, the next time that happens, you're going to be able to pull through with more success. Why is that important? I'm going to tell you this. Anytime that a setback happens, if you choose to take corrective action and learn from it, it's the cheapest it will ever be. If you have a setback today and you lose $1,000, 10 years from now, you're making $5 million a year trading. Is that setback not worth it? Would you rather have the setback when you're making $100,000 a day or when you're making $1,000 a day? Having the setback now comes at the cheapest cost it'll ever be. Use it, learn, implement that information, grow, and it makes you a stronger performer. The performers who have been through the most setbacks, who have bounced back, are the ones that get paid the most in competition.
Yep, that's definitely true. And just kind of adding to that fact is, if you take learnings from losses and from those setbacks, then it helps you kind of release it emotionally. and helps you move forward a lot more easily, right? And so there's a couple of things that I wanted to speak on this point, and again, kind of relating it back to sports, and this time it's going to be about Serena Williams. And so Serena Williams is, again, a world champion tennis player. She held number one for the women's ATP rankings for quite some time. And here's what she has to say about how she deals with setbacks. So she says, tennis is very physical, and it's a mental game as well. You have to be physically fit, but my dad always said tennis is 70% mental. And she says, and I believe that because I won most of my matches, probably all of my Grand Slams, because of upstairs, not anything else. And she says, I think one way to develop mental toughness is to simply practice on it. She does certain scenarios in gameplay. So in practice, in practice, she says, when I'm serving in particular, I'm always like, okay, I'm going to pretend like I'm down 15, 30 second serve.
Wow.
And I do that in practice. So you can't double fault here, because if you double fault, you get double break point. So for those that aren't really familiar with tennis, 15-30 is basically like being down 2-1, if you will. Second serve means if you mess up on the second serve, you lose that point. So she puts herself in those situations in practice where she's down a point already with a serve that she's got to make. So can you imagine what her second serves are like? I've seen them myself. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
The main point that I kind of wanted to bring up on this part here was that when asked about there was a Grand Slam victory that she had made, and there was a situation where she was down 5-0. All right. So tennis for Grand Slams, you got to win 6 games. That's the full match. So she was down 5-0. And the interviewer asked her, what were you thinking about in that time? And she said, the next point.
Wow.
Nothing else. I wasn't thinking about, where I am, what the current results are, what the weather's like, any of that. She said, the next point. The only thing I focus on when I'm down in those kinds of situations is the next point, making sure that the next point I play it perfectly, or focus on playing it perfectly. And I think this relates back to trading, because oftentimes, if you take a loss, this is always stemming back to the losses. If you take a loss, or if you hit a drawdown, it's not about, all right, you take a look at that and you say, all right, this is where I'm at. But going forward, you shouldn't really be focusing on, the trades that you just took. You took those trades, and you're in the situation you're in as a result of those trades. But to get yourself out of that, to kind of build in that mental toughness, you want to focus on making sure the next trade is a quality trade, and the one after that, and the one after that. So you got to learn, and you got to move on. And then the final thing that I'll kind of mention with regard to this point as well, which was the ability to bounce back from setbacks, is to recreate success. All right. So as traders, we've taken winning trades and we've taken losing trades, right? And so in order to kind of recreate success, one of the things I can, kind of recommend to you guys is to replay in your mind, some of your best ever trades.
The Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame, exactly. And that's something that I do personally. I try to do it as much as I can, is to recall positive experiences, like some of your best trades, because that's going to help you change your mindset, and it's going to help you change your emotional state. And once you can change your emotional state back to the performance mind state, the competitor mind state, that's when you're really going to make progress towards working back, or working towards bouncing back from the setback that you did run into.
Was crude oil one of your Hall of Fame ones?
Yeah.
That crude oil trade?
That crude oil trade remains my Hall of Fame.
That's amazing. Do you have other ones in there as well, obviously?
I have other ones, but that crude oil one, it was June 19th, 2018. Wow. Still remember the day.
That's amazing. I remember that one too. We're in the old office at the time.
Yep.
That was great. Awesome, man. So I love everything. I specifically love the point where you mentioned that she puts stress on herself to replicate scenarios of in-game play where she has setbacks. This is really important, because now you're automating a coping or a response mechanism in a simulated environment that's going to serve you in a live environment. So before you even think about, oh my God, what am I going to do? Remember, when you write a pattern at an unconscious level, it executes. So she allows herself to have a pattern that's going to self-correct without her having to consciously think about it. That's phenomenal. I love that. That whole part could be a podcast episode on its own. And the number one, I'll let you have the pleasure.
Drum roll. I don't know if you guys can hear that with all the equipment we got on here, but number one is having an unshakable self-belief in your ability to achieve competition goals. So this would be something like mental toughness is about your self-belief and not being shaken from your path. It is producing the goods and having the self-belief in your head to produce the goods.
And if you look at any highlight reel of any sport, you're going to see that in action. Like you look at a hockey highlight, somebody gets slashed in one stride. The next stride, he splits two defensemen, drags it on the toe, puts it. Like that's unshakable belief. If you didn't believe you could do all that to get to the goal of scoring a goal legitimately, it'll happen. A highlight is literally a replay of an unshakable belief in your ability to achieve competition goals. This is what makes competition exciting, right? As an athlete, you're out there giving your all. Mental toughness is required. As the viewer, you're on the couch with potato chips watching this, and those are the moments you appreciate, right? Why are those moments you appreciate? Because very few people have that unshakable belief that you're going to compete, you're going to win, and you're going to reach the goal. We're going to talk about this in the next episode, but there was a story in my life where I had to decide whether I was going to go to school or basically not go to school and trade full time. This was a long time ago. Back in the day, the path was you go in, you get your education. All right, being self-employed wasn't looked at as favorably as today. So I had to make the decision, and somebody told me, you're going to find out who in the next episode. They said, look, what if this trading thing fails? And I kid you not, that was the very first time in like 3.5 years of trading and not succeeding in this time frame that I'd ever considered the possibility that this trading thing might actually fail. All right, that was my unshakable belief. And it wasn't a belief that I implanted myself. It was one that came externally. And so you have to have that unshakable belief. And guess what? The good news is if you don't have it today, it's probably because you want to get a little bit more education under your belt, a little bit more experience, belong to the right community. This is something that builds as a result of confidence. This is the top competitive priority from 12 athletes. And guess what? You could build this. You don't start out by having that belief. You start out with your training, with having a strategy. Like in sports, you're training, you belong to a team, you're coaching, your day-to-day activities, your diet, all right? There's a lot of things that lead to having that success, but you could build it, and it starts with just wanting it. And one day you have that unshakable belief, and that it just has to guide you. You have to have that in order to succeed in anything in life.
Yeah, that's true. And I think one of the nice things about mental toughness is that, some people will believe that having mental toughness is something that you're born with. But I'm of the belief, and I think, Georgie, you mentioned you were too, that mental toughness is something that you can build. And it's almost like a muscle, if you will.
Yeah.
That, the more you practice on it, the easier it becomes, and the more almost automated it becomes, right? So the more that you practice things like self-belief, building out, recreating your successes, having that hall of fame, having a plan, being prepared, little things like that, all coming together can really help you shape that unshakable self-belief.
I think it's complete and utter nonsense for somebody to believe that mental toughness can't be developed, that you're born with it. Like it's just, I don't want to offend anybody, but to me, in my model of the world, it's just nonsense. How would you even explain that? What would you say? I can't be mentally tough, right? It's not can't, it's you won't. So I believe this. I think anything, especially mental toughness, is something you could develop. And I would even dare to say that 100% of people have achieved any success in life that we idolize, like the things we're clicking like on Instagram and like putting on our vision boards, without mental toughness, none of that would exist. And I'll say this, mental toughness could be learned. The problem in a lot of traditional society has been that we've avoided struggle, right? And we've been told, look, go the easy route. Now that's changing in this world. We're starting to embrace failures and stress and all that. But back in the old day, everything was meant to maximize your return by minimizing your risk and your stress, Go the safe route. You're not going to build mental toughness by playing it safe. And so I would say that if you're of the opinion that you aren't able to build your mental toughness because you weren't born with it, I would say there's a better way to view the world, and I would get you to revisit episode number 1.
Yeah.
And do the first 5 episodes of this podcast.
Exactly. I was going to say, the person that came up with the idea that, mental toughness is something that you're born into.
That's crazy. Who's that person? We got to get him on.
Someone that lives in effect.
Yeah.
Sorry, someone that lives, that lives
Absolutely.
in effect, right? Someone that's pointing fingers at external factors. And, if that's you, that's okay. There's, you can always change, and, change is good. And so we'd get you to review that first, I believe it was the first lesson on living at cause and effect. And, even if it doesn't make a change, I think it'll definitely change your insights about it and have you thinking about, your circumstances and how things in your life can change for the better once you shift that perspective from, living in effect to living at cause.
I think the person, and I don't want to dwell on this, but I think the person who believes mental toughness is something you're born into, I think that's the luckiest person in this world, because how much could your life improve if you could? Imagine how your whole life would change, your models, your thinking. You'd be so empowered. So at the very best, if you're thinking that, it's going to change your life. At the very worst, it's going to make your life even better. It's worth it. I challenge you guys to cultivate a success mindset and mental toughness. We've shared 12 key attributes, and we're going to put them in the show notes for you to review. I would even print them out, and I would say each and every one of these attributes are critical and vitally important in your trading. And if you could portray these attributes and if you work towards them, you don't have to be a 10 out of 10 on all of them. There's always opportunity to improve for all of us, but pick 2 or 3 and work on them. And once you've done sufficient amount of work on them, pick another 2 or 3, all right? But develop those habits, because the reality is this: trading is not a job, it's a sport. There's competition, and you need to be motivated and mentally tough to win.
Exactly. And so I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. We're nearing the completion here. And so that was basically a quick run through there of how, sports psychology, performance psychology, and mental toughness, all play a role in trading, right? So, who would have thought that what a successful winning athlete thinks and how they think and how they go about their own lives and how they go about achieving their success can be related back to us. And we gave you guys 12 of those critical attributes. We gave you guys a couple of examples with regards to how they translate into trading. And we also offered some actionable tips for you guys to go ahead and implement some of that advice in order to build your self-belief into an unshakable self-belief.
And the reality is this: if you go to any prop firm and you ask people what they did in their past life, you're going to find out a lot of them were recruited from poker and also from sports. Because sports, you have the mental toughness, you appreciate competition, you've been built for that kind of lifestyle. And poker is because you just understand risk. So that's it for episode number 8. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And episode 9, we're going to dig deeper into this journey. I had a blast doing this episode. I learned a lot of new things myself. I love the stories that you added there, Mark, especially about the Williams sister, Venus, right? Or Serena.
Oh, Serena, yeah. I'm sure Venus will have similar stories, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved it. Thank you so much. I had a blast. And go out and build out your mental toughness. It's possible. And at Trade Pro Academy, we show you how to do it with our psychology course as well.
Exactly, guys. Until the next episode, we hope you guys enjoyed this one. Good luck and good trading. Take care.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
What's going on, Trade Pros? This is Mark from Trade Pro Academy.
And this is George from Trade Pro Academy.
And today we've got a really exciting episode planned for you guys. We are going to be flipping the script, literally, and changing the path that we are taking with the episode. And what we've got for you guys today is an exciting review with George. So if you guys don't know, George actually penned a book. And in today's episode, we're going to go ahead and review that book, more or less, ask him a couple of good questions, get some insight into what he was thinking about, and really get an understanding of, where the book idea came from, what was his inspiration, and some of the key things that he found while writing the book. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
Thanks, Marky. This is going to be a very fun episode. It's my first book ever. It's something I've been putting off for a long time, but it's the first book ever. Very excited to talk about it here with you today.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting. And, I do look forward to writing my own book in some time, but really happy to have had a chance to kind of get a peek at the initial draft. And my own personal experience with it, I really, really enjoyed it, not just because he's sitting here in front of me. And I really enjoyed the book. There was a lot of really, really interesting insights I found that I didn't know about George, kind of his coming up story. I knew a lot of what happened as far as trading, but there was a lot of stories in there that kind of surprised me as far as his kind of, coming up story, if you will, coming up from Scarborough and Toronto and to where he is now. It's an incredible journey, to be quite honest, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. And so let's go ahead and get started now with really the first question we've got on, anytime you're writing a book, it's got to be kind of a story. So the first question for you, George, would be, what do you think makes a good story?
That's a phenomenal question, and as I was writing this book, to be honest with you, is a very vulnerable process. I think one of the challenges with it was deciding what parts to include, what to leave out, how deep I wanted to expand in certain areas. And, it's never complete. I feel like when you author something, you never feel like you're done. But I think what makes a really good story is being able to get insight from somebody's journey and what the purpose is. The book is called Path to Profit, A Trader's Journey to Success. And really, to me, what made a good story is being able to travel with somebody, to pretty much experience what they have from their perspective, from the comfort of wherever you are, might be on the couch, and to be able to learn from them. And I think one of the most important parts are to be able to learn through their journey, what they've been through, and realizing at the end of the day that, anyone's story could just be like your own story. I remember back in the day when I first started trading, I tried to learn a lot about people who had succeeded in the trading industry. It was really hard to get access to that content back then.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's maybe one, that the series by Jack Schwager, Market Wizards. That's probably one of the only types of books or series, kind of like documentaries almost, on the journey of successful traders.
And that whole series painted it in a certain light that they wanted to, but it didn't really go too deep into the day to day. And I think when we look at successful people and people who have things we're trying to achieve, we assume that they're made of perfection, right? Everything's like great for them. And for me, the important part about the story is to be like, hey, look, I'm no different than anyone else. I had my own unique journey, and I just wanted you guys to look at it and read the story and say, hey, look, it wasn't all roses and unicorns, and everyone has their own challenges. And I wanted to inspire people with the story for them to be like, hey, I could do this too.
Yeah.
And that was the whole idea behind it for me.
Awesome. I think one of the things that I kind of took from it was that, a lot of newer traders, they kind of have this illusion of what a successful trader looks like and what their journey looks like. And, I wasn't around, when you started hitting your initial profitability, but I've been around for a couple of years now. And I've, even in that time, I've seen the journey and the growth. I've seen him take big wins. I've seen him take big losses. And, the way that he handles himself throughout his whole experience is, you wouldn't think that he was somebody that just picked it up and learned it. It's the way that he handles himself is someone that's been through the trenches. You've had the whole journey, and really proud of you on that front.
Thanks, my brother. I really appreciate it. And I think you mentioned something in a previous episode where you said, don't compare your chapter 1 to someone's chapter 20.
Yep.
It's even comparing my own chapter 20 to chapter 1. Like back in the day, if I I've always aspired to be a successful trader, and I believed in it, but I was the only one. Like there were very few people that would have pegged me to be here. And I think that's why it was important for me to share this journey, because I just really want to inspire people. I want everyone listening to this to know that I truly believe that you could accomplish anything because, like, man, like I've done it. And if I could do it, you guys can too. Trust me.
That's awesome. A young kid from Scarborough growing up, right? Growing up.
Figure.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy to think about now that I know the whole story to see where you've come from. It's absolutely nuts.
And in the book, like towards the end, the last chapter, one of my favorite chapters to write, and I know you're probably going to ask me some of these questions, we're skipping ahead, but one of my favorite chapters to write was the one where I asked myself, if I could go back in time to the kid that started in this industry, what would I tell him knowing what I do now? That was my favorite chapter to write because it was like, I looked at it, I was like, wow, what an amazing amount of growth. And I think if anyone listening to this stops and thinks about that for themselves, they're going to realize everyone's had their own journey. Like you've had your own journey. Everyone listening, I got to see your journey as well. And when you're ready to write a book, I have an ISBN number for you. I got 10.
I love it. You can be the preface or the acknowledgments.
Oh, baby. Can't wait.
Awesome. So that kind of leads us into the next question. You kind of answered, a portion of it, but what would you say was your real inspiration behind writing the book?
The inspiration for me is, to share the journey, to show people that, that you can make it. Your journey is going to look different. I think that's the whole point of this is to know that a journey differs for everyone, and that's okay. I don't think there's really an end goal that anyone should focus on for themselves. I think that any end goal that you have of yourself is probably a limitation to what you could really achieve. I think if you really focus on the journey and have fun through it and continue to push and persevere, and as you guys will see, I've gone through a lot of twists and turns, but I've always had faith and belief that this is going to work out. And as long as you hold on to that belief, life's going to take you through some really fun corners and twists and turns. Not always fun, but at the end of it, that journey is what taught you who to be and what you are. So I think that was the inspiration, is to be able to share my story and to give back and to allow other people to realize their journey.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can't see it, but when George is answering these questions, he's smiling as he's talking. Yeah. And you guys can't see it, but I hope you guys can feel the passion, that's coming through here, because this is something this guy's really passionate about. That kind of leads me on to another point. I do remember through the book, you had mentioned, as far as the journey and the mindset required, that, no single person's journey is going to be the same, and no journey to success is going to be a straight line. And right. I think that's very well written in the book. And one of the parts that I liked, especially where you mentioned that you had never really considered failure until somebody else asked you about it.
Yeah.
I thought that was really, really interesting. Can you go into a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember at the time, I was always a dreamer. Like from day one, I've always had big dreams and aspirations. And, people in school would call me daydreaming and all that stuff. But in the deep down belief of what I wanted, like trading was it. Trading and another thing were kind of the conflicts. But as I went through and traded at the time and spent a lot of time and energy developing myself, I remember it came to a point like I had to go to college or not go to college and explain it to my parents, myself, family, friends. It's a lot of pressure. In today's environment, I think if you don't go to college, it's a little more acceptable. I still think you should go to college. But at that moment, when I was making the decision, should I go to school or pursue trading full time? You guys will read in the book, but somebody asked me, like, what if this fails? Like, it's great that you want to do this, but what if you go and you just fall flat on your ass and you just fail at doing it? And I literally just stopped there. I was like, well, crap. I actually had never thought about that. So to be honest with you, if the person didn't ask me that question, I may have made the wrong decision at the time. Who knows? But that was the first time I'd ever considered failure as an option. As somebody planted that seed in my head, and I was like, well, hang on a second. Am I missing something here? But up until that point, through the twists and turns, never had I considered that would be an outcome.
Yeah, which I thought was really interesting, and it kind of speaks. I know George personally, so it kind of speaks to his character. But that was really something that I found of interest in the book in itself. All right, so you've answered a little bit on the inspiration on the book. Let me take this back. Maybe I should have asked this first, but when did you first kind of realize that you wanted to write a book? Was it hitting a certain level of success, or having a certain amount of experience? What kind of brought about the idea that it's time to kind of put the pen to paper and make a book?
Oh man, this is a difficult one to pinpoint and answer, but I'll give you the rationale behind what led me to write the book. So I've always been humble in life. Like I think that's probably not really a humble statement to make, but I believe that I've always been humble. I've always wanted to share with others. And when I succeed, I give credit where it's due, because everybody that I know is part of this journey. They're responsible for it. But, when I really decided to write the book is first of all, I had a joy for writing. I always liked writing stuff. I wrote music. I used to write blog posts. Before Trade Pro Academy was a educational business, it was a blog post. It was called gettingmarketmoney.com. Funny enough, that's a funny name. But and we wrote a lot of stuff on there. So I always enjoyed writing. And I always felt that when I told my story, I had to reach a certain level of success that would make it worthwhile. And to be honest with you, I don't think I'm there yet. It's always like you're always battling doubt versus am I ready? And I figure, you know what? It's never too early to tell your story. Yeah. I think that it's always going to inspire some people. And to say I'm going to write this book only when I hit a certain level of success assumes that you're going to hit that level of success and stop. And so I told myself, people need to hear the story. They need to hear the journey. And as I hit some more profitability and the business started to do well, I looked around and I saw people who were me before back in the day. And I was like, these people need to have the hope. And it's, when we did that workshop, you remember when we did that financial literacy workshop, we had a whole bunch of youth at like an at-risk, impoverished neighborhood. And we taught them about credit, finance, investing, budgeting. You did a great workshop with them, by the way.
Hey, thanks, man.
It was then and there that, I don't know if you guys realized that, but it was then and there, I could tell you now, they decided, I'm like, I got to give the story, because kids like that need to hear it.
That's awesome, Georgie. I actually didn't know that, but it kind of makes sense now in retrospect, because I know when he started writing the book, it was around the time that we were doing those. So that's really awesome to hear. And let me flip it back to this. You mentioned the title of the book, Path to Profit, Trader's Journey to Success. What's the significance behind the title?
Oh, that's great. So Path to Profit was really, it explains the end destination. Like, where does the path lead to? Profit. I think that in a good book title, you want to tell people what they're going to get out of it, but the path to profit is more to let you know that, look, I did it. I got to the point of my goal, and I wanted to reach to people who are trying to achieve the same thing. There is a conclusion. This path leads to an end goal that I realized, but the journey is what's important. So really the idea behind the title is, yes, you're going to read from somebody who's achieved the ultimate destination of being profitable as a trader, but you're also going to learn the journey. And that was the title idea. It's twofold. One is the destination's hit, and also, more importantly, it's how we got there that you're going to learn.
Awesome. So that kind of brings into the next question. I'm sure the title that you chose isn't the original one or the first idea that you had.
No.
And I'm sure there was, a bunch of other challenges you might have had, while putting this book together. Can you name, maybe one or two of the challenges you were kind of surprised with while writing the book that you kind of ran into?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to know one of the titles that didn't make the cut?
I'd love to. I think the listeners would like this as well.
Do you remember? Have you seen it before or no? The previous one?
I don't think so.
It was going to be called The First Million. That was going to be the name of it. The First Million, A Trader's Journey to Success. I told you I was humble. And I feel like that, I think that assumes that you need to make $1 million to be successful. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's true. I think that everyone's journey to success looks different. And I don't really think success is monetary. And so, that was the first title, and I scratched it. It's funny. I designed the book cover myself, and it looked great. The only reason for keeping the name was because the book cover looked awesome.
Awesome. Well, that's as honest as you can get, right?
Yeah. But some of the other challenges, like you mentioned, deciding where to spend the most of my time on the story, deciding like what parts to expand, because it's a very tender balance. You want to tell enough that people understand you, but you also want to tell it little enough or less information so people can kind of connect the dots and start thinking about their own sort of thing.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And that was one of my challenges, deciding how much of myself to expose, number one, and secondly, how to make it so you guys have a benefit for it. So in a way, it's not a complete autobiography where I just yap about myself. I always brought it back to how could you guys benefit from this. That was one of my challenges. One of the other challenges that I think very few people will tell you, but I really think every author experiences this, is like the vulnerability aspect. Like, you're writing about yourself and you're putting this out there, and there's really like a lot of voices that go in your head that are telling you like, do more of this, none of this. What would these people think? And the challenge was silencing that enough to be like, listen, you shut up and you go back in the back of the brain. Let me tell the story. You've had your moment, kind of thing. And silencing those voices and just focusing on the important thing. It was a big challenge because as you tell the story, you always think about, well, what would other people think about this? You know, am I hurting other people's feelings? Am I not? I'm always truthful. Should I edit some of these names? Should I create different personalities? But I went raw. Everything you hear there is raw. And I decided to turn those voices off. That was one of the big challenges. And, at the end of the day, the challenge was, how do I get you progress through reading this book? I wanted it to be a story, but more importantly, I wanted you, after you read the book, to have a template to create your own story.
Yeah, and I think you passed that across very well. And one of the things that I really do enjoy about this book, more so than some of the other ones I read on not kind of similar topics, because you can't really of your life can't be a similar topic to somebody else's. But in looking at books like Market Wizards, etc., you'll hear about their stories, but they don't really give you anything actionable.
Right.
You know what I mean? And one of the things I really liked about this book was that you gave them your story, but at each part of the story, you gave them something to work on to kind of help develop them for one part of your life. Once you reached, one part of success, or you reached one kind of, how can I say it? You had some sort of a vision, or you hit one part of your chapter, you close that chapter, and then you kind of offered people an opportunity to work on themselves throughout the same way that you worked on yourself within that chapter, which I thought was really, really cool.
You know what's awesome about that? I actually spent more time on the chapter end questions and process than I did writing. I found that when I got into the flow, the story came out on its own. This might sound creepy to you people, but the book was written sort of by a higher power. I don't know how that's going to come across, but when I started to type, the story part came out very quickly. And my editor, who's Steven, was in our trading room, did very little editing, and I still got to pay the bill for that. But he did very little editing, and it was cool because that part came out, and most of the editing and the focus was on the chapter and questions. And I think the importance there is that when you read books, I think books tell you one method or one way. Like every time you hear a story, you walk away from the chapter, you're like, this is how this person did it, so this is how I have to do it as well.
Yeah,
right.
Like you feel like you have to kind of, if you want the success of the person that you're reading about, you kind of have to replicate.
Yes.
And like what their way is, it's, their way or the highway.
Exactly. And the thing with that is that way might not work for you. And in fact, it probably won't, because it's not your way. So what I did in the chapter is, rather than give you like, here's what worked for me, now go ahead and do it, I put questions together, or processes, exercises that would allow you to think about, what would it work for you? Like, what would I have to do to design so it works in my life? Rather than adapting to somebody else's method, how do I make this about me and create my own journey as the reader? And, chapter and exercises were all geared towards that. So I'm really happy it had that effect. All the changes and most of the time was actually spent there.
Awesome. So that's really cool to hear. We've gone through the challenges, through the significance of the title, behind some of your inspirations behind writing the book. So let's get into a little bit more of the fun part here. What would you say was one thing that really surprised you? What was one of the things that was the most surprising to you in creating this book?
That's a really good question. Like, what the biggest surprise was?
Yeah, right. Because this is your first book, right? So
right.
I'm sure the story is one part, but putting the book together is not just putting the story together, right? So what would you say kind of surprised you, or kind of caught you off guard in the whole process of putting this together?
So my surprise might actually be very surprising to everyone else. This is kind of interesting, because I was actually surprised by how easy it was to do this book. It might sound odd, but I think I've always wanted to write something, and people want to write, but I was surprised by how easy it was to put that book together when it started to flow. I've been putting it off for a long time, and I think that it happened at the right time. This was the perfect time for it to happen, but that was a big surprise, is that in today's age, it's so easy to actually do this stuff. You just write the manuscript, you get somebody to help you edit it, they'll create a cover for you, and the book is out. So like there really isn't as many challenges. You could self-publish. That was one of the hardest parts, putting a book out before is finding a publisher to get behind you. All right, I turned down Penguin and a lot of the other big houses.
It's true. I saw the emails.
That never happened. But hey, for the next book, maybe. The other thing is how difficult the actual journey was in retrospect. So, putting the book together was easy, but the hard part, honestly, was like reliving the journey.
Yeah.
It was hard to go there because it takes you into the emotionality, and it's almost like you're on chapter 20 and now you go back to chapter 1. And to tell the story, you got to re-experience chapter 1. You go through the whole thing again. That part was difficult, having to relive some of those moments. But the fun part was you got to relive the good moments too, right? So,
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, once you guys read through the book, you guys will see that there's obviously parts where there's great successes.
Yeah.
And then there's, I don't want to call them failures, but there's darker parts, if you will, at some parts of the story. And I can only imagine, being where you are now to have to kind of relive those individual moments, at the same time, those are the moments that kind of shaped you to where you are today. So
I agree 100%. Like I'm perfectly fine with calling it a failure. It was like falling on my face a lot of times. That's why my nose is crooked. Crooked nose. But when you look at the journey, here's the cool part. Day by day, it felt amazing. I'm very happy and proud of what I've done. But when you look at it going back and knowing what I do now, it would have been so much harder to go through that journey.
Yeah.
That's the cool part, is that just like you said a couple podcast episodes ago, you were saying that, look, if you're just looking for the next trade, actually, that was last one on toughness mindset.
Yeah, mental toughness, yeah.
Yeah, like if you're just looking for the next trade, it becomes that much easier versus thinking about, how do I plan my whole career? It doesn't matter. It's all about the next trade. So one of the surprising things was that it was tough to relive the journey, but it was still worthwhile. Mm-hmm. Another thing is that, perfection is really an illusion, man. Like everybody wants to be perfect. And as I look back through the journey, I was surprised that, I look for perfection in every corner. I'm always a perfectionist. I want the best thing, but I never really had it. Looking back at it, at the time I thought I was doing great. Everything's perfect, but it's like, hey, I've been through some stuff and I should embrace it. And progress to me is what was important in both the journey of writing the book, the journey that I lived through to create the content for the book over 30 plus years. So, there were a lot of surprises, but I will tell you guys this. Anyone who's out there thinking about writing a book, just freaking do it. Like, just start. The best way to do it is to start. And that was my surprise. Once I started the book and how quickly I completed it. Like, I don't know if we talk about this at any later point. It took me 2 weeks to write the whole book. Just 2 weeks. Mind you, it was like 7 hours a day, but it was 2 weeks. And once I started writing it, I couldn't stop. So I would say if you're making this whole book writing process is like massive, it's going to be a huge process. I got to write 30 or 300 pages, design the book cover. If you make it seem that hard, it will be that hard. Just start. That was the most surprising thing to me. Just like anything else in life, just get started. The rest will figure itself out.
Yeah, I can speak to that, especially the fact that, it took him 2 weeks, but he was coming into the office with maybe like 2 hours of sleep for those 2 weeks. So, you guys might not see it in the writing, but his, the bags under his eyes definitely showed he was hard at work on something.
I was burning the candle on both ends, man. I remember I was working here till like 6 p.m. And then when you guys would take off in the office a little bit quieter, when I went home, it's like 6 p.m. I go to bed like 2:30, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
2 weeks straight, Saturday, Sunday included. So it was, the hours were still there. That's the way I work. I just do it all in one session. That's why I stay in flow.
Yeah. And, that kind of brings me into the next point. The fact that, that work ethic kind of shows your hustle. And, once you guys go ahead and read through the book, you guys will also see that, George has always had a sense of hustle, even from his younger years. He's got a lot of interesting stories, a couple of funny ones. And, what would you say, or how would you say that, your sense of hustle from being young, how has that impacted your trading?
Oh, man. Hustle is everything, especially in this business. Like, we're hustling as traders. It's, if you re-listen to episode 8, the mindset of being tough, hustle is all of it. You got to put the effort, energy in. And I think as a trader, you're somebody who's choosing a career of being self-directed. You're going to make everything happen. I naturally had hustle. As a kid, I was like an inquisitive kid. My name's George, so I used to get teased about Curious George. It was true. I was like, great. It's a fun song. I am curious, and my name's George, so it didn't really offend me much. I was always a troublemaker when I was young because I would go out of class. I'd skip classes. I would look for something. I was always looking to do something else, to be stimulated outside of that regular environment. And I remember even as a kid, my parents would give me toys. I'd take them apart the same day they'd give it to me for Christmas. Like, here's a nice little fire truck. And like 30 minutes later, they turn their back. It's all over the ground in pieces. God bless their heart for continuing to give me gifts when that's what I did with them. But like I was always that kind of kid. And when my family moved to Canada, we literally had nothing. I really kind of credit my parents for their sacrifice because without that, I don't know where this would have been. I honestly don't know. I don't even want to think about it, to be honest with you. But when they immigrated to Canada, they really had nothing, man. They came from a new country. They had no friends. Literally no. Like I didn't have a single relative here, not a friend. I was learning the language from like brand new. The first 2 words I learned that I used in school got me suspended. One of them started with an F.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and it rhymes with duck.
Yeah, exactly. New environment. You know what I mean? New language, new school, no friends. My parents were working really hard and struggling to get jobs in their fields that they've been trained on, spent a lot of time. It's the whole like, hey, you need experience. But how do you get an experience if no one gives you a job without the experience? And so that part I kind of talk about in the book. But I think that, with all those new things, you kind of have to hustle.
Yeah.
Like if you just became dormant and just sat there and waited for things to happen, that nothing would have taken place. And I think hustle to me was something I learned through necessity. I kind of had to hustle if I wanted to create the things that I was going for.
Yeah.
And more so to that, I think that when in today's society we've sort of created safety nets, like kids getting participation prizes. Like
yeah, I have my own opinions on that.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be getting a participation prize. You're getting a prize for success, for progress. And guess what? If you don't make the progress, that's a motivator. And we've made things too safe, too comfortable. And I think without stress, without motivation, how are you going to get growth? And so I think hustle to me is something that I developed because I had to. I've always been curious. I've always known that I wanted to pave my own path. And not, there's people who say, I want to work for myself. Why? Because I don't want to work for anyone else. I just always thought, like, for me, creating was the biggest joy in the world from day one.
Yeah.
And so there aren't really many opportunities for you to create something for someone else. You know what I mean?
True.
So to me, like the hustle was real. It started at a very young age. It started as necessity. Then I embraced it. I love the hustle. And one of the biggest motivators for me to continue to hustle was I just always want to do better for my family. I feel like my parents coming to Canada from Bulgaria, leaving behind. Think about this. They were actually about our age, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, my parents came down too. I think my dad was 21, something around there.
Wow.
Or 18. My mom was 21, vice versa, one of the others. Fortunately, I wasn't born at the time, so I didn't have to make the...
I can't imagine a world without you. That's
Hey, thanks, man.
not a world I want to live in.
Well, like I was saying, I didn't have really the same experience as George because he was already on this world.
Yeah, I was 7 years old when we immigrated. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? So we have a bit of a different, growing up experience because, I was obviously born here. English wasn't my first language, but growing up here was a little bit easier. So I still respect the hustle of our parents. It's hard to fathom what they did. That's for sure. Just, especially because they came to a country where first, they don't have any assets or anything like that. And number two, they can't speak the language.
That's the hardest part.
That's the hardest part.
Right? It's like everyone wants a fresh start, but that's like one heck of a fresh start. And I think that's the part that I appreciate the most. It's like not only are you putting yourself in an environment where you don't know the language, it's a whole different culture. But at the same time, you have kids you're responsible for.
Yeah, exactly.
Your
Just up the ante.
success is necessary to feed those kids. Like that's an insane amount of pressure. So it's like for anyone listening to this, children of immigrant families or immigrants themselves that have been exposed, like kudos to you guys. Like you have no understanding, especially with parents. I think parents don't get a lot of credit. I know that I go see my parents. I try to, every second week at the most. And, we have these like lighthearted discussions. Everything's cool. But I don't think I've ever really told them how grateful I am for that. So I think this book is something I could give them and be like, here you go. Like, this is, you guys, I know they're proud of me, but we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
As much. And, writing this book was also a way of thanking them. And that's really what started the hustle. Like, without that, I don't really know if I'd be this passionate. And I even feel like to this day, I've been running this race that I created for myself early on. And I feel like I've been sprinting the whole race. And like halfway through the race, I looked back and nobody was even close. And I'm still sprinting. And I feel like at this point in my life, I've crossed the finish line. I'm like, it's a 100-meter dash. I'm like 7 kilometers further than the finish line. I'm still sprinting,
He's
bro.
still sprinting.
I don't know what it is, but God, I hope that never stops.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. So you guys, I hope you're learning a little bit about George in here and really about the book. I think this thing is really, really an awesome read, and I highly encourage everyone to check it out. We're going to be wrapping this guy up shortly. We've got a couple more questions for George. This next question is going to be more so about the fun parts about writing this book. Kind of want to get an idea, Georgie, of, what was your main highlight of writing this book?
The main highlight of the book, this was a very powerful one, Mark. This is one of this made it worth all the countless hours. So I really got to experience, telling the story. I started out with the goal to tell the story of myself.
Yep.
But what I realized is it's not a story about myself. It's a story about everyone else that was there for me, like parents, friends, every single person that was in my life has a part in it. No matter how small my success was or how big it becomes, that doesn't matter. All that matters is I was so grateful for the things that I had, because without those things, I'm nobody without the things around me and the people around me. You're just a brain and a skull. But what I really got a chance to do is re-experience everyone's contribution on my life, the magnitude of it, and to re-experience the gratuity. I was walking around with a smile while I was writing this thing because I was really grateful for everything. And so reliving your journey for the purpose of writing a book helps you think about the people who have helped you get there and really spread gratitude for that. So that was one of the biggest thing, reliving those moments. Witnessing the progress that I had made personally was amazing. I realized that some of the goals I used to write down, even back in the day, I was always very goal focused as a young kid. Realizing that I annihilated some of those goals makes me feel good, but none of that would be possible without the people in my life. So that gratuity that I got, the sense of thankfulness that, I'm really blessed at the end of the day for the people that are around me. Without you guys, I'd have nothing. And that includes you, driving in the car, going to work, listening to this podcast. You, Mark, you're a big part of my life. I spend more time with you than my wife. That's going to sound... That's
actually true. And wives, when you hear this.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't have very many friends these days. Life's gotten busy. Everyone kind of has kids, does their own thing. And you guys are it's awesome. I'm grateful for you, Mark.
It's a family. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful for you too, Georgie.
Love.
Awesome. So we've gone pretty comprehensive here. And I think as we're going to be signing off, we're going to see if Georgie can maybe spill a secret or two from the book that he can maybe share with our listeners.
Oh, I like how you save this one for last. What is the big secret that I have to tell you guys? Well, I'll tell you this. There is no secret. No, the secret is this. The secret is in the last chapter of the book. Goodbye, guys. Thanks for having me. No. I've learned one thing. There's a lot of things I've learned, but one thing has really helped me stay afloat. There's been a lot of moments where I could have called it quits. Now, actually, I don't think I've ever told this story to anyone, but I remember, funny, I was talking about gratuity and parents. Look who's calling me. My mom. Hi, Mom. I'll call you in a bit. So, I think I could have failed at a lot of different stages, and I did. I just bounced back. I think the real big secret is that success is a mindset. Success can be learned.
Yeah.
It's not something that you could purchase or you could download or you could find over a second. But what you can do is decide that success is for you. Success is something you could learn and develop and work on and improve, and you constantly do have to. So in chapter 7 of the book, I explain why that's the case. And I even lay out a 9-day action plan that could change your life, because it did for me. And to me, it's all about mindset. The way that you think, the way that you've wired yourself is how you're going to perform. But the good news is that you could change that. There's very actionable steps. You could change behaviors, environments, identity. Ultimately, it's the largest thing. But with those changes on that success mindset chapter, and this podcast dug into a lot of what I cover in the book, I extend on it a little bit more there. But the secret is this: whatever you have in life, you've created. And with a success mindset, you can create whatever you want. And I really lay out those steps in chapter 7 of the book.
Awesome. Yeah, I think one of the things you just mentioned there with regards to mindset, and you just mentioned that there was a lot of points in your life where you failed, and you could have taken it as such. And I think that's the biggest lesson to be had of all is, and this kind of goes back to what we spoke in the last episode, is that, failure, there is no such thing as failure. There's only feedback. And for the people with success mindsets, that's kind of the way that they're wired. They never see failure as, oh man, I'm not good at something, or man, I should quit this right now.
Exactly.
They always see it as feedback, as lessons to be learned, and in order to, progress and to grow. So I think you guys should, take that, and it's a very, very important secret. A lot of people will talk about mindset, but a lot of what you will see in this book digs a lot deeper into why that success mindset is so important, into getting to where you want to be.
Hey, isn't there a saying, failure or failing forward?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that a saying? So that just rung to me, because I think that it's important. In today's culture, we embrace failure. You see a lot of tech firms support failure, but I remember that back in the day, like even going back like 8-9 years ago when I was starting the journey, I mean, that's halfway through the journey, but even back then, I remember that failure was like a reflection. Like, if you fail, what an embarrassment you are to your family. I'm so happy that's changed, because dealing through that was the hardest part, is like wondering about what people are going to think. And when you kind of shed that and you say, forget what people think, they're going to think whatever they want anyways. And what they think is a reflection of them. What is there to fail at? There really isn't failure anymore. You're just trying, having fun, learning, taking the information, going forward. If people were afraid of failure, nothing good would ever exist. This car you're driving it'd be a freaking, what was the Flintstones? One of those cars you got to run with.
The Flintstones, the phone you're probably listening to this podcast on wouldn't have been created.
Yeah, it would be a dial-up, one of those rotary phones.
One of those,
if that.
There wouldn't have even been electricity.
We'd probably be fencing with sticks and like warming ourselves at campfires if everyone was afraid of failure. So just by virtue of having a good lifestyle full of conveniences and safety, I think tells you that you shouldn't be afraid of failure, because somebody took that risk, and it could be you as well. There is no failure, only feedback. As you read my story, hopefully that's the biggest thing you'll take away from it.
Awesome. So there you go, guys. We got Georgie to spill some of the secrets, and we also got a little bit more insight with regards to, the man, the myth, the legend behind Trade Pro. So I hope you guys enjoyed this podcast. We really enjoyed recording it. I'm learning new things about George every day, and he's just such a great person.
Thank you, brother. Deep well of mystery.
Yeah, exactly. A deep well of mystery. And you know what? I read the first one, really, really excited about it. And I can't wait to see, versions 2, versions 3 as the journey progresses. It's going to be really, really exciting. So thank you guys for tuning in today. If you guys enjoy, what we're doing on here, we try to work really hard and give you guys some really good content. If you guys can do us a big favor, make sure to jump on iTunes and go ahead and rate and review the podcast. We'd really appreciate that, guys. And that's going to be a sign off from me.
And just say, pick up the book, have a read. I priced it to be accessible because I want to tell the story. And go pick it up on Amazon. If you go to Amazon, type in Path to Profit, it'll come up. And leave a review there as well if you'd like. I hope you enjoyed the story. But I was really happy talking about this. And like Mark mentioned, we'd really appreciate a review also on the podcast, some feedback. It really helps us grow the audience. And the further that we could grow, the more we could give, the more resources we have to give with. And we're all about giving. So we're just getting started. Look forward to our journey together.
Exactly. I will say this, writing, like George said, writing a book, you kind of got to put yourself out there. So let's go ahead and reward George for doing that and leave some reviews, on the Amazon page once you do check that out. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
What's going on, Trade Pros? This is Mark Borscht.
And this is George Papazov from Trade Pro Academy.
And welcome back to another episode of Mind Over Markets. In this episode, we've got an exciting one planned for you guys. We're going to be talking on the psychology of decision making. And this is an exciting episode, so let's go ahead and get started. So many of the processes in our brain, they occur automatically and without real involvement of our consciousness. And this kind of prevents our minds from being overloaded by simple routine tasks. But when it comes down to decisions, we tend to assume that they're all made from our conscious mind. Is this true? Are decisions made by the logic or the subconscious mind? That's what we're going to discuss in this episode. And we're also going to go a little bit further into discussing how the psychology of decision making actually affects trading. So make sure to stick around until the end to get the real nuggets out of this episode. So back to the first question. Are decisions made by the logic or the conscious mind, or are they made by the subconscious or unconscious mind? Well, what was the biggest decision you made today, George?
What to actually buy for my nieces for Christmas, because we're recording this around the holiday season. So, it was actually an overwhelming decision.
Yeah, I'm not going to say how close we are to Christmas, but you're cutting it close.
Very close.
Very close.
I'm a procrastinator when it comes time to shopping.
I think that speaks to many of us here. Awesome. So that was one of the decisions George made today. Now, how many do you think you actually made in total outside of that big decision?
The ones that I'm aware of, I'd probably say half dozen to a dozen. Today's been a pretty decisionless sort of day. It's been pretty routine.
Or so you think. So what's interesting about that, what Georgie said, is the number of decisions he made of that he was aware of. And that kind of leads us into our next point here. It is estimated that the average adult makes roughly 35,000 decisions daily.
35,000.
35,000.
Boy, was I off with half a dozen.
You still got a couple more to do. It's pretty early in the day, right? So questions, or rather decisions such as which shoe to put on first, the pace of your breathing to get enough oxygen, make sure you don't die, when you should sweat to cool down your body. So as you can see, you make a lot of decisions, and not all of these decisions are all conscious decisions. All right. So what you're seeing here, just off of this first example, is that both parts of the mind do make decisions, but are all decisions the same? And I'm going to let Georgie speak on this topic here, guys.
Do you remember what shoe you put on first, Mark?
I think it was my left one.
Is it usually the left?
That's a good question. I don't think so, actually. Well, I mean, my right foot is a dominant one, so it would make sense for me to put on my right shoe, the dominant one, first.
Yeah. It's kind of odd, though, right? Like, it's a decision that you make so often that you don't even make it anymore, that you don't even remember. But if you were to do it, you'd probably do it the same way you have.
Yep.
Always. So that's what we're going to talk about, the two different decision types that people make. So there's the first decision type is called the value-based decision. All right. This is made in the orbitofrontal cortex, or the OFC.
That's a big word.
It's a huge word. All right. So during those times when you're really comparing, like a car purchase, for example, like if you're deciding between a Honda or a Subaru or a Mercedes or whatever it is, when you're shopping for a car, then what you're doing is making a value-based, it's a goal decision, right? You're trying to select something for the purpose of maximizing your value. All right. So in any situation where you're comparing two things, or that you have to get a coffee mug or a new pair of shoes, or I don't know, a hat because it's getting cold in the winter, when you know what you're purchasing, or if it's something that you need to get, you're doing value-based decisions because you're comparing, contrasting items, functionality, features, colors, material, comparing a whole bunch of stuff. So you're looking to maximize value.
Would this be something like buying gifts for your nieces?
This was totally a value-based decision. I was in the store and I didn't realize how many different varieties of toys they have. And then it's also categorized by like age group, right? And I like a lot of stuff for 10-year-olds. And then I realized, like, you're not buying this for yourself, George. I honestly almost bought a little fire truck for the office. I'm a kid at heart.
Oh,
So
man.
the second type of decision is a habit-based decision, which occurs in the basal ganglia, which is deep in the brain. All right, so when you pull your basically cereal off the shelf at the grocery store, if you're shopping around with your cart, right, that's a habit-based decision. Putting your shoes on, that's a habit-based decision. Waking up, that's a habit-based decision. Those things that, are routine that you don't really need to think about. And what's really interesting is that the very first time that you've actually made the decision, you probably thought about when you were young, like you were probably taught how to tie your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get it from the very first time. I bet you knotted it up, and your mom had to kind
It
of
was the
do
bunny ears, I think, back in the day. You start with one ear, you
But
wrap it around, and you make the bunny ears. That's how I learned to start.
I feel like my mom just yelled at me till I got it. That was her strategy. But yeah, so like at the beginning, didn't come that you weren't born with the ability to tie your shoes, but you learned it. And once you learned it, it became then a habit-based decision. So at one point, it was a value-based decision. You have to decide what are different ways to tie the shoes. Who's going to teach me? But then it turns into a habit-based decision, and it goes just in the deep brain for recall. That's how you could make 35,000 decisions and not be drooling and be in constant thought for the whole day, all right? Because that's a lot of decisions to make. If you divide 35,000, Marky, by, let's say, 24 hours,
Mm-hmm.
all right? That's 1,458 decisions an hour. If you divide that by 60 minutes, that's 24 decisions a minute. And if you divide that by another 60, that's about 4/10 of a decision, or you make a decision almost every 2 seconds,
Wow.
right? A lot of decisions. All those decisions are either value-based or habit-based, all right? But here's the interesting part is that the OFC, or the value-based part, is quiet when the habit brain part takes over. So if you're not making a value-based decision, then what your brain does, it's going back to executing habits. Think about this. It's like a program. So you program these habit patterns into your brain over decades, over years. All right. The ones that are the most important for your survival have been automated before you were probably even born. Right. So you have all these programs running in the back, and then a decision pops in the front, and you say to yourself, oh, well, this is an important decision. I have to focus on this. So now your logical brain's working. And then once you do that a few times, that gets shuffled to the back of your brain. But when you're not making a logical decision, all right, the habit part of the brain takes over, right? So just because you think you're making a decision, or you don't think you're making a decision, doesn't mean that you're not. The back of the brain. This is very important for trading and for life in general. So we're going to put up an illustration so you understand components of the brain and what we're talking about. But the deep inner animal brain for you, the survival brain that you've developed that you had initially, and then we built layers around it that we call logical mind, that's a decision maker. And it's based on habit. All right, so let's talk about this. Here's a cool takeaway from this, is that if you give somebody a lot of information, then they'll switch from habit to goal directed.
That is interesting.
It's very interesting, because why is that? Because it's all new information, especially if that information is new, right? When there's a mass amount of information, you logically have to interpret what information you want to actually analyze, because how many bits do we process a second? 128.
Yeah, take a guess, guys. You should know.
Yeah, 128. That's the answer. And so if you're processing that little bits and there's a lot of information, you need your logical mind to make a decision, a goal-directed decision. All right. So what's the biggest challenge? Let's relate this to trading, Marky. What's the biggest challenge of new traders?
Biggest challenge of new traders, honestly, they don't really know what they're looking for,
Yeah.
or really how to evaluate opportunities. We find a lot of new traders come in looking for signals, and that likely is due to not really having a trading plan in place, not really knowing what they're looking for, not knowing how to evaluate opportunities, etc. So I think that's definitely one of the bigger challenges for newer traders. And then outside of that, probably risk management.
Absolutely. I think that the very first one, right, when you're first starting out, it's like not knowing what you need to know. There's just so much information. I just typed learn to trade in Google. And the first 4 things were ads, as always. Obviously, trying to separate somebody from their money very quickly. But then as you go through, one of the first ones that catches my attention is learn how to trade the market in 5 steps. Now, we're not going to mention websites and names, are obviously and then, 5 steps. There's a lot more than that. And so at the beginning, as a new trader, think about this. what are you trying to do when you're faced with a decision? What's the goal of making a decision? Make the right decision in the least amount of time. To make the decision that benefits you the most in the least amount of time.
Yeah, that's sounds about right.
Would you agree?
I would, yeah, definitely agree with that.
So in trading terms, what is the decision you're trying to make? You know, knowing when to buy or when to sell that'll make you the most amount of money with the least amount of risk,
Yeah.
so you can go do other stuff. And so here's where it gets really interesting, all right? Because when you're faced with a lot of new information as a new trader, you're assuming that your job as a new trader is to become a very quickly become a good decision maker. And you're not really taking time to understand that to learn this information, there's processes, methods, there's different application, different things you're looking for. So rather than asking, what information do I need? You take any information and you start making decisions on it. Yeah. I would say that if a new trader just at the beginning said, the next 6 months, my only goal is learning, right? Rather than earning.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that their success rate would be exponentially higher because they're not trying to make decisions. They're learning what information is there that's available for them to make decisions. Because here's where it gets really interesting, because what happens if you just take, for example, you go on Google, type what I typed in. What are you going to be faced with? Indicators, systems, strategies, guaranteed ways to make money. So now you're assuming that the information that you're being provided is the right information that you need. And you start making decisions based on somebody's information without even questioning it. What happens, Mark?
Not a good path. That's what happens.
Not a good path. You end up losing money, right? You will lose money if you're taking someone's information because you're making decisions for yourself based on other people's information. The most important job that you have is learning what information is important, how information affects the decision-making process. And only then are you evaluating yourself at how good you are to make decisions, right? You know why executives get paid millions of dollars in big companies? It's not because they're smarter than any of us. It's just they have so much experience they can make decisions quicker. They have more.
They have to make decisions. That's exactly it.
Exactly. And so for people right off the bat who want to try trading, who don't like to make decisions, first of all, you have to understand this. You're very good at making decisions. You make 35,000 of them a day. So there's no person who doesn't make decisions. So you got to understand this is a decision-making business. This is why it's such an important podcast. So let me tell you now the whole premise of what I've been getting at. And then Mark's going to dive into a little bit deeper. When you start making decisions at the beginning, when you think that your goal is, where do I have to buy? When do I have to sell? Where do I get at? When you think that at the beginning as a trader, that's your most important task, what ends up happening is you end up making the wrong decisions. And most importantly, you don't even know why you've made the wrong decision. So what ends up happening? You make the wrong decision because you don't know how to analyze information. You're taking one strategy, one system, one indicator that never works in all market conditions. So even the rare times that it does work a few times, it's not going to work for the long haul. So here's what happens. You take the information, you make the decision, you lose the trade, right? Now you have feedback. Your decision was wrong. The decision you made didn't work. You do it again. Yeah, you do it again. You lose money. You do it again. You lose more money. You do it again. You lose more money. Until one point, you no longer have to make the decision because now it becomes a habit. It's no longer a goal-based decision. Now it's a habit-based decision. Traders who have started and at the very beginning have made it their number one goal to evaluate their success based on money that they've made. Like if you start trading today and you're like, my goal is to make $500 a day in 3 weeks. Those traders end up writing habits and patterns of self-destruction for their capital. Why? Because they didn't start by learning what information was right. They just started making decisions they thought were right, which led to loss. Here's the interesting part. All right. Those are the traders that start fearing the markets. They start freaking out. Start to get nervous, sweaty. They're afraid of the market. And those are the traders that at the end of the session tell themselves, I know that I was supposed to execute my plan, but at the end of the day, I don't know. It's as if though somebody else was trading for me. Have you had those days, Mark?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I've had those days. There's been days where on average, I try to stick around, 3 to 5 trades in a single session. And I've had some, I've had a handful of times where I've gone, I think my record was 62 or 63 trades in a single session. And, looking back at the journal, I was like, who the hell's doing this? I don't remember taking these trades. I don't remember, you see the trades obviously because your order fills are in the journal, but when you're actually reviewing it and you're looking at the timestamp of the actual trade, and you can't bring that memory, you can't recall that memory back of actually taking that trade. It just seems like you're on autopilot, if you will, when you're taking those trades. So yeah, I can definitely say that I've been in that position.
I have too, man. I've been right there also. And in fact, I think most of us have, because when we start out, we want to get as quickly as possible to the decision-making process without giving a lot of importance to the information that we base the decision off of. So 63 trades, sounds like a lot. Mine's been over 100. Those type of days early on in my career has easily been over 100 trades. So if you think about it, Mark, out of your 63, how many would you say are conscious trades, and how many were like unconscious or subconscious mind trades? How many were habit? How many were goal-based?
I remember that day was a volatile day, and I was in the office by myself. I think that's one of the reasons why I tend to do a little bit better when these guys are here. But of those 60 or so trades, I can say comfortably maybe 10 to 15 of them were actual qualifiable trades. The rest were just emotion. There was volatility. So when volatility comes in, you can make your money back a little bit quicker if you do lose it on the first trade or so. There is opportunity throughout the day. But it was definitely a case where maybe 10 or 11 of them were good quality ones. If I got stopped out on it, I would just right back in because volatility's there. And so I think it was somewhere around those lines, where maybe like a quarter, if that, were actual good trades that I'd be happy to take again, even though there were losses.
Right.
But a lot of them were, you getting stopped out on the high tick. It starts rolling over and you're like, I don't want to miss this. I just got stopped out. Let me get in again. So yeah, it was one of those kinds of sessions.
So it becomes like let me do this trade to make my money back, not because it's the right trade based on the information.
Yeah, it was an ego. It's an ego thing, right? It's like you're in the trade, you get stopped out and it goes right back into your direction. You're like, man, I was in that trade. I got stopped out on the high tick. Here it is, 20 cents lower or whatever the case might be. And you're just kind of sitting there like, oh man, I just got stopped out on that and it went in my direction. I gotta make it up. Bam.
And I know exactly how that feels, because you said 10 to 15. Funny, I was going to say about 20 of 100 days, probably ones that are rational, information based. And the other part of mine would be losing trades based on just emotion, which is a habitual trade. You're executing habit. We'll talk about that in a second, but look at that. It's about 25% of trades. So here's a challenge for the listener. If you've experienced something similar, where you've traded a day, you've had loss, and then at the end of it, you're wondering who traded this account because it doesn't feel like it was me. That's a big sign that you're trading from a habitual place. That's a big sign that you started your journey with expectation of profit sooner than you maybe deserved if you had started valuing information better, learning how to read information, analyze it. Maybe you jumped the gun a little bit, and that's fine. I'm a keener. I jumped the gun. I had to get slapped around a lot before I realized, hey, every time I do this, I get slapped. It took me a lot of repetition to realize what I was doing didn't work. So, here's a challenge I have for new traders. If you have a negative outcome, and in the first 6 months you prioritize making money, go back to your last week of trades. All right. If you've overtraded, whatever it might be, if you've had a losing week and you don't like your results, go back to your losing trades in the last week, pull up a journal or the statistics of your trades. The more you've had, the more work this is going to take, as it should. And X out the ones that were trades you're not proud of. Trades that you did by habit to chase back the losses that you generated with the real decision that you made. Because you made a decision, had a loss, now you got angry, you need to make the money back. All right, now you're throwing good money after bad. Take out the trades that were bad. So in Mark's example, notice that he said 10 to 15 trades that were good, that I'm proud of, that I would do again, even if they were losers. All right, so you're not taking away the losing trades. You're taking away winning and losing trades that you shouldn't have done because they weren't part of your system, your strategy. For Mark, that's about 75% of the trades.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet, Mark, that if you took away the 75% of good or bad trades that resulted as a habitual trade or a pattern, a negative emotional trade, you would probably most likely end up being at least flat.
That day, I remember that day, I ended up flat. I just paid an S load of commission.
Yeah.
But going to what Georgie said, I did actually do that review of those trades. I think if I didn't take the ones that were emotional, weren't really planned trades, I would have ended up right where my sweet spot is at 3 to 5 trades for the session. So
And do you find that you do better when you do 3 to 5 trades in session rather than 63?
yeah.
That was more for the listener. You
Yeah,
weren't
of
going to
course.
have a big takeaway there.
Less is more. For me, as day traders, people think that you need to be in the markets all the time. That's further from the truth. I think being a day trader can be quite difficult because you're spending a lot of the day doing nothing. You're
Right.
just spending a lot of the day. I think it was you that told me the line. It's like day traders spend a lot of their day doing nothing, only to have a couple of seconds of actual action.
Yeah.
Something like that. And that's completely true. That's what it is. So the sweet spot is less is more, 3 to 5 trades on the session.
Yeah, it's like I feel that when people are watching the markets and they're not in a trade, for some reason they feel like an imposter. Like you're not a
Yeah.
trader unless you're in a trade. I don't know where that started. That's a complete whack load of, family show. But it's nonsense. Just because you're not in a trade, that makes you a good trader. You're waiting for the right opportunity. So here's how the day goes. Let's take it back to decision making, because here's how most people's day go. They start out all excited, all motivational. Maybe they watch some of those empowering videos of coaches in the locker room. Like getting fired up. Let's do this. I got good sleep. I'm eating well. I even hit the gym. I've done all my pre-work. Sit at the computer and I wait. And the first trade is good, right? It's one of those trades where you check off all the boxes in your plan. Bam, you execute.
Man, I love those.
Yeah. And then you win that trade. All right? What ends up happening is if you win your first trade, there's such a higher likelihood that the next one's a good trade as well. It's the days where you lose that first one. So the days where you walk into your office all pumped up and you win a trade, I'm willing to bet those days end up pretty good. It's the days where you walk in the day all hype and you lose a trade. The first one's a loser.
Especially the first one.
What happens here is with traders who have written habits, all right, who started trading too soon because they're unable to deal with loss, it's not that they can't deal with loss. It's a loss that they have no basis to justify because they didn't have information to make a decision. That really triggers your brain, right? It's like, I lost money. Why did I lose money? I don't know. This guy's indicator doesn't work. You make a decision based on this guy's software or somebody else's approach. And so, that generates a loss, and now you can't justify that loss. It's natural to start evoking some emotion out of you because your subconscious mind has to justify every time you get hurt because it's there to protect you. So here's the pattern, and then we're going to move forward on this topic. So I think this is a really interesting one. All right, so you generate a loss. What happens next? You start to freak out. You say, oh, my God, I got to make that money back. Let's say the loss is $250. Show up motivated. First trade's a loss. Like, okay, now I'm down $250. And now the average trader, the new trader especially, says, now my goal is just to make it back. If I could only make back this $250, life will be good. That $250 is completely irrelevant. It doesn't mean that your next trade is going to be worth $250. $250 is your past trade. And now you're throwing what's called good money after bad. And then you lose another one, and then another one, and then another one. And each time you lose a trade, the only relief happens when you get out of it, which really sets like a dangerous pattern. The pattern is, you do a trade, you have a loss, you get emotional, you have another loss. The relief is sensed at the end of the day when you lose so much money that you stop losing and you back away from the computer. And the problem that creates is that now you're writing a pattern of loss. And if you continue to do that and self-sabotage, one day you're going to wake up and it already knows the pattern. You've lost the last 90 trades, you've won 10. 9 out of 10 trades you touch, you lose. Therefore, the habit kicks in. And it's really hard to get back to a profitable mind state when you really wrote a cycle of execute a trade, lose, all right, emotion kicks in, try to fight back, lose again, keep losing. At the end of the day, sense relief when you stop trading. If you write the pattern in the back of your mind that the only time you're going to be relieved in this business is when you lose money and stop trading, you're eventually going to lose all the money so you can stop trading for good. And that's the problem with decision making, all right? You really need to make the right decisions at the very beginning because every time you do a trade, whether you like it or not, you've made a decision and you're forming a pattern. Are you forming the right ones?
Questions. So that kind of leads us into the next part of this episode, and that's kind of what decisions we have to make as traders. So if you really think about this at its most basic terms, all trading really is making decisions, being decisive. Right. And as Georgie mentioned, knowing what you're looking for and knowing what decisions you have to make is very, very important as far as being decisive getting the confidence to make decisions and executing at the end of the day. So as traders, what we do on a daily basis is we gather information, we analyze it, and then we make trading decisions on the back of that information and analysis. All right. The issue here is that decisions in trading tend to be counterintuitive to our natural instincts. So, growing up, whether it's through education, through work, if you grow up through education, you're taught that you have to be right. All right. You're taught that if you get a certain amount of questions wrong on a test, you're going to fail that test and, you're not smart. Or, growing up in professional work, if you make a mistake in, the corporate environment, you're likely going to be put on a performance improvement plan, maybe not for your first mistake, but you keep making mistakes, performance improvement plans coming. Next thing is a pink slip if that doesn't get corrected. So what that brings is it makes us as humans want to be right. It gives us a need to be right. And that's kind of where the disconnect comes in with trading, because in trading, your subconscious is basically formed as a fight or flight. It's there to protect you. All right. And so with trading, if you've made it a decision, like Georgie said, that you've gone into a habit where you're losing trades and the only place that feels safe is when you've closed out all your trades for a loss and you're done for the day, then that's what trading is going to become for you. So the decisions that you need to make have to be based on, your plan, not emotions, nothing emotional. You got to have the plan to keep your subconscious mind from sabotaging you and making those wrong decisions. So a couple of the things that we have, or rather a couple of decisions that we make as traders on a daily basis, first and foremost, starts with what are we going to be trading today? Should we even trade today? Right? Before you even sit down at your desk, you should be in the right mind state to trade. If you've come in, let's say you don't have as much sleep as you're used to, or you didn't get around to your morning routine, are you in the right mind state to sit down and start trading? Those are the kind of decisions you need to make before actually sitting down and opening your trade station. Next, decisions such as, what am I looking for to take a risk on today? Right? You got to take market context into effect, take news drivers, etc. A lot of decisions have to be made. But if you've got your plan, you already know what you're going to be looking for. You already know how much you're going to be risking. So you kind of prevent yourself from making those unconscious decisions by having those rigid rules in place. Trade decision time. Is this a good decision? Let's say the markets come into your zone and you're looking whether I should execute or not. All right. Is this a good decision or is this not? We're often faced with one of two choices in this kind of a situation when it comes time to make a trade. And those decisions are, number one, what does my trading plan tell me to do? And what should I do based on that? Or number two, what feels right? What should I be doing based on, my gut feeling? What would make me feel more comfortable? And oftentimes, because of the way that, we've grown up and the way that our instincts have been put together, there's going to be a battle between doing the thing that you should, because that's what's right, and that would be doing what your trading plan tells you to do, versus doing what your gut feeling tells you to do, because that's emotional and your subconscious mind is based on fight or flight, right? So is this a good decision? Let's say the previous day you took a trading loss and you've written in those habits that you're going to be trading and that's going to result to loss. Guess what your subconscious is going to do when you take that trade and let's say it's coming towards your stop loss? You're not going to do what your trading plan tells you to do, which is to get out of the trade. You're going to do what feels more comfortable. And that's, maybe I'm not going to do anything. Give it a couple seconds. It's got to come back, right? And that's kind of where the domino effect comes in. And what you really got to focus on here, especially when it comes down to the actual execution, when it comes down to sitting in front of your screens, when it comes down to what you're going to be risking, you have to make those decisions that you have to make, not those that stroke the ego. So I think that's something important with regards to, some of the decisions we have to make as traders and how to kind of mitigate the chances of your subconscious mind overriding the decisions that you've kind of put in place on a conscious level.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, because, what's one of the scariest things for people when they make a decision? They need to know there's a need to know whether the decision you're going to make is a right or wrong.
Instant feedback.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm going to tell you this. If you're making a decision, if you have the opportunity to make a decision in life and you're going to immediately get some kind of feedback on whether or not it's right or wrong, it's probably not a decision that's going to benefit you. Think about it for a moment. I challenge you to think of a time where you immediately knew the result of a decision and think about how few times that was probably a good thing for you. So part of the decision-making process is that you're not going to know whether you're right or wrong. The best and biggest decisions in life that could cause the most optimal change, the biggest opportunity for you, you're not going to get an answer to immediately. And that's why trading is so important as well. When we're making these decisions, we're all doing the best job that we can with the resources and information that we have. And that's trading. This is a quote from a good friend of mine, Anthony Drager, who says, the most important information in trading we don't have yet. And I love it, right? And that's the challenge, is that we're trained from kids. So Mark was mentioning at the unconscious level, when you're making decisions, they tend to be bad ones for trading. Is that at an unconscious level, we've been trained as kids to make decisions that will lead us to the least amount of risk and the most amount of safety. But you're not trading for the least amount of risk and most amount of safety. You're trading to live a life that exceeds safety, right? Safety is not a goal. Safety is moving away from poverty, from fear, from risk, whatever it is. But safety won't get you close enough to a destination or ultimate outcome. So you're not going to know whether your decision to buy or sell in the market is right or wrong. And I want to move in here to talking about how this decision to take a trade is similar to another decision that you make very often. So, Marky, we're going to use you as a volunteer,
Guinea pig.
if you don't mind.
Of course.
All right. If you think about trading and decision making, other than trading, what are some decisions you have to make, especially around the holidays?
Gifts to buy people. Certain gifts to buy people.
The one I had to make this morning.
The one you made, exactly.
Buying stuff. Now, let's make this decision about buying stuff for yourself rather than for others.
Okay.
So when you're looking to buy something for yourself, Marky, can you think about the last thing that you purchased for yourself?
The last thing that I purchased for myself.
Could be anything.
Oh, man. I don't really buy a lot of stuff for
What
myself.
about coffee? Did you have coffee this morning?
Yeah, I did, but I feel like this example would be a bit better if I got you something that I recently bought. Let's say, I think it was a jacket,
A jacket?
to be quite honest.
Excellent. How recent was it, would you say?
Within the last three or 4 weeks.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so last 3 or 4 weeks. And do you remember that experience, like, pretty clearly?
Like buying the jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Click the button on the...
So you bought it online.
Mm-hmm.
Great. This is awesome. All right, so how did you know when it was time to make the purchase? Just the first thing that comes to mind. Like these questions are going to be out there.
Yeah. How do I know when it was time? Well, me personally, I'm a bit of a picky shopper, if you will, and I kind of like to do my research before actually hitting the submit button. So in doing so, I kind of once the research kind of showed me that jacket was the one that best fit what I wanted it to do. That was kind of when it was time, and it also didn't hurt that there was a sale.
Awesome. So let's unpack that. So what was the very first thing that you did? You mentioned research, right? So what was the very first thing that you did?
Reviews, actually.
Okay, reviews?
Yeah.
And what was important to you about the reviews?
That other people were not so much confirming what I wanted to see, but that there weren't very negative reviews about it.
Okay. So there aren't negative reviews, what was important?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the second thing you did after you read the reviews?
After I read the reviews, just looked at the different features, different options that the competitors provide.
Okay. That's great. Just writing it down. Then what?
Making me think here.
That's the point, Marky.
Yeah.
Mind over markets.
Reviews, did the competitor analysis. Then I just kind of looked at, I mean, I'm not really price sensitive, but looked at the pricing.
Okay. Did you compare it or?
Yeah, just kind of compare the pricing based on the features of the different jackets. I mean, they were all kind of in the same neighborhood, if you will.
Okay, the different websites or?
Most of them on Amazon, but a lot of the research was on their individual websites.
Okay. And then what did you, after you look at the research?
Read the terms and conditions, because that's just who I am.
Okay.
Just for the sale and stuff, see how that stuff works, returns and all that fun stuff. And then it was decision time.
Okay. And then did anything else happen after you read? What did you need to see in the terms and condition to nullify your purchase decision? Like, what would have to happen such that you wouldn't want the jacket anymore based on reading the reviews?
The reviews, if there was bad reviews, such as, stuff like the pockets ripped early, or, the stitching came apart too quick, anything like that, that's something that would have kept me out of it. The other thing I generally tend to look for in terms of conditions are just, manufacturer warranty, how long that puppy holds out for. And that's pretty much it. Just to see what those look like, and if they have any price match, if the pricing goes down after I buy it. Just because I was buying it ahead of Christmas, so I knew that there might be Christmas Christmas
sales
deals coming out afterwards.
Awesome. And then what did you do?
Then I bought it.
You bought it, you just click the button?
Yeah.
Have you received it yet?
No.
No, okay. Is this a normal experience for shopping? Like, do you do most of your shopping online?
To be quite honest, my wife does a lot of the shopping for me, but when I do shopping on my own, 99% of the time it's online. If it's not done online, then I'll be online, make sure the location has it available in stock, and then I'll go. So 99% of the decisions, all that stuff is done online. If I have to go to the physical location, it'll be just to go pick up that one item that has to be in stock. And I won't go if it's not in stock.
Okay. Excellent. Awesome. So what we've done is basically walk through the purchasing cycle of Mark for a jacket. And I'll give you guys mine as well. So what this is called, Mark, is like your purchasing strategy. So what strategy executes in your mind to purchase a jacket? So because it's online, it's not 100% accurate. Maybe I should have clarified at the beginning, something in person. But so what you do is you read the reviews and you're looking for not acceptance of the product, but you're looking for any negative reviews that could show you something that you might have missed.
Yeah, because
Right.
every whatever the product is, on the product website, they're never going to state, the lining should
Yeah.
last this long, right? It's
Here's this beautiful jacket.
Yeah.
The pockets rip within 3 weeks.
Yeah, historically speaking, these pockets should last at least 3 weeks, right? So I just like to go on to see those types of reviews, because that gives you a little bit more insight than what you would get from, just reading product reviews on their own page, on the actual brand page, as opposed to like a third party like Amazon or something. So, whether it's jackets or whatever it is, that's usually my purchasing cycle.
Now, what if we applied this purchasing cycle to your trading? Because this is how you subconsciously convince yourself to purchase something that's worth value. So you read reviews for negative stuff. So let's apply this trading. What if is there something that's disqualifying my trade? I mean, like, is there information that I know that if I see means that this trade isn't right? That's like your negative review. Second thing would be, looking at different features and options. This could be like intercorrelation. And we talk about all this other strategies, but your purchase strategy is reviews, right? Compare features and options, which is a value-based decision. All right. Look at the pricing elsewhere to see if you get it for cheaper. And then read the terms and conditions that you're getting into, and you click the button to buy it. So, as I was looking at you answer these questions, you mentioned the words look a lot. So you rely a lot on visual information to make decision making.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You didn't once say, and I missed it, I might have to listen and replay myself, but you didn't once say, I feel like if other people, blah, blah. You might have said it once, but it's not more of a feeling to you. It's more visual, and then it's more logical. Like, do I need it? What are the benefits? Price compare. All right? Whereas if you're buying something physical, like for me, for example, the way I buy is I see it, I feel it, all right? I ask myself, do I need it? And I purchase it. That's my purchasing habit. So if it's a pen, for example, I'll be like, hey, cool pen. I grab it because I'm more of a kinesthetic people. I'm hands-on. I like to feel things. But yeah, this pen feels kind of nice rubber grip. And I'm using my pen, clicking it here. And it's like, do I need it? That's a self-talk. So mine is visual, kinesthetic, all right? Auditory digital, which is your self-talk, and then purchase. So VKAD is my purchasing strategy. So we'd have to do it again for you for something physical to elicit that. But when we're doing this example, when you guys are at home for the listening, try to figure out physically what you do. Like, let's do it one more time very quickly, Mark. You want to buy this mug. What's the first thing you do?
Well, the first thing I do is I pick up the mug.
Yeah.
All right. And give it a little weight. Obviously, I look at the size of the mug.
And what are you looking for when you look at the size?
Bigger is better. I like to drink tea. I like to drink a lot of tea. Some would think I'm British, but I like bigger teacups to be quite honest. So I know if I depends on where I'm going to be drinking it too. If it's going to be in the office, I prefer bigger ones because I don't like to get up and make tea all the time. So a bigger teacup means I'm going to have to be getting up less, which means I'm going to be enjoying my tea a little bit more. So I like to see a bigger cup, and then just kind of quality. Does it feel nice? Does it feel cheap? Is there any noticeable defects on it? Is it cracked anywhere?
That's a Trade Pro mug. You won't see it.
No defects on this bad boy. And that's honestly pretty much it. Unless there's like a cool decal on it, or I don't know if you can use decals for coffee mugs. But yeah, this Trade Pro Academy decal logo looks pretty cool. So this is something I'd probably buy.
So this is interesting, Mark. So now we got a whole different pattern. So here's what I'm curious about.
Uh-oh.
When you bought that jacket online, if you were able to feel it, like hands-on,
Yeah.
would you have still need to read the terms and conditions?
Not the terms and conditions. I probably wouldn't have read the reviews.
Right. Okay.
Right? Like the TNC for me was just, if the price goes down in a month, do I get the difference back, and just manufacturer service, how long the manufacturer holds out the warranty for. But yeah, that's definitely the big mix between online and physical. If it's physical, then obviously I'm not going to really need the reviews because I can make that decision myself. If I pick it up and I open the pocket and I see the stitching on it start to come undone, I know it's probably not the best quality and that it's going to fall apart relatively soon. So
your validation of that physically supersedes or overrides reviews. That's why we look at reviews. So I got your pattern there as visual. So you see something. Then kinesthetic, you said you felt it. Then you talk to yourself about it. Like, does this make sense? Would I need this? Kinesthetic, you said I feel it one more time and then I just make the purchase.
Yeah. I would say though that before I'd even go and check it out, I'd have like auditorially tell myself that I need it. Like I won't be going into a store unless I need it.
So if you walk by something and you see it, it's not a trigger for a buying behavior.
Not for me, maybe my wife. Hopefully she doesn't listen to this one. But yeah, for me, it's kind of funny because she nags me on this, but I will literally not go into a store unless I need something. Like I won't go online unless I need it. If I walk by something and it looks cool, I might give it like a second thought, but I'll never really go into the store to check it out unless I'm ready to buy. Like I'm one of those people that if I'm going to be buying, I'll be entering the store. If I'm not buying, I won't be.
You won't even be there.
No.
It's interesting. I bet your stuff is more organized because you don't have the tendency to hoard.
I mean, you can look at my desk and tell these guys.
You're for sure the most organized here. So this is interesting. So see how we're able to elicit a pattern that leads to a purchase, and it kind of gets you thinking because you don't think about that. So what if you created your trading pattern around that, knowing that it's auditory digital? So self-talk your way into saying, hey, does this trade make sense for me? What do I need to see? So convince yourself sort of by talking, giving yourself the pep talk. All right. Kinesthetic feel. And then for me, I'll use mine because yours, we have to tailor a little bit. For me, it's visual. How do I feel? And then self-talk. So that's why I get into trades quicker because my purchasing pattern, my strategy to purchase something is see how does it feel? What does it sound like to me? Like how can I justify it? Buy.
Yeah, bam.
It's shorter. It's not necessarily a good thing either because I have a lot of crap.
That's actually very true. That's very like our trading styles are similar enough to be similar, but different enough to be unique to ourselves. And I think that actually nails it down to the point because George's tends to be more aggressive than I am. I mean, of the traders here in the physical office, George is probably the most aggressive. I'm probably the most conservative, and then Vic's like a happy medium between us. And I know for me, like oftentimes if I'd be looking for a trade, by the time I'm looking to pull the trigger, George is already in the trade. Vic might be in the trade. And then here I am looking to pull the trigger. Right. So like I need to see a bunch of things. I have kind of the mind of an engineer. You guys hearing this, you might hear just in the way that I speak, I tend to be a bit more logical. Right. And so for me, I need to see certain things happen. And if I don't see those things in the exact way that I need to see it happen, I won't take the trade. Whether it's one that could win or that could lose. If I don't see exactly what I want to see, then I'm not taking it. No, there's no really, for me, if there's ever a sense of do I have to think about it for a sec? Then I won't take it. Like if it comes into my zone, gives me exactly what I need to see, bam, the trade's executed. Right. Whereas for you, you need to see a little bit less than what I need to see, right? So like I said, sometimes if we're looking to get long, for example, in a similar zone, George will have qualified it usually sooner than I have, just because, his pattern or his plan is a little bit different than mine.
Well, it's because the trigger point for this is purchasing an item. So your trading strategy might be different than purchasing a pen or a mug, right? But just to use that as an example, your first thing is auditory digital. So you have to talk yourself through it. Whereas for me, it's just visual. So visual aspect's much quicker. So I can see, does it make sense? Boom, trades in. That's not always a good thing though, right? Because if you could self-talk your way through it, you might have disqualified a bad trade. But because of that, I've developed myself a fail-safe where I have a stop loss and I'm able to get out of trades and break even quicker, faster. And I need to do that in order to compensate for the fact that I get in quicker too. So the interesting part about this episode is that there isn't one template I could give you to make decisions. You can't really make decisions the perfect way, and you're not going to know the outcome of your decision. It's not even worth spending any energy while you're making the decision of what trade to take, thinking about how it's going to work out. Any moment or seconds you spend thinking, how will this trade work out before you've done it, you're stealing away from the opportunity of placing it right now. You're basically taking away of the profit. You're robbing yourself. So what I'll tell you is this: come up with your own purchase strategy. How do you know when you buy something physical? And give it some thought as to how that translates to your trading. Maybe think about last time you did your trade. What was the first thing that made you know that it was time to trade? And then what? And then what happened after that? And notice yourself. If you're saying the things like see, that's visual. If you're saying feel, that's kinesthetic. I need to talk to myself just to confirm, does this make sense? If you're asking yourself questions that no one's answering, that's auditory digital, that's self-talk. And then figure out your pattern and then create your strategy qualifiers around that. Because this is the problem. People want other people's strategies to make their own trades. But if your pattern is slightly different, and most people are, than mine, my strategy will never work for your decision-making process, ever.
Well, that's true because, I tried it. I learned day trading through George. For those that don't know, I come from a swing trading background. But the reason why I say I'm more conservative than him is because I traded his strategy. You know what I mean? I traded his strategy and I wasn't getting the same results as him. And that's because, my personality wasn't aligned to the strategy. And all that it took was enough time trading his strategy to know where my personality laid. And, he's a lot more aggressive, as I just mentioned. So we're still trading similar strategies. I just implemented my own personality into it because I tend to be more conservative, right? So whereas we could be looking to trade in the same spot, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get the exact same fill. And I think that's something super important, especially for newer traders to hear, because a lot of newer traders think that they need somebody's strategy, somebody's successful strategy in order to be able to do this successfully. And that really couldn't be further from the truth because, you could trade Georgia's strategy like I tried, or I can give you my strategy and you can try to trade it. And I can almost guarantee you're not going to get.
I wouldn't even try.
Results.
I don't know if I'd even understand it, to be honest with you. Not because it's a strategy. It's because it's different.
Yeah,
it's yours. You're supposed to understand it. No one else but you is supposed to understand that strategy. So we'll end up this podcast. We'll start wrapping it up by saying this. Stop looking for strategies and shortcuts. Start looking to understand how you make decisions, and start putting more energy on making the decision that's right for you. All right, because that's how you're going to succeed. How do you make the decision that's right for you? Start by looking for more information. Take the pressure off of yourself as a newer trader to make profit now, and give yourself the task instead of learning new information, how to process it. Ask good questions. Be a part of a community like ours where you can trade with us live every morning. And as you ask questions, we answer them for you. Surround yourself by people who could give you answers to the questions you have based on the information, and you're going to start making the right decision that's right for you. Once you start making the right decisions right for you, trading changes. You no longer have to worry about anybody else. It's all individual. It's unique. And, here's one thing that I'll give you as a tip, as a takeaway for this episode. If you find that after your first loss of the day, because I wrote this down, if you find that after your first loss of the day, the day goes to, where? Like to the wayside, it's completely a write-off day and you lose a lot of money. Stop trading after your first loss. That makes you more selective of higher quality opportunities. So stop trading after the first loss. It'll give you more time to make better decisions. It will make you value information. It creates a scarcity effect where every trade becomes that much more important, especially the first one. Or if you're going to say, well, how long do I stop trading for? Start with 10 minutes. Sometimes it'll just take you 10 minutes to freshen up your mind so you can look and start to appreciate information again rather than going back to revenge trading. As long as it takes you to stop revenge trading, that's how long. It's going to be different for everyone. You're the type of person, when you get mad, you're pissed off all day at everything and everyone. After one loss, you're done for the day. If you could get over things relatively quickly and you're like, okay, you know what happened here? Let's get back to the information. Then, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it takes for you. There's no right answer. That's the tidbit I'm going to give you. I'll also give you the challenge to go through your results and remove the trades that were based on unconscious fear or the need to make up capital. Remove those trades for the last week that you've had losses. See what's different now. Notice if it's better. What is your result? I'd love to hear about that if you put it in the comment section. All right. And remember, forget about decision making. Focus more on the information that's in front of you and give yourself the goal of learning before you start evaluating yourself on the effectiveness of your decision, because you're writing patterns. Whether you like it or not, the unconscious mind is listening and it's creating patterns out of the things you're feeding it. And that's all we have for today's podcast. If you guys enjoyed it, share it with a friend. We'd love it if you left us a review on iTunes or any podcast platform that you listen to it on. But we do appreciate the reviews on iTunes. In the next episode, we're going to take a little bit of a deeper dive into trading psychology. And primarily, we're getting into what, Mark?
Emotional awareness.
Emotional awareness. We'll see you there. You guys have a great day, and we'd love to hear from you. How did you enjoy this podcast, and what would you like us to talk about next? Thank you so much for listening. Take care and have a great day.
Take care, guys. Good luck and good trading.
Thanks for listening to the Mind Over Market podcast. You can find us at tradeproacademy.com. You're listening to Mind Over Markets, a podcast on trading psychology to help you build a bulletproof mindset. Here's your hosts, George Papazov and Mark Borscht.
Hello, Trade Pros, and welcome to our Mind Over Markets podcast, episode number 11, Emotional Awareness. This is George Papazov, Trade Pro Academy, and
Mark Borscht from Trade Pro Academy.
And today we have an exciting episode for you. In the last episode, we talked about the power of decision-making as human beings and as traders. And I hope you learned a lot in that episode. There were a lot of key takeaways. If you'd like to learn how to make better decisions, how to process decisions with information as a trader and as a human being, the impact it has on you, we suggest going back and listening to that episode. But today, we can get started with emotional awareness. All right? So why is emotional awareness important? Because emotions help you determine your decision-making process and to a large extent, how and what we think about, all right? Emotions create thoughts. Emotions create intentions, all right? And all emotions are often based on our subconscious thought processes. So an emotion is as a result of something or a program that has been run. It usually does not precede it, but it's very interesting. So let's give you some examples here. Our lizard brain, all right, or the subconscious or unconscious mind, however you prefer to name it, is designed to react when there's a perception or threat to us because it is a protective mechanism. If you guys remember from one of the earlier episodes, the whole purpose of the subconscious mind is to first and foremost provide our safety and care for us, for our well-being and for our continuity, to keep us alive. All right, and perception in itself is a cognitive process that we're going to get into in a little bit. But in essence, if you were out hiking and come across a grizzly bear, Mark, like one that looks like Mark or me, I could sometimes look like a grizzly bear. All right?
You're very grizzly.
What would your impulse be, Mark? Would you fight the grizzly bear? You probably would.
My ego would say to fight, but my subconscious I'd probably be running before I even thought of fighting.
Well, if both of us were there and we saw a grizzly bear, I would let you contemplate fighting it. I'm going on the run. Just letting you know.
Good luck. Those things are fast.
Yeah, it'll probably chase me. I would lose. But if you're out hiking and you came across a grizzly bear, your impulse is going to initially be to run, all right, to fight or to freeze. But it's an automated and initiated by perception of the bear and unconscious thought that the system's in danger and could be killed. So when you look at this and you're up against something massive, stronger than you, all right, something you're foreign and unfamiliar with, your subconscious right away gives you the signal to start running. All right, it's fight or flight mode. It activates your nervous system, shuts down your logical mind, your adrenaline hikes. And this fight or flight mode is what's going to get you out of danger. But this fight or flight mode is also dangerous for traders. And I'm going to let Mark talk a little bit on a real world example, trading example with that.
Exactly. So thanks, Georgie, for that little intro there. So we're going to go a little bit deeper here into an actual real world trading example. As you know, we are a trading podcast. So for the traders out there, let's say that you're sitting in front of your trade station, you're able to qualify a trade, and let's say that you're able to qualify a short trade at resistance. So you go ahead and you place your order, you get filled on that order, and then you put your stop above the previous swing high, which is a pretty common place to do it. All right, so the trade gets filled, and instead of dropping shortly after you get filled, it actually starts climbing towards that stop of yours. Now, as you're watching this happening, you might start to feel your heartbeat starting to creep up. You might start to feel a little bit of fear creeping on. And this is as a result of a subconscious belief that if you're wrong on this trade, you might actually be a bad trader and that you're going to lose all of your money. So this whole process might not be conscious. You might not actually be conscious of these thoughts in real time, but they actually trigger an emotional response from the subconscious of fear. So as the market starts getting closer and closer to your stop, that fear intensifies. Your heartbeat starts climbing. You might feel a little bit of sweat on your palms. And this prompts more thoughts, more fight or flight scenarios. All right. Now you're thinking whether you should honor the stop loss. Maybe you should move it a couple of ticks higher, give it a little bit of room to run, or maybe you just cancel the stop completely. You know, it's got to turn around at some point, right? So this choice to move the stop is caused by emotion, but the actual thinking behind doing so might seem logical to you at the time. And the reason behind that is, you know, if I move the stop, then I'll put myself in a better position to be right on this trade. That might seem logical at the time, but that's actually driven by emotion. So as you're watching price action climbing towards your stop, that underlying thought, which is often embodies a pre-programmed childhood limiting belief about yourself, something like maybe you're not good enough or you're undeserving of success, that kind of a belief gets activated. And then the system will perceive danger, and then it begins to react automatically, almost as if you have no control over this whole process. And so this is the exact point at which you must learn to identify and interrupt this pattern. All right, guys. So while it's not possible to detach the integration between emotions and thoughts, it is, however, possible to manage the feeling states that give rise to a trader's cognition in a given circumstance. So, guys, that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on in today's episode, the importance of emotional awareness as it relates to trading and how you guys can build your emotional awareness so that you can identify those patterns in real time and rewrite them to align towards your preferred outcomes.
That's beautiful. And I have a thought on this, Mark, before we proceed.
Thoughts are good.
Yeah, I'd love to talk and start this episode by saying this, right? Like sometimes we think the ideal trader is one who is an unemotional trader.
A robot.
Yeah, exactly. But if you remove all your emotions, you remove who you are. You remove yourself out of it. And you have to remember that while robots are efficient in executing, you know, what actually creates a market is human emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're trading human emotion, and we're not telling you to remove emotions. I think that when you look at trading in this industry, people tell you can't be an emotional trader. Well, you're a human being. You're going to have emotions. I've been doing this since 2001, you know, edging on almost 20 years. And by jolly, wouldn't you know it, I still have emotions on a daily basis. Because you know what, Mark, I know we're recording this one. Look, feel my pulse. It's still beating, right?
It's there.
It's there. Slow, but it's beating. So if you're alive, if you're breathing, if you're listening to this podcast, you're a human being who experiences emotions. We're not emotions. We're not telling you to remove your emotions and become emotionless. The title is emotional awareness. We are saying to slow down and in the moment of emotion to be consciously aware of the emotions you're experiencing and to be able to control them. Because I just did some quick math while you were doing that piece there with the stop loss. One trade is usually where every single trade, people, the emotions arise. And as you said, Mark, you start moving your stop and then you say, oh my gosh, I'm terrible at this. If I lose this trade, what am I doing? My whole career is down the tubes, right? That fear, that emotion around it. Well, I did the math. If you do 5 trades a day on average over the span of a 30-year career, you place 33,000 trades. One trade is 0.003% of your total career. So think about this. Having these detrimental moments of emotionality, about 33,000 trades on the back of one, seems ridiculous.
When you put it like that, yeah.
Right? Yet we do it every single day. So I think this is why we need to explore this topic a little bit deeper, because if we stop and we become aware of our emotions, we could now accept and work with them, change them, and improve ourselves on how we manage emotions. It's not about eliminating emotions. It's about identifying and managing them.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I think I'm sure you can, chime in at this point as well. But for me, what it was as far as changing around performance was realizing how much emotions and being aware of your emotions in real time actually have to do with good performance.
Right.
Because I've seen the days, I've had the days myself where it seems like I lost emotional control. And I think we discussed this on the previous episode where, I've had days where on average I do around 3 to 5 trades a day. I've had days where I've done 50 plus trades. And then I've looked back at that and I was like, I don't even remember who did that. You know what I mean? And it was only at the point where I realized, it's having a strategy, having risk management, that's all great. But the real holy grail is emotional awareness. It's being able to catch yourself in those moments, because it's great that you can qualify trades and, make some money here and there. But at the end of the day, how you can consistently start building profits is by consistently catching yourself in those moments of, fight or flight, and being able to catch yourself in those moments and having a plan as far as attacking, what you should be doing when, that emotional response hits. I think that's going to save a lot of traders in the long run, because, a strategy is one thing, but that emotional awareness is so huge, because having a plan to, get out of a trade when it hits a certain stop, that's great. But if you don't actually execute that plan because of emotions, what's the point of having that strategy?
Absolutely, right? That's a fantastic point you bring up, because you're almost separating the two. It's like the system and then the trader executing the system. And I think you could liken that to the example that we all want the fastest, nicest car. But if I get you Lewis Hamilton's McLaren, or is he switched teams, then he's a Mercedes now. If I get you Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes F1 car, and I gave you the full manual book with every switch and everything that you could think of how to operate it, my money goes that you won't even put a time that's competitive anywhere close to the amateur league with that car, let alone Lewis Hamilton's time. So we put so much focus on the strategy, the system, the approach, and we forget in all of this that before you get the profit, you have to execute that strategy and manage the emotion. So there are some emotions we have to be aware of. One thing that for me personally is, I know I get emotional in some trades, and I have something called an emotional stop. And we're going to talk a little bit more about a system in this episode that you can implement to prevent yourself from getting into what I call FOF trades, fight or flight.
Fight or flight.
Industry first here. You might have coined the term.
There you go.
We got to use that DJ sound effect here. Fight or flight. So, yeah, we're going to give you that approach shortly. But let's talk about the emotions. What are emotions? Because to be aware of your emotions, you got to know what kind of emotions you can experience. There's 6 basic human emotions, and then the rest of them are combinations of some form to some extent of these 6. The first one is anger, right? So anger is fury, outrage, wrath, irritability, hostility, resentment, violence. I hope you're not turning violent while you're trading, but these all stem from the root emotion of anger. And I think if we unpack anger in trading, it starts out with anger for the market.
Yeah.
Right? You're angry at the market. Why? How dare you do this and hit my stop? Which, now that you guys are trading psychology pros and you're taking this journey with us, that doesn't sound like somebody who's at cause. right? If
Does
you're
not sound like somebody I caught.
pointing your anger outwards, doesn't sound like somebody I caught. So anger is an emotion that to me is an immediate red flag. If you're angry in any way while you're trading, this is one of those things that exits you out for maybe you take time out for 15 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe for the rest of the day. But this is an emotion you got to really be careful with.
Yep. So the second basic human emotion is sadness. And out of that, you can find grief, sorrow, gloom, melancholy, despair, loneliness, and depression.
A lot of D's and
A lot of D's in the sadness, but this is definitely one that